follow security procedures. Colonel Hale's location is top secret. Your phone is only certified up to secret message traffic. I'm not allowed to tell you his location on this line. Not my rule." Standish realized he was done. The STE secure phone was only certified by the NSA to pass information up to the secret level. He couldn't order the man to break classification rules, since he would be on record violating the safeguard of national secrets. He also knew that he was being stiff-armed on purpose by the duty officer, but couldn't fight it. At least not right now. You mess with the bull, you get the horns. Listen to me, Mr. Duty Officer. Pick up a fucking pen. Write this down. I want Kurt Hale and George Wolfe in my office within 24 hours, or I will go to the president and have all unit operations canceled, pending an investigation of improper actions. Is that understood? Yes, sir. I have it. Don't test me on this. If you value your mission, you won't push me. I will see Hale and Wolfe, or you'll cease operations. Standish slammed the phone down. When I get control of that unit, he'll be out greeting people at Walmart. Done with the task force, he turned his attention to the next problem, dealing with the CIA station in Belize. He couldn't call the station directly because they weren't in his chain of command and wouldn't have a clue who he was. He would have to do it through the Latin America division in the headquarters at Langley. Luckily, he knew the chief of LA and could use him to clamp down on Belize. All he had to do was control the conversation correctly. Satisfied with his strategy, he picked up the phone and dialed the chief of LA on his gray line, a direct, secure connection into the CIA.
Chapter 56. "Holy shit! What are you doing down here?" I said. After giving me a handshake and an embrace, Kurt verbally poked me, saying, "Well, I've got nothing better to do than chase phantom Prometheus cables. It's what I do on my off time." I got out, "Sir," before he cut me off with a hand. "Just kidding. How are you doing?" I figured the question held more than it seemed, and that he wasn't asking how I was doing this morning. I answered truthfully, "Well, honestly, sir, I'm doing better now than I was a week ago." "Still blocking punches with your face, huh?" I smiled and touched the cut above my eye. "Long story, sir." Turning to Jennifer, I continued, "This is Jennifer Cahill. She's the reason I'm down here, and also the one who figured out what's going on." He greeted Jennifer politely, then said, "Okay, how about letting me in on the secret?" I laid out the whole story, with the exception of the discovery of the email addresses. After the bullshit shenanigans, I didn't trust Eric as far as I could throw him. There was no telling what the station here would do with that information. After about an hour of give and take, Kurt got to the bottom line. "Given your lack of ability to do anything, I get the Prometheus alert. But really, is there any proof that such a weapon exists? What do you want me to do now?" I had known that was coming, and, in reality, agreed with his skepticism. "Sir, I'm with you. I've been struggling with the whole Mayan WMD thing since this started. Whether that weapon is real or not is an open question. In my mind, what's not a question is that two intelligent terrorists with multiple passports believe it's there and are trying to get it to kill as many people as possible." "Okay, I can see that. Sounds like something that's happening all over the world every 5 seconds. Why bring us in? You know this isn't what we do." "I didn't intend for you guys to fly down here to see me. I just wanted to talk to the chief of station. Sorry, but I played the only card I had. I think someone needs to check this out, to see if something strange happened on an expedition in the Peten region. If not, no harm. If so, investigate further." Kurt looked at Eric, who said, That makes sense to me. It's very little work to run this to ground. I'll give the station in Guatemala a call and have them check it out. Kurt thanked him for the support, then asked George if there was anything else they were missing. George said, "No, Pike's right. Let the station get some assets on the ground. We'll figure this out pretty quickly." Satisfied, Kurt wrapped up the meeting. He told us to come back at 9 the next morning to see where we stood. I walked with him out the door, stopping to allow him to retrieve his cell phone from the cubicles outside the station spaces. Since the cell phones could be used as eavesdropping devices, they weren't allowed inside any secure government facility. Turning on his phone, Kurt said, "Well, I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass. I don't think there's much chance of some secret Mayan weapon being out there. But since we're here, might as well play the hand. No harm done by poking around a little bit." He stopped when his phone chirped. "Jesus, I got 6 calls while I was inside there." He closed the phone. "Let's get some dinner tonight. I'm sure you've got some things you want to tell me that you didn't want to say in there." Smart man. You read my mind. I held some cards back. "There's a great little fish stand near our hotel. Give me a call at the hotel when you're ready to go." I watched him walk off, dialing his phone.
Inside the station, Eric finished his coordination with his compatriots in Guatemala to check out Pike's story. Talking to the deputy, he was disappointed to hear that it would be a couple of days before they could get on the ground at Flores, but was satisfied when he said they could make some calls to contacts up there for an initial snapshot. Eric thanked him, asking him to call back tomorrow at 8 a.m. with any results, and hung up. The phone rang with his hand still on it, startling him. Picking it back up, he was startled again when he found out that the chief of the Latin America division was giving him a personal call from Langley. Listening intently, he began to take notes.
When Jennifer and I got back to our room, I noticed the red light blinking on our old-fashioned phone. Jennifer went to the bathroom, leaving me to get the message. Coming back out, she asked, "Who was that? Kurt? Is he going to take us out to a nice dinner instead of the taco stand?" I wish. Kurt's been called back to D.C. Something important came up, and he's got to get back immediately. He said to send him a message through Eric, and he'd take it from there. Well, he seemed like a pretty busy guy. I'm surprised he even flew down. She could see that I was disappointed, and tried to make a joke. "He clearly knew better than to mess with you. I'm sure if you send another cable, he'll do something with it. Maybe you should tell him to meet us in the Caribbean, and that he needs to give us some tickets to get there." He'll do something with it. But cables are never as good as face-to-face. Whatever called him back will take front seat. It'll be hard to pry him away from that now. I was surprised at the level of my disappointment, and wondered if I was more upset at our theories taking a back seat to something else, or that this adventure was drawing to a close. I hadn't realized how much I had wanted to go to that meeting tomorrow, and to continue on with this excursion. I think in my heart, I was hoping Kurt would take me with him to figure out what was going on. What a fantasy. I said, "Let's go get a flight out of here for tomorrow. No sense hanging around here now. Whatever we find out at the meeting tomorrow morning, the rest of this will be in someone else's hands." That sounds good to me. I'm ready to get back to my simple college life. Her words gave me another kick in the gut. I hear you. Boy, am I ever ready to get back to being a worthless fucking bum. Once we left the embassy tomorrow, she would go back to her life, and I'd go back to mine. All I had to look forward to was waking up in a rage every morning. I could already feel my self-worth eroding. The thought was depressing, and must have showed on my face. What's wrong? Are you really worried about the cable doing nothing? I thought Kurt was the Wizard of Oz. I lied. Yeah, I'm worried about the cable. You're probably right, though. No sense in crying over it now. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Come on. I'd like to get a plane that doesn't allow goats in the aisle.
Palmer, President Warren said, can you hang on a second? Alexander Palmer stopped at the door to the Oval Office, letting the other members of the president's national security team leave. Sure, sir. What's up? Warren stood up and leaned against his desk. The Taskforce got a Prometheus alert, but I never saw it. Oh, yeah. Standish told me about it. He's run it to ground already. Some sort of misfire. It wasn't Prometheus material. Sorry if I didn't bring it to your attention. But it was nothing. What do you think about him? Standish? I think if he wasn't around, you wouldn't be president. But he's not really giving us much in the administration. He's just taking up space on the NSC. Is that what you mean? Warren had been thinking about what Kurt had said months ago, about some unknown terrorist with the skill and patience to really do some damage. The thought scared him. As president, he'd created the Project Prometheus at significant risk and let them run at full throttle. He had thought they were winning, that the risk had been worth every penny. But the commander didn't. Kurt thought they had just been lucky, as if the task force was no match for a smart terrorist, and that man was out there right now planning. The revelation had caused him to lose sleep. President Warren was a political infighter, a winner. He took no quarter and wasn't above dirty tricks to win, just like every other politician at this level. He had a lot on his plate: the economy, global trade issues, the constant bickering between parties. But only one issue really scared him: the loss of American lives because of something he had failed to do. And not in a political way either. It scared him in a personal way. He couldn't imagine being president on 9/11, watching the bodies fall from the burning towers. It was the one issue where politics had no business, and probably the one thing that allowed him to relate to Kurt Hale. Everything else he did in the name of democracy would make Hale's stomach turn. He had reviewed his national security team and begun to wonder if he'd ceded too much control. Everyone had become complacent when it came to terrorism, himself included. He'd allowed Palmer to run the NSC as he saw fit. But after hearing about Standish's questions at the last Taskforce Oversight Council meeting, he was beginning to believe the man was dangerous. He said, "No, I don't mean what he's contributing to the administration. You put him on the Task Force Oversight Council, and I'm wondering if that was wise. You work with him. I'm asking if he can be trusted. NSC business is one thing, but the task force is something else. There's no room for error." Well, he has managed to work his way on the inside a hell of a lot quicker than I would have thought possible, but he's doing a good job. He keeps me abreast of all the secret things going on. He's pretty good at collating information. That doesn't answer the question. Is he a threat? Standish's answer for anything is brute force. He doesn't understand the complexity, doesn't have the experience or background. Palmer reflected for a moment. No, I think he's okay. We both know he loves the feeling of being on the inside. He's like a political groupie, but that's about it. President Warren locked eyes with him. Palmer, don't let him become a threat. This isn't about payback or politics. I won't tolerate American deaths. That's got nothing to do with politics. Palmer smiled. Sir, don't worry about that. He's a coward at heart. He likes play acting. He doesn't have the balls to do anything for real. Chapter 57. Lucas Kane fiddled with his PDA, waiting on Standish to finish with a phone call. He played the keys with manicured fingers, looking like any other successful power broker in Washington, D.C. Actually, He looked like an actor in a beer commercial portraying a successful power broker in Washington, D.C. He had sandy blonde hair, an athletic build, and a face that belonged in a weekly Hollywood tabloid. From across the street, women were automatically drawn to him. Up close, when they could look into his eyes, the attraction would usually wilt. His eyes were dead, not unintelligent, just lacking in any warmth. His last date, after saying she would rather not see him again, commented that they reminded her of a 3-day-old bruise, purple and rotting. Lucas didn't give a shit, as long as the date paid him back for the dinner and a movie once they returned to his apartment, which this one had, even if a bit reluctantly. If the eyes are a window into the soul, I guess a bruise is pretty damn close. Standish hung up the phone, saying, "They're on the way over. Should be here in about 5 minutes. You sure you can do this?" "Yeah, I'm sure. It's not brain surgery. The key is the information you gave me. If the phone's a different model, or the pager information is incorrect, it might not work." "That intel's good. I've seen them myself." "Shouldn't be an issue then. We'll know shortly." He left the office and positioned himself on a bench in the marble hallway within view of the entrance to Standish's office, but far enough away as to be inconspicuous. He opened a magazine. He didn't have to wait long. 2 men approached Standish's office. He focused on the one matching the description of his target. They stopped and placed their two-way pagers and cell phones in the ubiquitous cubicles provided outside every government office that whispered the nation's secrets. He noted which cubicle his target used. He waited until they passed through the cipher-locked door, then waited an additional few seconds. When nothing happened, he walked at a quick pace and pulled both the pager and cell phone from the cubicle. He raced down the stairs to the equipment he had left in his vehicle parked outside. His task was to clone the cell phone with a sophisticated Trojan horse virus, which would allow a separate cell phone to act exactly like the original. Anytime the target phone rang, the other would ring too. Anytime it dialed out, his would dial out. It would be like a 3-way call every time the target used his phone, except that he wouldn't suspect it. In addition to manipulating the phone, he was going to reverse the pager the target wore. Using the information given to him by Standish, Lucas knew that the device was specially constructed, capable of worldwide coverage through a satellite network, and equipped with a panic button that would send out a signal based on global positioning system satellites. Once triggered, it would give a grid reference to its location worldwide. Lucas was going to ensure that the pager sent a signal without the button being pushed, in effect, making the pager a beacon without the target even knowing it. The trick would be ensuring the signal didn't enter the normal channels and thus cause an alert. Instead, it would be visible only to someone who knew it was broadcasting. Lucas didn't yet know exactly why this target needed to be tracked, but something told him that Standish wasn't finished using him on this particular assignment. Standish left Kurt and George sitting in the anteroom for 5 more minutes, just because he felt like being a prick. Eventually, he closed out the solitaire game he was playing and told his secretary to show them in. He heard them enter, pretending to work on his computer. He let them stand for a few seconds before turning around. He pointed to the chairs in front of his desk and started right in, skipping any pleasantries. "You received a Prometheus alert 2 days ago. Yet you didn't notify anyone at all. If I remember your initial information briefings to me, those were supposed to trigger a response, but when I called the task force, I got an idiotic duty officer who acted as if nothing was wrong. Either you're running an organization that isn't the caliber you so eloquently brag about in your brief, or you're attempting to hide things from a member of the council that oversees your activities. For your sake, I hope it's incompetence." Standish watched both of them squirm a little, clearly not expecting to be attacked. Good. They need to know who's the boss here. Kurt said, "Sir, we did get an alert, but it wasn't what you think. Neither of your reasons is accurate. The alert came from an old unit member. It didn't involve an active mission and thus didn't require a response from the task force. As for you not getting any word about it, I apologize, but if you remember the brief you were just talking about, we get oversight solely on which target to attack, and our method of engagement based on potential second and third order effects that might be generated from the action. Once we get the go-ahead to proceed against a target, there is no further oversight, unless one of those variables changes." Is he giving me a lecture? Like I'm slow? Colonel Hale, don't treat me like a child. I understand how the Oversight Council works. I'm one of the members. Perhaps it's you that needs a refresher on who you work for. Kirk backpedaled. "Sir, we meant no disrespect, but the Prometheus alert is a tactical control measure used solely by us in the task force, and we didn't realize a report to you was necessary." Standish steepled his fingers. Well, maybe I should speak to the president about re-looking at this little experiment's rules of engagement. It sounds to me like you think you get to decide what does or does not occur within your little secret world. George broke in. "Sir, he's not trying to tell you that you had no right to know. He's explaining why you didn't initially get any feedback. We're here specifically to provide that feedback. Kurt and I just came from meeting the man who sent the cable. He has an interesting story to tell, and while it may have some merit, the odds of it being true aren't that great." George continued, giving Standish a broad sketch of Pike's story, knowing that Standish had read the original message. He finished by telling Standish the coordination made with Guatemala and the way ahead. "So what's the task force going to do with this?" "Anything?" Kurt said. "Well, it depends on what the CIA finds out. Right now, there isn't a whole lot we can do, and with the information we have, not much we should be doing. This is more of a CIA issue. Unless you want us to start focusing on it, we're going to let them take the lead. We have enough on our plate without this." Perfect. Just what I wanted to hear. "No, that sounds right." Looking at his watch, Standish said, "I've got another meeting coming up. I appreciate you two taking the time out of your day to come down. We don't have to be looking across the fence at each other all the time. I want to work with you. All I ask for is a little courtesy and respect." He paused. "Trust me, if I don't get it, you will cease to exist." Chapter 58. After the door closed behind Kurt and George, Standish buzzed his secretary and told her to show Lucas in as soon as he arrived. After a minute and a half, Standish saw him coming through the door and was embarrassed to feel his pulse rate go up. He wouldn't admit to anyone, but Lucas scared him. Bastard looks like he belongs in Alaska killing baby seals. He was a cousin of Standish's wife, and extremely useful for certain tasks, but Standish didn't like being alone with him for any length of time. He watched Lucas plop down in a chair as if he were in his own office. "No issues," Lucas said. "Will it work?" "No. You pay me just to pretend." He tossed the phone to Standish, reached into his pocket and pulled out another phone, dialing a number. The phone rang once before the one in Standish's hand began ringing. Standish heard Kurt Hale answer after the fourth ring. Lucas said, "Can I speak to Betty?" Through the phone he held, Standish heard Kurt say, "Sorry, wrong number." Lucas hung up. Standish grinned. With any luck, not only would he get all information relating to the Mayan weapon, but he might also get other useful information relating to the task force. or even Kurt's personal life. I should have done this a long time ago. Can you tell anything was done? Not at a casual look over. If the phone software is scrubbed, they'll see it was manipulated. We're good there. No way they'll suspect this office of doing anything. What about the pager? The pager's a little different. That panic beacon attempts to transmit on any signal it can find, like cellular, FM, you name it. With that much stuff blasting out on a constant stream, there's a chance someone will pick up the signal. It'll also run the batteries down about 4 times as fast, which might spike the target. I figured it would be better to restrict it to satellite only. So that's what it will transmit on. The batteries will still burn more quickly, but not enough to spike. Okay, what's that mean to me? You'll only get a location when the beacon can see the sky. If the beacon loses signal, it'll just show its last known location. That's fine by me. The pager was just a Benny anyway. I'll cut a check to the same account for your time. Is that acceptable? Yeah, same account. Standish paused, internally making a decision. Before you go, I need to read you on to something that might require your attention. All right. I'm still on your retainer. What's up? Standish's only weak link now was Pike himself. He had already gleaned both his and Jennifer's passport information from the station in Belize and had fed that into the gigantic bureaucratic Homeland Security database, ensuring they would be stopped at whatever port of entry they attempted to use. His only purpose was to tie them up until the terrorists could set off their weapon. Getting arrested as a terrorist associate should do the trick. By the time they got an apology and a pat on the back, the bomb should have gone off. Still, Standish hadn't gotten to where he was by not planning. He wanted to ensure he had a contingency in place. He'd play nice first, but had no compunction about turning nasty. I have a couple of individuals I might need you to deal with. Standish gave him a brief rundown on Pike and Jennifer, leaving out the reasons he wanted them stopped. Lucas didn't ask why or what they represented. It wasn't part of the mission, and thus wasn't something that concerned him. When he was finished, Lucas said, "What do you want me to do with them?" "Nothing right now. I'll call you if I need you." Lucas let the silence extend out a bit to show what he thought of that answer, then said, "Yeah, I get that. That wasn't my question. What do you want me to do with them if you call? What's the mission?" "Get rid of them." Lucas sat forward in his chair, looking a little agitated at the verbal dance. "What the fuck does that mean? Tell me what you want done. I'm doing the work. The least you could do is actually say it. You want them locked up? Sent to the hospital? What? Let him know you aren't afraid to get your hands dirty. Kill them. Or do you have an issue with that?" Lucas stared into Standish's eyes. "I'm pretty sure you know the answer to that." Standish recoiled in his chair, mentally trying to distance himself from Lucas without appearing to do so. "Yes, I guess I do." A year ago, Lucas had been a SEAL serving in Afghanistan, where he had been accused of intentionally killing civilians. That in itself wasn't remarkable, since not a day went by without Standish's reading some bullshit report of Americans killing civilians. 99.9% of those reports were propaganda, put out by the enemy to stir up a little Islamic fury. The difference with the accusations against Lucas was they hadn't been brought forward by some unknown local with an axe to grind, but by his own teammates. Just before the investigation began in earnest, the 2 teammates died violently in an IED attack. The investigation took a new tack, now looking into the deaths of 2 American servicemen as well as the deaths of the Afghanis. Before it could build up enough steam, as a favor to his wife, Standish pulled Lucas out of the fire with a few well-placed words, allowing him to leave the military at 15 years. his only true punishment being the loss of retirement pay. Now he was wondering if using Lucas might be a mistake. He's liable to kill 200 people to get this done. Standish decided to deal with that possibility up front. I don't care how you do it. And don't need it to look like an accident or anything stupid like that. But you have to do it in such a way that it won't lead back to me. Ever. And don't kill a ton of civilians just to get them. Understand? What's your definition of a ton? Jesus, he's a cold-blooded son of a bitch. I'll understand a collateral damage number of 5 or less. More than that, and you've exceeded the rules of engagement. I can do that. You got anyone you want killed right now? Or is this it? Standish punched his secretary's buzzer. Get him the fuck out of here.
Chapter 59. The next morning at 08:15, we were both in the lobby of the embassy, with the same Marine flipping through the clearance sheets. 10 minutes later, after checking the massive amount of rosters at his disposal, the Lance Corporal turned to me and said, "I'm sorry, sir, but you're not listed." I asked for the number to the office and called up. Getting Eric, I was told to hold fast and he'd come down to me. I hung up the phone, a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. Something's up. I think we're about to get the blow-off. Eric exited the elevator and walked over to us with a big smile. Shit. This is going to be bad. "Hey, I guess you didn't get the word. The meeting's off." Seeing me scowl, he said, "Hold on now, it's not my call. My bosses in D.C. told me to cease and desist. Even the guys you brought down left last night." "Fine. Got it. At least tell us what you found out from Guatemala." "Well, the guys in Guatemala couldn't get to the Petén region for a couple of days. They were set to go when HQ stopped that as well. They did make some phone calls and found out that there was an expedition which ended badly. Of course, they couldn't confirm anything. All they could find out was that one boy apparently was consumed by some sort of ancient curse and another disappeared after the expedition. Nobody knows what happened to them for real." What the hell? Why would they have been called off? So, preliminary investigation concurs with what we say, but it's not worth following up on? What's up with that? I knew Eric was just the messenger, and that he didn't like giving us this news. He continued in a calm voice, "Pike, please, all we have is that some sort of ancient curse caused the disappearance of a boy. If we ran after every rumor like that, we'd be spending all of our time chasing Bigfoot." "Okay, fine. I'd like you to send a cable out to that effect. Can you at least do that?" Eric shook his head. "Pike, I'd really like to help, but we've done more than we should have already. I'm not going to send out any more unsolicited cables. If HQ asks for clarification, I'll do so, but I'm not sending anything else out on your say-so." I turned and walked away before I did something I'd regret, not even bothering to say goodbye to him. Jennifer caught up with me outside. "What are we going to do now?" "Nothing. We're getting on a bus to Belize City and going home. We're done." I said the last 2 words with more force than necessary, causing her to look up sharply. I covered up the slip, speaking softer. "Look, this is over. Nobody cares and we can't do anything with it by ourselves. We gave it our best shot and got further than I thought we would. Let's just get home and see if we're going to be arrested for murder. We're in enough trouble already without pushing this any further." "Well, I just don't think we should quit." She saw me start to react and held up a hand. "Wait, before you get into asshole mode, hear me out. We believe that these guys are up to no good, Nobody else does, and maybe they're right. But what if they're not? Can't we do something else? You're the expert. Have we exhausted all our options? I thought about what she said, feeling a little slimy that I wanted to continue more for the sense of mission than saving anyone's life. Well, if you want to foot the bill, we can go to D.C. and contact Kurt again. We don't have a lot, but we do have a few things he hasn't seen. We can give him the email addresses for further tracking, get a real translation of the initial message, and tell him that the superficial investigation in Guatemala supports what we said. Is that what you want to do? This isn't right. I'm convincing her to chase shadows so I don't have to go back to my boat, so I don't have to face my life. If she's dumb enough to say yes, give her the truth. We walked in silence for a minute. She said, "Yes." Man, is she stubborn. Are you nuts? You're going to flunk out of school. Our own government doesn't give a shit about this. Even if we do go to D.C., we don't have a clue where the terrorists are, or what they have. We won't get anywhere, and you'll just get a lighter bank account from paying the way. Jennifer crossed her arms. Yeah, I know that. But my family has a long history of doing stupid shit. Just ask my uncle. She looked hard at me. What if someone like us existed before 9/11? Would you have wanted them to quit? Gee, thanks. I really feel slimy now. No, I guess not. After exiting our flight in Atlanta, we proceeded down the narrow gateway funneling us into the customs complex of the United States. We had a connecting flight into Washington, but still had to pass through U.S. immigration to continue. We moved up to the counter together, where I showed my passport. The man behind the counter ran the barcode and stiffened. I watched his expression turn to stone. He asked Jennifer, "Are you traveling together?" She said yes, and handed him her passport. He ran it through the scanner, his face showing no emotion. Turning back from the computer, he became pleasant. "I'm afraid that I'm going to have to ask both of you to follow me. We're going to need some additional information about your trip." I felt the hair stand up on the back of my neck. Shit. We've been flagged because of the dead guys in Charleston. Remaining pleasant, I asked, "Questions about what? We were only gone a few days. We can answer them right here." The customs agent remained deadpan, giving me no indication that he was a threat, but also no indication that he was friendly. "Sir, this won't take but a couple of seconds. We've had some trouble with U.S. citizens coming back from Central America. All we want you to do is take a little survey to help us facilitate future travel. I don't want to hold up the line here to do that. Once you're done, you'll be on your way." As we moved down the hallway to the secondary interrogation rooms, I dismissed the Charleston angle, since suspected murderers would have been arrested and handcuffed immediately. We were walking free and clear behind the customs official. I relaxed, thinking that maybe Kurt had set up a method to contact us, since he had left Belize before I could give him a phone number. Entering the secondary interrogation area, I stood behind the customs official, listening to him tell the man at the desk who we were and where we were going. I waited while the man typed in the information. I saw a reflection of the computer screen on the window pane to the man's right. In it were the passport photos of both Jennifer and me, surrounded by words that were inverted due to the mirror image. I couldn't make out what the paragraph underneath our pictures said, but did decipher the words above them. "Wanted for questioning on suspected terrorism activities." A spurt of adrenaline jolted my body. Projecting an outward calm, I asked, "Can we use the bathroom before we do anything else? We haven't had a chance to go since we landed." The agent said, This won't take a minute. Once we give you the surveys, you can do whatever you would like. I nodded, my mind racing. I knew what was about to happen. We would be separated and taken to different interrogation rooms. We would be locked in and questioned for hours. The interrogators would compare notes on the answers that we gave to see if they matched up. Using that information, they would continue the questioning. Since I hadn't bothered to develop a cover story with Jennifer, it would do me no good to lie. Whatever I said wouldn't match what Jennifer said. On top of that, Jennifer would more than likely tell the truth, believing that the truth would be the best course of action. Unfortunately, our story was so unbelievable that it would cause the customs agents to become more suspicious, not less. I had no idea why we were flagged in the Homeland Security system, but had no doubt that the second Jennifer mentioned 2 Arab terrorists with a WMD, we would be locked up until we could prove we weren't associated with them. We could be detained for days, if not weeks. We need to break out of here right now. Before we meet the interrogators, the fewer people, the better. To compound matters, I had to do it without harming the agents. This wasn't their fault. They got paid to intercept terrorists. I'd do the same thing. The agent at the desk said, "Good to go. Rooms 7 and 13. Rob and Kenny are tied up right now, but they'll be down in 10 minutes. They'll meet you there." The first agent nodded, telling us, "Follow me." He turned and punched in the code to the cipher lock of the door leading into the interior hallway, and presumably the secondary interrogation facilities. I checked out the man behind the computer, seeing that he had taken off his equipment belt and hung it on the wall behind him. Mistake number 1. I knew why they were acting so pleasant. It was to prevent a scuffle in front of any passengers or other civilians. What I didn't understand was why they had used only one agent to do this. They should have a man behind me and a man in front, preventing me from taking out both at the same time. Mistake number 2. Before the man could open the door, I threw my left arm around his neck and drew the Glock 19 from the holster on the agent's right hip. I raised my right leg and racked the slide of the Glock on the edge of my boot. I kicked the back of the agent's leg hard enough to cause him to lean backward, with me supporting his weight. I rotated the agent away from the door, placing the front side of the Glock on the agent behind the desk. The action happened in a blink of an eye, quick enough to prevent the agent behind the desk from getting to his feet. He held up his hands, a look of terror on his face, convinced he was face to face with an insane, suicidal maniac. I barked out orders quickly, intent on dominating the confrontation. "Don't fucking move! I don't want to hurt anyone! Put your hands on top of your head!"
Chapter 60. Jennifer stood dumbfounded by Pike's actions. Jesus Christ, he's gone nuts. He's flashed back to some sort of Rambo scene getting tortured by the Viet Cong. What in the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind? My God, Pike, put down the gun. Pike bared his teeth at her and said, "Take a look at the computer monitor." The agent Pike was holding tried his hand at negotiation. "Look, we only have a few questions. Nobody's saying you're a terrorist. Put the gun down and we can sort this out peacefully." Pike laughed. "I suppose this whole hostage-taking thing would be forgotten, huh? If I give you the gun, we can start over like this never happened. Promise?" Jennifer cut in, turning back from the monitor. "What's this mean? Why are we on the screen as terrorists? What's going on here?" Pike said, "I don't know. Something's screwed up, and we don't have the time to sort it out here." He addressed the customs agents. "Both of you, listen to me. We aren't terrorists, and I can't have you arrest us. I'm going to have each of you take off your clothes. I'm then going to tie you both up. I'm not going to hurt either one of you. please don't do anything to escalate this situation. I really, really don't want to hurt you. Do you understand my instructions?" They both nodded. "Okay, you at the desk, take off your clothes. Once you're done, lie down on your stomach with your ankles crossed." The man at the desk complied, lying down with nothing on but a t-shirt and underwear. Pike spoke to Jennifer. "Go outside and wait for me. Alert me if someone's coming this way." Jennifer started to leave, then paused. "He wants me out of the way. He's going to hurt them. Maybe kill them." Before she could say anything, the agent on the floor became agitated, looking wildly at Pike and Jennifer, apparently making the same mental leap that Jennifer had. "Stop what you're thinking. I'm not going to harm you, but I am going to embarrass you. I'm sending Jennifer outside because I'm about to make you take off your underwear. That's it. Do you want her to stay? Will that prove I'm not about to cut your throat?" The agent thought about it, then shook his head. "Okay, Jennifer, please go outside." Jennifer left the room. She thought she'd made a mistake, turned back to re-enter, and saw the cipher lock on the door. Damn, he's going to do something bad. This isn't right. Stopping the terrorists isn't worth hurting innocent people. A short time later, Pike came out, holding the agent's clothing and equipment belts, looking queasy and sweating. Shit, he hurt them. I'm going to hell. Come on, we've got to move. We're about to have every policeman in the city of Atlanta trying to find us. Jennifer put a hand on his chest, stopping him. What did you do in there? Pike was brought up short by the ferocity on her face. Hey, easy. I just tied them up buck naked. Nothing else. Made me sick to my stomach doing that to good guys. He looked up and down the hallway. We need to go now. She felt an enormous weight leave her shoulders. Thank God. Then she felt a little shame at what she had thought previously. She said, What do you think's going on? We're terrorists now? He started moving at a fast walk back the way they had come, toward the passport area, shoving the agent's equipment and clothing into the first garbage can he came across. I don't know, but we need to get the hell out of this airport. The tricky part is going to be getting out of the customs and immigration area. With any luck, we can bluff our way through. Just remember to project an air of calm confidence. Customs agents smell fear like a bloodhound. Walk like you own the place and we should be good to go. She caught up to him, saying, Smell fear like a bloodhound. That's just great. It's exactly what I thought I'd be worried about at this stage in my life. When I said this trek was the right thing to do, I didn't mean I wanted to wear a prison jumpsuit. There is a limit. He jerked his head around as he fast walked up the hallway. What's that supposed to mean? We're getting arrested one way or another. I just postponed it a little bit. Hopefully a great bit. I know. It's okay. I told you we Cahills do stupid shit too. Of course, I'm pretty sure you've just set a record. Pike cut her off by raising a finger to his lips. They had reached the double doors that led back into the customs area. Pike poked his head out, then said, This is it. A new flight's in and the place is buzzing. You ready? Realizing what she was about to do, Jennifer's bravado left her. Pike, I don't know if I can do this. We just broke the law in a big way. We held a gun on federal agents and threatened them with death. I don't think I'm going to be able to remain calm. I hate to break this to you, but we don't have a choice.
Chapter 61. We slipped into the flow of people headed to the baggage claim. Remain calm. We're going to walk right to the man over there taking the customs forms. He'll let us through as long as we don't look like we're hiding something. I gave her a reassuring smile. You ready? She nodded weakly, looking like she'd rather go back into the interrogation room. Don't worry about that. If this doesn't work, we'll be there soon enough. We got in line behind a family of 4. Acting like I was a newbie tourist, I held up our blue and white cards and said, Do we give these to you? The man nodded, saying, "No luggage?" "Yeah, we have luggage. It's somewhere between here and South America." "Don't get me started." The man smiled and waved us through. We entered the security checkpoint and made it to the far side without any issues. Now back into the airport proper inside Concourse E. All right, we need to get out of here and get lost in the city. Unfortunately, we're at the last terminal in this damn airport. We're going to have to cross all 5 concourses to get out of here. We need to start moving faster. Sooner or later, they're going to lock this place down. We jogged down the escalator to the underground trains, with one pulling up as we hit bottom. I ignored it, pulling Jennifer to the moving sidewalk in front of me. "What are you doing? We get on that and we can be at the entrance in minutes." "Yeah, I know, but it's too risky. They pull the trigger on an alarm and that train's going to stop, with us inside it and no way out. We need to run it to the end." We started walking like we were missing a plane. Fast, but not fast enough to cause someone to stare. I noticed that the camera systems here in the tunnel were only clustered around the train entrances and exits. Right after passing the escalators to Concourse C, the trains ceased running, with an alert flashing that they were having mechanical issues. "Good call," Jennifer said. "Looks like you were right." "Yeah, but if the trains have stopped, we're out of time. They know we're loose. They'll try to camouflage it for a couple of minutes to keep everyone calm, but eventually, this place is going to be covered in cops." As we moved toward Concourse B, I saw the train start to move again. Huh. What's that about? We reached the escalator entrance to the B concourse just as another train stopped, exploding out with about 20 police officers. Oh, shit. Instead of running past Concourse B, I pushed Jennifer to the escalator, going up into the concourse. Glancing back, I saw half of the force coming up with us, apparently not recognizing we were ahead of them. No pictures out yet. We reached the top and went left, away from the direction the police were headed. Unlike the tunnel, in the concourse, the cameras looked like something out of a Vegas casino, one little dome sticking out of the ceiling every 30 feet. Shit! I hugged the wall, attempting to cross the concourse to the down escalators on the far side, getting back to the tunnel while there was still a gap in the police presence. Before we reached it, a group of police crossed over, headed our way. I turned into an alcove, rotating in front of Jennifer and shielding her face with my body. "Tell me when they've passed us. If they start walking toward us, the game is up." I saw Jennifer's face blanch. "Shit," she said. "One's moving directly toward us. What do we do? Should we run?" "Stay calm. If he's headed to us, we're done. Don't assume that's what he's doing, though. Wait until he asks us a question." "He's still coming. He's walking right to us." Okay. Bend down and mess inside your bag. Anything to hide your face. Act like you're looking for tickets or something." Squatting down, I began to rummage through my carry-on next to her. I could hear Jennifer muttering under her breath. "Shit, I'm going to prison. Mom's going to love this. Uncle's fucking dead. I'm a terrorist. The only man I know's a nutcase. All I try to do is the right thing. Why does this stuff happen to me? Who'd I piss off?" I saw the cop out of the corner of my eye. I waited for the tap on the shoulder. He moved right past me and kept going into the alcove. For the first time, I noticed it was a men's room. Whew. Too close for comfort. I reached over to get Jennifer's attention when I caught the tail end of her rambling. "Why don't you just tie the fucker up buck naked right here? Get us out of this the same way you got us into it." What a crybaby. "You going to bitch all day, or can we get the hell out of here?" She snapped out of it, saw we weren't under arrest, and looked up at me with a sheepish grin. I saw her eyes focus on the sign above my head. Yeah, he went in to take a piss. We should go before he's done.
Sorry, I didn't mean any of that. Just letting off a little steam.
I began walking down the concourse toward a restaurant, saying, "Well, you'll have plenty of time for that, because we're fucked. We can't get out without getting to the far end, and I'm pretty sure there's a platoon of cops at baggage claim by now. We need a way out that normal passengers don't use."
I know a way.
I looked at her face and saw she was serious. "What do you mean?"
There's a pilot's lounge down below Concourse A. Get down there, and we can get on the Delta employee bus. It takes us right out of the airport grounds.
How do you know that? Are you sure?
My dad was a pilot for Delta. He was also a deadbeat sack of shit that I haven't seen since I was 7. After my parents divorced, his idea of quality time was dragging me through here while he worked. I've spent plenty of time in that lounge.
She had just earned her weight for the entire trip. Can you find it? How do we get in? What's the procedure?
I can find it, but that was way before 9/11. I have no idea about the procedure now.
You said a concourse. That's the next one up. Let's go. We saw that the escalator was now free of police and hurried to get to the tunnel below before they returned. The escalator was a long one, about 60 feet down to the ground. Halfway down, a cop sauntered over and positioned himself at the bottom, his back to us. He acted a little bored until he turned around and glanced up. Then he looked like he was going to shit his pants. Damn. Pictures are out. Chapter 62. The cop pulled his weapon and aimed it up at us while we glided relentlessly toward him. Jennifer was in front of me, preventing any action. He was an older guy, about 60, and I saw the pistol barrel shake with his adrenaline. He's liable to shoot out of reflex. "Jennifer, raise your hands." We both did, and continued our glide, with him shouting all sorts of commands at us and into a radio. Every time he moved his other hand to key the mic on his shoulder, the gun hand would quake violently. Right-handed. He backed up as we reached the end of the escalator, both hands back on his weapon, screaming at us to keep our hands in the air. I slipped in front of Jennifer at the end, attempting to calm him. "We're done. We're done. Please don't shoot." Once we were on the ground with him, and seeing our acquiescence, he seemed to grow more confident, saying, "Up against the wall, now!" He barked out orders like an overweight Dirty Harry. I turned to face the wall, making sure that Jennifer was to my left, away from the barrel I was about to move. I waited on him to key his mic, leaving one hand on his weapon. I heard him start talking. "Please be strong enough to take this." I rotated to my left, pushing his gun hand away from me while grabbing onto the wrist. I drove a light, stunning palm strike into his nose with my right hand, then closed it over my left, controlling the pistol. I rotated the wrist, locking up the joints in his arm like a twisted rubber band. I didn't move fast enough to destroy his arm, but did move with enough speed to force his body to react, literally doing a flip to prevent his arm from being damaged. He hit the ground hard. The wind knocked out of him. I felt like shit. "Sorry about that." I picked up his weapon, ripped his radio from his belt, and took off in the direction of Concourse A, leaving him gasping for air on the ground. Jennifer stumbled after me.
"Holy fuck! We are definitely going to jail now?"
"Yeah, probably so, because if we face another police officer, I'm not doing that again. We give up." I shoved the weapon into the first trash can I could find, but kept the radio. I saw Concourse A ahead, and the cops moving around it. "Need another way up." Luckily, The lack of trains had caused everyone to use the walkway, so the tunnel was starting to swell with people still attempting to go about their daily lives. We intermingled with a group headed toward the concourse, listening to them talk about terrorists on the loose. I saw a handicapped elevator ahead, without any police presence. When we came abreast of it, I stopped and pressed the button, the door opening while the group still flowed around us. As we rode up, the cop's radio crackled with the news that we were at Concourse B. Perfect. Within seconds, we were standing outside of gate A19. No police in sight, looking at the entrance to the pilot's lounge. The news wasn't good. Fucking Bin Laden. That figures. Everyone has to swipe their badge before keying in a code. The good news was that the door was down a small hallway, so we wouldn't be seen doing something unless someone was in the hallway with us. The bad news was that Delta Airlines was serious about security. Nobody entered the door without badging in. Not even when someone already had the door open. Everyone waited, one at a time, to key in their code. Fucking pilots never listen to anybody. Why now? We need a reason for someone to hold open the door, and we need to do it quick before the police realize we aren't at Concourse B. They'll be back in force. What are we going to do? I watched a purser push an old man down the concourse in a wheelchair and came up with an idea. It worked on the exercise before Tbilisi. Nobody suspects the disabled. Follow me. I hugged the walls, staying out of the fisheye of the cameras every 30 feet. Getting to a smoking lounge, I found what I was looking for. Get in. What? Get in and act like you need this chair. Jennifer scrunched up her eyes, clearly wondering if maybe we weren't now on the desperate side of things, which we were. She sat down in the wheelchair. I'm going back to the ATM next to gate 19. I'll mess around there until someone goes into the hallway. If he's alone, I'm going to wait until he opens the door, then holler at him to hold it. This will never work. Delta doesn't have pilots in wheelchairs. I began pushing. Yeah, you might be right, but you'd be surprised at the number of times ridiculous shit I've pulled out of my ass has worked. No, I don't think I would. Pulling stuff out of your ass seems to be your way of life. We reached the ATM just as a single pilot began walking down the hallway. I pushed her forward. It's worked out pretty well so far. Chapter 63. Hey! Hold that door, please! Let me through and I'll badge in! The pilot looked at me, trying to decide, then held it open. Thanks, I appreciate it. Just let me get her inside. I could tell he was wondering why a guy in civilian clothes wanted to take a female in a wheelchair into the pilot's lounge, but his chivalry took precedence. He said, You sure you're in the right place? You know there's no elevator in here, don't you? I pushed Jennifer through, saying, Yeah, I know. She can walk short distances. She'll be okay. We're just catching the bus. I saw the door close and said, Give me a hand with her leg braces, will you? He came to the front of the wheelchair, where I was fiddling with the leg platforms. I stood up and grabbed the conveniently thick polyester collar of his uniform and cut off the blood flow to his brain. Once he was down, I ripped off his badge and stuffed him into an empty closet designed to hold the carry-on luggage of pilots coming and going. Okay? What now? Where do we go? Jennifer was stunned, looking at me like I was the Terminator. Come on, where do we go? She snapped out of it, saying, Down. There's a stewardess's lounge on the right and a pilot's lounge on the left. Once we get in there, we need to move straight to the exit. There's a bus stop underneath the concourse. 2 minutes later, we were waiting with a bunch of other Delta employees for the shuttle to the Delta parking lot. Me wearing the pilot's badge around my neck, with the picture side conveniently against my chest. After the longest 3 minutes of my life, we were on the next bus headed out of the airport. We sat in the back, away from anyone else, Jennifer still trembling from our narrow miss. She said, "I don't think I'm cut out for this law-breaking stuff. It's going to give me a nervous breakdown." I said, "Trust me, I didn't think it was fun either. You get used to it." "What do we do now? Are we still going to D.C., or are we headed to Mexico to find a cheap house to spend the rest of our lives?" "If you're game, I think we should continue on to D.C. Still want to do that?" "Well, shit. We're outlaws now. It looks like the choices are turn ourselves in, run for the rest of our lives, or try to solve this thing. That's probably the only way to get any mercy. Maybe cut the jail term to half of our lives?" "Okay, I'm game. The folks looking for us know we're in Atlanta, so we need to do all preparations here, while it won't give anything away." "What preparations do we need to do? How are we going to get to D.C. with the cops chasing us?" "We have to disappear. We can't use any credit cards, cell phones, anything tied to either you or me. Right now, the police know we're in Atlanta, so it won't do any harm to use your ATM or credit cards here. It'll just reinforce what they already know. Once we leave here, we can't use anything that will trigger an alert with the authorities. First thing we need to do is go to an ATM and take out your max amount of money. Next, we need to go to a place that sells prepaid credit cards and cell phones. We also need to get a rental car for local use." Something dawned on me. "You don't have your cell phone with you, do you?" "Yes. I turned it back on when we hit the U.S. It works now." "Turn it off and take out the battery." "I haven't called anyone. Nobody knows it's on." "Doesn't matter. Your phone talks without you using it. It constantly sends out a signal to make sure it has a tower it can talk to. This signal leaves a trail, essentially telling anyone who wants to check that your phone talked to such and such tower at such and such time. They can track the city you're currently in and neck it down to which tower you're near. Depending on the concentration of towers, it can put you within a couple of city blocks. That's without using any special gear. Trust me. Turn it off and take out the battery." I had an intimate knowledge of the power within the U.S. government and knew that any slip-ups would cause us to be caught fairly quickly. Despite all that, the federal government wasn't omnipotent. Most fugitives were caught by doing something stupid, like returning to the scene of the crime or going to a family member for help. Smarter fugitives managed to evade the law for extended periods of time, no matter how much effort was put against them. A buddy of mine in the FBI had chased a man named Eric Rudolph, a homegrown terrorist who had murdered at least 3 people and wounded upwards of 100 because of his twisted beliefs, including the 1996 bombing during the Atlanta Summer Olympics. He'd managed to evade the FBI and local police for 5 years, despite a $1 million bounty on his head and being on the FBI's 10 most wanted list. Great. You're hoping you're as good as that sick bastard. Perfect.
Chapter 64. Harold Standish slowly hung up his phone. Disappointed at the failure at the Atlanta airport, he wasn't overly surprised. Pike and Jennifer were proving to be more resourceful than he would have thought, but knowing Pike's background now, he should have anticipated it. He quickly punched in Lucas's private number. "It's Standish. Remember what we talked about yesterday? I need you to execute. Come by the office and I'll give you the phone you worked on. They're headed here, but I don't know when they'll arrive. I'm sure they'll make contact on the cloned phone." After listening for a few seconds, Standish replied, "I'll be here. See you then. Before the Atlanta incident, he'd had doubts that using Lucas was the best course of action. He'd contracted Lucas many times before for simple break-ins to gather information on opponents, but he had never asked him to do anything violent. After hearing what had happened in Atlanta, he saw Lucas as the only solution. Let's see them get away from someone who doesn't play by the rules.
7 hours after we had exited the metro at 5 Points, we pulled into the Sheraton in Greensboro, North Carolina, about halfway to Washington, D.C. We had robbed Jennifer's bank account of about $5,000 and converted that to pay-as-you-go credit cards and prepaid cell phones. Once that was accomplished, we found a rent-a-wreck car place and rented a nondescript sedan for in-town use, telling the man behind the counter our car was getting repaired. Finally, we'd stopped yet again to buy some clothes. Jennifer was probably getting sick of leaving our bags at every hotel we stayed at. After checking in, as we rode up in the elevator, Jennifer asked a question that apparently had been bouncing around in her head. "Are you sure you're not a drug dealer or something? How come you know all about hiding from the authorities? I know you didn't learn that stuff at basic training." "I had to learn it for some other things we did. I've never had to do it as a real fugitive." I could tell she didn't buy that answer. "Sure, I bet. I can't wait to get back to Charleston. You're going to save me a bundle when you set up my free cable. I'm looking forward to it." "I'm telling the truth. I'll be running out of tricks soon. Trust me." The door opened on our floor. Jennifer exited, muttering, "I doubt that."
Bakker and Syed exited their plane in Oslo, Norway, exhausted from the trip. Given the 7-hour time difference from Belize, they landed at 10 o'clock at night, almost 24 hours from the time they had left. Bakker had found them a small hotel on the outskirts of Oslo that catered to Muslim immigrants. Going through customs without issue, they flagged a cab and gave the driver an address. For security reasons, Bakker had them exit the cab 3 blocks from the hotel. While they walked, Syed asked about Walid Abdul Aziz and why on earth they were in this country. It didn't make any sense to him. The place was frigid and full of blonde-haired, blue-eyed infidels. It seemed the last place they should be. "Norway is one of the few countries in Europe that allows us to blend in without undue scrutiny from the authorities," Bakker told him. "Believe it or not, it has a very large Muslim population, larger than the people here realize, so there isn't a backlash yet. God willing, we'll own this country before they realize we're here." "What do you mean, own the country?" "The faithful have been flooding into Europe for decades. We're the minority now, but we'll eventually outpace the native people. Sharia law has already been allowed in some countries. If we can't win by fire, we might win by simple numbers." "So we're safe here? The Ummah are all true believers?" Bakker scoffed. "No. No way. Most of the Muslims came here to escape their life at home. They were told about the free welfare and decided to join in. Don't trust them just because they pray to Mecca. They'll turn you in simply to prove they aren't a threat." Wearily unpacking their bags, Bakker checked to ensure the weapon was still intact in its duct-tape cocoon. Seeing no signs of a breach, he asked Syed to set up the M4 satellite phone and check the email account. Syed demurred. "Let's get some sleep first. The message will be waiting for us when we get up, and there's nothing we can do with it right now anyway." Bakker started to argue, but didn't have the energy. He was growing weary of his partnership with Syed, wanting to be on his own again. He was unsure why his leadership had chosen Syed for their original mission, but was becoming convinced it had been a mistake that he would more than likely have to rectify. Crawling into bed, He turned out the lights.
Chapter 65. Finished cleaning up, I gave Jennifer's door a light knock. I sensed her looking through the peephole, then saw the door swing open. Jennifer was smiling, standing barefoot while finishing buttoning the top of her shirt, her hair wet and smelling of shampoo. "Hey, you're early. Let me get my shoes." She moved away from the door without waiting for a response, which was lucky, because seeing her like that made me about as comfortable as a snail crossing salt flats. "Don't knock like this again. Call first." She came back to the door wearing a ball cap. Her wet hair stuck through the hole in the back. The effect floored me. Heather had worn her hair the same way almost every weekend. Jesus, I can't do this. I knew it wasn't Jennifer's fault, but the combined effect cut me to the quick. She noticed me stiffen and looked at me with concern. "Are you all right? What's wrong?" I had no idea why my brain had made that connection. Heather looked nothing like Jennifer. It was just a ball cap. A stupid connection that passed quickly, like the jolt you feel when a car starts crossing into your lane on the freeway, then swerves back. Nothing. Let's go. I did a recce of the north lobby and found the business center. 8 minutes later, we were sitting in the Link, a pseudo-business center, pseudo-cafe, with me on one computer and Jennifer on another. I logged on to the Embassy Suites website in Old Town, Alexandria, and proceeded to get us a couple of rooms. I was finishing up the reservation, asking for adjoining rooms, when Jennifer whispered, "Pike, there's another message. It's in a different email account. The first account's empty. The message we printed in Belize is gone." I closed out my system. "Print it out." After she hit print, I said, "Scoot over. Let me try something." I got behind the keyboard and typed www.whatismyipaddress.com. "What are you doing?" "Well, we can't read the message itself, but with a little luck, we can determine where it came from. All I have to do is get the full header of the email and paste it into this website. It should have the originating IP address, which, if we're lucky, is tied to an actual location. Sometimes it's good to go. Other times it doesn't work. But it's worth a shot." I clicked Get Source and waited for the computer to quit churning. The screen loaded with an analysis of the message. Jennifer asked, "What's that telling us? Do you understand any of that?" "No. The normal human language is at the bottom." I scrolled down the screen until I saw Source. I felt Jennifer leaning over my shoulder reading the screen. Country, Norway. City, Oslo. Latitude, 59 degrees, 54 minutes, 45 seconds. Longitude, 10 degrees, 44 minutes, 19 seconds. "You're a genius!" she exclaimed. She got a stranglehold on my neck, giving it a hug. She pecked my cheek with a light kiss. What the hell was that? I leaned away from her. "I can't believe you just did that. It's like black magic or something. Why don't you raise your hands and say, 'Behave, and I'll bring back the sun'?" Hold on. All this really says is that the message went through Norway as a first gate. It doesn't mean it came from Norway. There's a good chance of that, but it isn't absolute proof. It's easy to fool this type of thing. All right. It's still pretty cool. You're a walking library of cool stuff." I didn't let it show, but I was secretly pleased with the attention. If I'd had a tail, I'd have been wagging it like a dog getting a pat from his owner. I'm pathetic. I'm going to delete this completely. If nothing else, It'll slow down the terrorists. Making sure the message was gone from both the inbox and the trash file, I said, I got a couple of rooms in D.C. Tomorrow I'll give a friend from my old unit a call. He's an Arabic speaker and can decipher both this message and the one before. Sound like a plan?
Sounds like a good plan.
We headed back to our rooms to rack out. Jennifer opened her door, then turned around.
Hey, Pike?
I stopped working my key. Yeah?
I'm sorry for that thing in the business center. I didn't mean anything by it.
She couldn't have made me more uncomfortable if she had asked to borrow a condom. Why bring it up? That's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm just still a little touchy about that sort of thing, I guess. Not your fault.
That's what I mean. I could tell I made you uncomfortable. I wasn't trying to make you think of your wife. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure we're still on the same sheet of music. I shouldn't have done that.
She broke into a smile.
But you do have some neat tricks.
Abu Bakr awoke before Abu Sayyid. He could feel the endgame in his bones and was itching to bring it about. Quietly setting up the M4, he logged on to the internet and checked the next address on the email list. 2 messages were in the inbox, both supposedly from Nigeria, telling him he had been named in a rich man's will. All he needed to do was wire some money to get his inheritance. Disappointed, Bakr checked the other addresses. None contained the message he was looking for. This was getting a little annoying. Working at a snail's pace was fine when one had that luxury, but they needed to get moving. It had been over 48 hours since their last message. He woke up Syed. "We have no new message." Syed rubbed the sleep out of his eyes, secretly happy that his desire to go to bed earlier had proved to be the right call. "How long should we wait? What do we do if he never contacts us?" "I think we should send another message to the Sheikh. If that doesn't work, we head out on our own. I think I can get some Semtex explosives from some helpers in the Balkans, but we won't be able to implicate the Persians. God willing, we'll still accomplish our mission." Syed was pleased that Bakr was now getting impatient and was willing to strike out together with or without the message. "Let's send the email," he said. Bakr turned back to the computer and typed a simple message. "We have successfully entered the country of Walid. He hasn't contacted us. We wanted to ensure that he knew we were ready to meet. God willing, please give us the path to take." Bakr closed the laptop. Now, we wait. Chapter 66. Lucas leaned back from his computer with a new appreciation for his adversary. His research administration assistant had sent him a data dump on his assigned targets. On the screen was the enlisted record brief for Nephilim Logan, the man he knew as Pike. The ERB was a 1-page document used by the U.S. Army to encapsulate a soldier's career. In Pike's case, his assignments read like a who's who of the military elite. Initial assignment to the 3rd Ranger Battalion, on to Special Forces, with 2 years in Okinawa in 1st Battalion, 1st Special Forces Group, followed by 11 years in 1st Special Forces Operational Detachment, Delta. His last assignment had been as some do-nothing communications technician on Fort Bragg. Retirement job. His military schooling had produced more badges than he was allowed to wear at any one time on his uniform, to include a combat infantryman's badge with a star, indicating combat in 2 different conflicts. He would clearly not be an easy target. Another time, another place, and we'd be drinking beers together. Jennifer Cahill, on the other hand, had proven to be exactly as advertised, a college student. The only thing remarkable about her was her picture, since even the passport photo couldn't hide her good looks. Other than that, she had spent most of her adult life as either a student or a housewife. Lucas was a careful, meticulous planner. He would become obsessed with the research on his targets prior to conducting a mission. It was what made him successful on assignments that were way outside the bounds of U.S. law. In truth, it was no different than what he'd done while in the military. Learn about the enemy in the hopes of exploiting a weakness and avoiding enemy strengths. To this end, he'd found it useful in his work to subscribe to various data mining websites available on the internet. It never failed to amaze him how much information was free for the taking to someone who wanted to look. He was broken out of his thoughts by the phone ringing. Looking at the caller ID, he saw it was Standish. Shit, just what I need. Hello? Hey, Standish here. Have you heard anything yet? Why the hell is he bothering me? Standish had no expertise at all in manhunting. His skills were in personal destruction from the shadows, cowardly stabbing people in the back. The truth of the matter was that Lucas respected the target Standish had given him much more than he did Standish himself, but Standish was paying the bills. I just need to cut out this micromanaging bullshit. Standish, listen to me. You gave me the phone less than 24 hours ago. I'm not sure what you think's going to happen, but your target is a hard man. This isn't going to be easy. I'll get it done, but I won't be answering to you every 5 minutes. I'll call you when the mission's accomplished. If you don't hear from me, assume it hasn't been done. You got that? Whoa. I'm the one paying for this. If I want information, you'll give it to me. I'm not going to throw money at you just to have you blow it without oversight. Do you have that? Yeah. I got it. Fuck this, I quit. What? You can't quit. You owe me. Lucas snarled. I owe you nothing. You push that button one more time and you're going to see firsthand what I owe you. Understand? I don't want to hear that ever again. Lucas waited a few seconds, hearing nothing but breathing. Call me when you have something. Fine. Lucas was sick of hearing what he owed Standish. Fucking politician. A weasel like every other politician. No honor, no belief in something greater than himself. Just whatever favor could be gleaned based on which way the wind was blowing. Yeah, Standish had possibly helped him out, but the truth of the matter was there wasn't any proof that he had done anything wrong. The only people who could prove he had killed civilians were dead in an IED attack. He'd eventually have gotten off anyway. He regretted having killed his teammates, but they had lost their way. It was war, goddammit. He had killed the civilians to get information on terrorist attacks. It had worked. The team broke up a terrorist cell that had murdered at least 30 Americans and would have murdered 30 more. He didn't understand why his teammates had chosen to turn him in, but he couldn't let it stand. He had done the right thing. 2 non-combatants for 30 Americans. How could that not be seen as a good thing? He had been working the civilian side of the defense industry for over a year now, and was beginning to hate it. Everything was about the almighty dollar. Nothing was about a cause, a goal greater than the individual. It disgusted him, and he wanted out. Even his actions in Afghanistan, while others might not understand them, were for something larger than money. At the least, it saved American lives, even counting the 2 who had died at his hand. The sacrifice was for a larger effort. Now his work did nothing but cause money to exchange hands. It wasn't that he disliked the work. Truth be told, he'd never minded killing, any more than the average big-game hunter. He didn't draw any particular pleasure from the act itself, but did enjoy the hunt. Now, though, the purpose was gone. Since he had started contracting out, most of his employment had been nothing more than gleaning sleazy information for Standish, the greatest success coming when he found a political rival with a young boy. It disgusted him. He'd done only one violent act since leaving the Navy, on behalf of a foreign corporation looking to gain an inside advantage on a classified defense contract. Their only competition was a small outfit at Fort Bragg, something the foreign entity should have been able to outbid. The problem was that the competition was U.S.-based, and thus the foreign company was convinced they were going to lose. Lucas had smoked the CEO of the U.S. contractor, securing a foreign win. The money had been extremely lucrative, worth the woman and child he'd been forced to kill as well. The money Standish was throwing around was even better. Enough to quit this shit forever. He looked at this target as a blessing. The fact that 2 people would die caused him no angst at all. It was just work. Lucas returned to the problem at hand. He had a pretty good background on both of his targets now, and began to build a plan of attack. He would need his best folks for this one, as he was fairly sure a mistake against Pike had the potential to be catastrophic. He ran through his Rolodex of employees, all of whom worked for him on a contract basis, picking 10 that fit the bill. He purposely left out the 2 who had worked with him at Fort Bragg. When push came to shove, they had balked at killing the woman and child. He had no idea where this would go, and didn't need anyone who might hesitate. He gave each of the men a call, telling them he had a job and the time to show up at the office if they were interested. He then began building a target package on both Jennifer and Pike. In the back of his mind, he thought about the money he'd make and the chance to get out. To get away from people like Standish. Maybe I'll get my check and smoke him for free. Help out the country.
Chapter 67. I waited until I was outside of Fredericksburg, on Interstate 95 about 45 minutes south of Washington, D.C., before I made the call. I had Jennifer dial the number on her new track phone, then hand it to me. A man answered on the 3rd ring. I said, "Ethan, hey, it's Pike Logan. How are you doing?" There was a pregnant pause. I'm sure he was getting over the initial shock of hearing my voice. I looked over at Jennifer, raised my eyebrow, and tilted the phone so she could hear. "Pike, what's up? How are you doing?" "Hey, nothing like a call from the past. I'm fine. I'm going to be in D.C. tonight, and I thought I'd drop by for a visit." Ethan was an analyst inside the Taskforce. As such, he was support. Ordinarily, there was an unofficial separation between operators and direct support personnel. But I had always thought the distinction was bullshit, and had hit it off with Ethan. Being a geographic bachelor whenever I was in D.C., I had dinner with Ethan's family about twice a month. The last time I had seen him was in the mission brief for the operation in Tbilisi. Since my implosion, Ethan hadn't said 2 words to me. It would do him no good to take sides on my demise, and so he had taken the route of discretion being the better part of valor. I didn't blame him, although I could hear the wariness in his voice as I finally convinced him to let us come by. Jennifer, having heard my end of the conversation, said, "That's a friend? Don't get mad, but out of curiosity, how bad were you when you left? What happened?" "About as bad as I was when we first met. You can expect everyone to look at me funny, like a cancer patient who might or might not be in remission. Everyone will be afraid to ask how I am." I was surprised to find I was comfortable talking about it. That was a first. There wasn't any big blowout like a drunk finally killing a carload of kids or something. I just sort of fell apart. The Force did everything they could to help me, but it was all based on me wanting to get better. I didn't. Eventually, I just left. Jennifer appeared lost in thought. She finally said, "You ever think about fate?
or destiny? You ever think that God makes things happen for a reason?
I think about that all the time. In fact, it tears me up. Why do you ask? She suddenly looked embarrassed and uncomfortable.
Nothing. Nothing at all. I just sometimes wonder.
I let the silence go for a second, then prodded her. Wonder what? What were you going to say?
Well, what are the odds of me picking you up at the Windjammer? Me, someone who's about to get killed, picking up you, the one person with the skills to prevent it? Think about it. What are the odds that we'd collide at all, given the entire United States? Shit, given just the city of Charleston. It's just weird is all. It's a perfect storm. It makes me think.
So what's the reason for this? Besides my company, I mean.
Maybe saving a lot of lives.
Chapter 68. Later, after the settling in at the hotel, I decided it was time to get moving. It looks like we have a few hours before we need to link up with Ethan. I'm going to the Taskforce headquarters to leave a note for Kurt, along with our cell phone numbers. I paused, not wanting a fight. No offense, but I can't take you there. I have to go alone. She smiled.
Come on. I'm not that big of a jerk, am I? I understand. I'll just hang around here. No big deal.
No way I was going to resist that opening. No, that's not what I meant. Jerk isn't what I'd call you. Anyway, what you could do...
What's that mean?
She flicked her hand and backhanded my stomach.
Would you like to see me be a jerk? I don't think you'd enjoy it.
Ow! Jesus! I don't like it right now. I snatched her hand out of the air to prevent her from hitting me again. I was just kidding. What I was going to say was it would help if you went out and bought a laptop. One with wireless so we don't have to keep searching for internet business centers. Can you do that? She squinted at me, the touch of a grin on her face. Waiting a beat, she said,
Sure. Gives me something to do anyway. We'll just meet back here?
I realized I was still holding her hand and dropped it like a piece of hot iron. Yeah, I should be gone no more than an hour. Get your stuff. We can walk to the metro together. If you get off 2 stops after Reagan National, you'll be at a pretty big mall. The stop's Pentagon City. When she saw my embarrassment, Jennifer's little grin threatened to break into a smile, causing a clash of confusing feelings. I dealt with it the usual way, by getting pissed off. What? What are you grinning about? Can we go? She rolled her eyes, holding her hand in front of my face and making me feel like an ass.
Yeah? Let me get my purse before your head explodes.
We headed to the metro station and hopped on the first train in, the Blue Line. We sat in the back away from anyone else and rode silently past the first 2 stops. 1 minute out from the Pentagon City stop, I remembered what we were doing and the fact that Jennifer wasn't a professional. I kicked myself for having taken her precautions for granted. She was going out by herself into a world where someone wanted both of us very badly. A world full of invisible predators. Hey, the next stop is yours. Look, I don't want to scare you, but please be very, very careful. I've racked my brain about the Homeland Security alert and can't come up with any reason whatsoever for that to have occurred. One name might be a coincidence, but both our names together is outside the realm of believable. I think that the alert has something to do with what we know.
You said that was just a mistake. Why would anyone do that on purpose?
I held up my hands.
I don't know it was done on purpose. On the one hand, it could simply be a mistake, some crossed wires from our visit to the embassy in Belize. There is also the very, very slim chance that it was sent by Kurt, and once we were in the interrogation rooms, they would have simply put us in contact with him. And if it's not? Well, the other reasons aren't that good. It could mean that someone knew we were traveling together, and so knew why we were traveling. Whoever that someone is wanted us to get arrested so that we're out of the picture. Jennifer pondered a bit, asking a question softly. You really think that alert was done intentionally to get us out of the way? I honestly don't know. In my heart, I don't believe that. But I want you to act as if it's true. Treat the entire mall trip as if you're walking through a crack slum. Check out anyone coming near you. Avoid any contact with strangers. Someone stares at you the wrong way, get the fuck out. Go back to the hotel room. You tracking? She nodded. I continued. As soon as you're off the train, call my cell phone so you can simply hit redial in an emergency. Call me every 30 minutes. If you don't get through, if I don't answer, get out. Go straight to the hotel, lock the doors, and wait. I'll get in touch. If I don't hear from you, I'm coming straight here to the mall. If anything happens, try to stay in the area. Create a scene, whatever you can do to give me a clue on finding you. Whoa! Are you serious? You think it's that bad? I can't believe this. All right, I'll try to leave a bloody napkin or maybe a finger for you to find. Come on, that's not funny. I don't think it's that bad, but it doesn't hurt to be prepared. Okay, I can handle myself. I'll stay in crowded areas and scream my head off if someone tries anything. What about you? You're going straight to the one place that has people like you, the one place that can hurt you. What if they're the ones that did it? Maybe we should just call your unit. I shook my head. They change numbers every 3 months. I can't call. Even if I could, it's not the Taskforce. No way. That's not what they do. If anything, they can figure out what's going on. The train pulled into Pentagon City. This is you. Don't get hurt. Jennifer smiled. I'll be okay. Trust me, I can deal with a shopping mall. She jumped out just as the doors were closing. I continued to stare out the window, seeing her pull out her phone to call me. My phone rang as the train pulled away. I gave her one more admonishment about being alert, then hung up. I was wondering if splitting up was such a hot idea. The cell phone contact plan was of more psychological help than anything else. It would allow me to know she was safe, but wouldn't do anything to help me find her. If she didn't call, I knew there would be very little I could do. I put myself at ease with the thought that nobody had paid us a second's worth of attention on the drive up here, and both hotels had checked us in without question. While the police were probably ripping my boat apart in Charleston, we hadn't been on any news programs I had seen. I just have to hope our luck continued.
Chapter 69. Lucas assessed his assembled team, satisfied that they could get the mission done. He had called 10 men, needing at least 5 for the mission. 4 of the 10 were already contracted on another assignment. Out of the remaining 6 who answered his call, 4 were ex-U.S. Navy SEALs and 2 were ex-U.S. Army Special Forces. All were ruthless, intelligent, and very highly trained. After thanking them for coming, he started the PowerPoint slideshow, giving them the background on the targets. He began with Jennifer, getting juvenile comments on her looks and heckling about why their skills were needed. The demeanor changed when he got to Pike. The men became serious, taking notes and asking questions. After the background, he gave them the mission statement. Both of these targets are to be terminated. There are no specific constraints on the termination. The only rules of engagement are that they are both out of the picture, and the act cannot be traced back to us. Collateral damage is acceptable as long as it is restricted to 5 or less. We know they're coming here, to D.C. In fact, they may already be here. Through information from other sources, we believe they'll make contact with an individual or individuals here in Washington. One of those individuals is tied to this phone. He held up the cloned handset. This is our only lead. We'll set up a duty roster with this post manned 24/7. During the day, you'll stay here, just like that mission against the defense contractor 6 months ago. The bunks are still in the back, Xbox and cable still hooked up. At night, if you're not on duty, you're free to do what you want, as long as you can get back here in 30 minutes on a recall, sober and ready to work. Along with the man minding the phone, half the team will bunk here each night on a rotating basis. The actual mission will be fluid. No set plans or rehearsals. The Fort Bragg op was a pretty good template to use. Get this done, and we get a pretty good paycheck. He turned to the SEAL directly to his right. Mason, you're the team chief. Set up the duty roster however you see fit. Assign positions and issue out the necessary kit. Sean's out front with your beepers and cell phones, all new and clean. Lucas paused. All of you, look at me. He waited until he had their undivided attention. This Nephilim character's picture is next to the definition of badass in the dictionary. Do not underestimate him. We need to take him out quick. If you get him in your sights and can meet the rules of engagement, take him down. We can deal with the girl at our leisure, but make a mistake against this guy, or let him know he's being hunted, and he'll kill you. Any questions? Lucas spent the next 30 minutes answering a barrage of queries on everything from the title trace of the cars they would drive to the response time of EMS vehicles at an automobile accident. Holding true to the ethos of the special operations units they had come from, Lucas let the planning evolve from the bottom up. He gave out the guidance and let them sort through the gritty details. 45 minutes later, they had the skeleton of an operational plan, with various straw man scenarios rehearsed on whiteboards and individual assignments dictated. They could now execute a multitude of plans on a moment's notice, with only the actual location of the operation unknown. Syed watched Baker pace back and forth in their small hotel room, clearly impatient that a message hadn't arrived. Syed had checked the account every hour on the hour, but they'd received nothing. Baker stopped pacing and walked to the door. I'm going out. I need to get some air. This is driving me crazy. Allah has shown us the way throughout this journey. He'll continue to do so. There's no reason to worry or get angry. He'll speak again when he's ready. When Baker didn't respond, Syed thought maybe he was getting through to him. He had convinced Baker to choose this path, and now wondered if Baker himself had the courage to believe in their destiny. Maybe he was looking for a reason to fail. Syed had seen it before. Otherwise, brave, righteous men cracking under the pressure placed upon them by the word of God. Not wanting to fail, but unable to simply leave, they ended up doing foolish things to ensure their place in heaven. He needed to prevent that with Baker. He knew his limitations. Syed had proven time and time again that he could accomplish missions against all odds, but always as a member of a team, never as a leader, or, in this case, on his own. Without Baker, he knew he would fail. He booted up the M4, praying that Walid had answered. He checked the next Yahoo address and immediately deflated. It was empty. Behind him, he heard Bakker say, "Still nothing?" Before Bakker could get angry again, Syed said, "Let me check the other addresses. Maybe it went to the wrong one." Syed went to the next address on the list, watching anxiously as the new web page loaded. There were 2 messages, one spam and the other from the sheik. A shiver ran through him. Finally, an answer. He opened the message. It was short and to the point. "Praise Allah, my pilgrims have made it to the land of Walid. I have passed your message, and Walid has replied that he gave you instructions which you did not follow. He will contact you again, but requests that you send the email address you wish to use to ensure there are no more mistakes. May Allah smile on your mission. All are aware of your journey, and all praise your quest. Wait for his contact, then smite the infidels with his help." Syed breathed a sigh of relief. It had all been a simple mistake. He felt a huge weight leave his shoulders. Everything was going to be okay. He turned away from the computer smiling, only to see Bakker, his face drained of blood, staring at the screen as if he had seen his own death. Syed had had enough. "What is it now, you old woman? Can't you be happy about anything? 30 minutes ago you were whining like a dog about not getting a message. Now you're mad about getting one." Bakker sat in silence. He finally said, "I'm taking the weapon in the morning. We've been discovered." Syed was stunned. "Taking the weapon? Have you lost your mind?" "Walid sent us a message, but we didn't get it. Now we get the next message on the next email address." "Why? Why didn't the sheik send the message in the order he dictated us to use?" "It's because there was a message, and he thought we had received it. Thus, that email address was no longer usable. We didn't get it because someone else retrieved it. Someone has that email address, and might have the others. I have no idea of the technology the great Satan employs, but it's not impossible." Left unsaid was the mistake that Syed had made in Guatemala. "Quit it," Syed said. "You're constantly afraid of your own shadow. Why does everything have to be some evil plot against us? Why can't you trust in Allah to protect us? Just once." Bakker spoke in a dangerously quiet tone. "Dog, it's because of my caution that I live. I have killed more infidels in a month than you have in your life. I have no idea why Allah has shined a light on you and allowed you to survive with the mistakes you make, but I'm not going to repeat them." Syed felt a chill. Bakker was not a man to test, and Syed could sense the mission falling apart, with Bakker about to make a decision that would leave him alone, without any support, forcing him to face his fears. He held his tongue, awaiting Bakker's decision. "I'm leaving tomorrow with the weapon," Bakker said. "Whatever happens here, we can't let the infidels steal the means of victory. It may simply be a mistake, but we should act as if it isn't. You will remain behind here to wait for Walid's message. Once you have that, meet him and finish the final planning." "But where will you go? What'll I do once I meet Walid?" "I'll head to Bosnia. There are plenty of old fighters there willing to help. You do exactly what we were going to do all along. Give him our request for evidence to blame the Persians, and figure out how we'll get into Palestine. Once you know that, contact me with the plan. God willing, we'll meet again and continue our journey together." "But if you're right, I'll be arrested. I'll be the one who dies without striking a blow against the infidels. Maybe we should both go." Syed's voice cracked. He hoped Bakker took it as concern for the mission, and not a fear of being exposed as a fraud. It must have worked, because Bakker didn't sugarcoat anything, choosing instead to give him the hard facts. You may very well die here, or at the least be put in prison. But your part of the mission is worth that risk. Without you and Walid, I'll be forced to go on my own, with little chance of starting the catalyst that you envisioned. I need your help to make this work. Even so, we can take steps to protect ourselves.
How? What should I do?
It's time for you to become what you are going to become in America. A simple college student, without any political aspirations. If they suspect us, the far enemy will focus on this section of the city. Check out of this Muslim hotel. Find one in the city that doesn't stand out and allows you to blend into the local tourist scenery. Set up your meeting with Walid away from known hotbeds and radical mosques. That should protect you more than any security procedures I could devise. Syed calmed down, feeling more secure. After all, Bakr had the weapon. Bakr would be the Shaheed. Syed wouldn't have to push the button. He would be the facilitator, and with Allah's help, they would succeed.
All right. I'll stay and meet Walid. How will you get to Bosnia?
Well, I can't fly, since they might be watching the airports. I'll take a ferry from here to Germany. From there, I'll take trains and buses until I join up with our Muslim brothers in Tuzla. It'll take a little longer, but we'll be more secure.
Give me 5 minutes, and I'll get that set up.
Before he could boot up the M4 satellite phone, Bakr stopped him. Wait. We need to ensure we can communicate first. I want you to establish a separate email address, known only to you and me. Every 24 hours, I want you to send me a message. Include the town of Fallujah in the message somewhere. If I don't hear from you every 24 hours, or I get a message without the mention of Fallujah, I'll assume you've been captured or killed. I'll then immediately take the weapon and attempt to use it to the best of my abilities. He stopped, waiting for Syed to look up. When he had Syed's undivided attention, he began again. Syed, I don't want to make you mad, but the only way that splitting up will be a mistake is if you fail in this task and inadvertently send me to my death. Once I believe that you're discovered, I'll immediately flee to stay out of the hands of the authorities. There'll be no turning back. Do you understand? Syed said,
I understand. Don't worry. I won't fail you.
Bakr relaxed, satisfied that he had made his point. From here out, we must act as if we were still in the land of two rivers. Watch around you. Look for the infidel with the knife. We've come very far in a short amount of time. God willing, we'll finish our journey in victory. But it will require diligence, and I'm sure we'll both be tested before this is through. Syed felt sick to his stomach at the thought of being left alone.
Chapter 70. I called Jennifer as soon as I stepped off the metro at King Street, asking her to meet me in the lobby. I had managed to leave my number at Taskforce headquarters, but it hadn't been smooth. I was no longer a member of the elite little club. I didn't have the badges or passwords to get me into the inner sanctum, so I had to make a fuss. Even then, after getting through the first gate and begging to simply leave a number for Kurt, I was ignored because Kurt officially didn't exist. I was politely asked to leave by Abigail, a gray-haired lady from whom I had bought Girl Scout cookies for years. I'd bought enough to put her grandkid through college, yet she acted like she'd never seen me. Eventually, the internal security force had shown up, giving me the not-so-subtle hint to get the fuck out. Before they pitched me headfirst out the door, Abigail finally broke through her stupid cover and said she'd take my number. I knew she'd get it to Kurt, so I guess I had succeeded. By the time I reached the lobby, Jennifer was already downstairs, carrying our new laptop. Less than an hour later, we were at Ethan's house. I took the lead to the front door, looking at my watch before I rang the doorbell. Close enough for government work. I rang the bell and waited. Immediately, a dog began barking like his fur was on fire. I smiled. Sounds like a rabid wolf, but he's really a teddy bear. I heard Ethan tell the dog to shut up before opening the door. I waited, a little anxious at the response I would get. Ethan gave me a big grin, holding his arms open. Phew. After embracing me, he noticed Jennifer for the first time.
Who's this?
A friend of mine. Jennifer Cahill, this is Ethan Merriweather, otherwise known as Haji. Ethan shook her hand, then invited us both inside. I bent down to ruffle the fur of a brown and tan mutt that looked like a cross between a bulldog and a miniature collie. The dog began to jump all over me, slobbering. "Hey, Eddie, how you been?" Looking up, I asked, "Kathy around? I'd like to say hello."
No, unfortunately she's not. She really wanted to see you as well. But Emily and Rachel had a big Girl Scout thing tonight. It's been planned for a month.
I nodded, relieved at the answer. It would be pretty hard for Kathy to decide at the last minute to attend something like that. And I knew that Ethan wouldn't outright lie to me. Standing up from Eddie, freeing him to run over to Jennifer and begin slobbering all over her, I said, "That's too bad. I'd really like to see her and the kids. I don't know how long I'll be in D.C., but maybe I'll get the chance later."
How about coming by for dinner tomorrow night? I know we're out here in the boondocks, but she'll make your favorite, chicken pot pie.
I couldn't help but laugh, because chicken pot pie was what Kathy always served when I came to dinner, whether I wanted it or not. "You want some home-cooked food?" I asked Jennifer. "I think that would be great. If one extra is okay." I knew Jennifer's coming was implied. "Sounds like a date." I paused, then got to the point. "Can we go to your study? I've got some stuff to show you."
You know the way. I'll grab some beers.
Once Ethan entered, I spread out both email messages, one repeatedly folded and stained, the other a fresh computer printout. "Haji, this is what we need translated. We got these from 2 different email accounts. It's terrorist-related, but we don't really know how." He picked up the first sheet, spending a few minutes studying it. Placing it down, he picked up the second sheet. After about 15 seconds, he placed it back down and returned to the first sheet, walking around the room and studying it. I finally got fed up. "Well, what's it say?" Ethan snapped out of his trance, looking at us like he didn't know where we'd come from. After a pause, he said,
Okay, one is clearly some sort of terrorist message. It talks about killing infidels and other things. The other is simply an invitation to coffee with an address.
I already knew that one was terrorist-related, but was surprised at the other translation. "What's the address? Is it in Norway?"
It doesn't have a country listed, but it's a coffee shop somewhere in Europe. The verbiage is a direct phonetic translation, and it isn't American. The meeting occurred today at 1300.
"What's the other message say? The first one?"
Well, it's pretty ominous, but it's something I read every single day in chatter we get fed, so don't freak out.
Yeah. The difference here is that I've met them. I know they're trying to kill people. I just don't know how. What's it say?
Here's what I think it says. Operation Badr will exceed our expectations. We no longer will strike the far enemy in his homeland. We came upon a weapon that will push the Zionists into the sea at the same time it causes the far enemy to destroy the Persians. Praise Allah, we will rejoice when all infidels are destroyed because of this, leaving us with the assurance of the caliphate. Please reply telling us this path is blessed, or tell us what to do next. Is that what you expected?
Yeah, something like that. What do you make of it? What's an Arabic mind saying when it says that?
Well, I'm not an Arab. I'm not really keen on telling you what I think because I'm probably wrong.
Haji, cut the shit. I'm not a robot. I already know what I think. I'd like to hear what you think. I'm not going to run off shooting people because of it. You're an analyst, for Christ's sake. This is what you do. Ethan held up his hands.
Okay. Starting right off, they reference the Battle of Badr, the first significant defeat of Meccan forces by Muhammad, which led to Islam taking over the Arabian Peninsula way back when. Going further, this is clearly an AQ message. The references to the far enemy and the caliphate point to that. Getting to the meat, in my mind, these guys have a weapon and they intend to use it on Israel. That, in itself, isn't unusual. Every Arab with a firecracker says that sort of thing. In this case, I don't think these guys believe they have a firecracker. I think they have a weapon that is dangerous enough to cause a phenomenal reaction. Something designed to cause the Israelis to really go nuts.
Okay. So far I'm tracking. That's about what I thought. What about the Persian comment? I couldn't make heads or tails of that. What do you think he's saying there?
Honestly, that part's a little disturbing. I'm not sure, but it could mean that the weapon will be blamed on Iran, causing Israel to attack them. The second order of effect for that, of course, would be that we would support Israel, drawing us into a war with Iran. The end result, in the mind of the guy who wrote this?
He paused, looking at me.
Understand, I'm not saying this would happen, but I think they want to start the clash of civilizations everyone blabs about. They want to start a true holy war using Israel as the bad guy. We'd be forced to defend Israel in any attack against Iran and all other Arab states, because it's Israel doing the attacking, would be forced to choose sides. There's no question whose side they'll choose.
Ethan stopped, thinking about what he had just said.
Man, this could actually work. If they could blame the Iranians for a serious attack, especially with the nutcase in charge constantly talking about destroying Israel, it probably would start a chain reaction that would lead to a global fight between the Christian and Muslim worlds.
He paced back and forth for a second.
Do you really think that such a weapon is real? Do you think these guys really found something in Guatemala?
I don't know. I'm inclined to think they did, since a couple of Indigs died on her uncle's expedition, and these guys have made arrangements to meet someone to continue on whatever journey they think they're on. If they failed in finding a weapon, or if the weapon wasn't real, why continue?
Shit, this is bad news. What are you going to do?
I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to pass everything you just said to the Taskforce. Kurt should contact me tomorrow. What you could do, if you don't mind, is simply reinforce what I'm going to say. I'll tell Kurt everything I have, but you know what my reputation is. He might blow me off, and I wouldn't blame him. Either way, this is a problem for the Taskforce, not for me. Ethan mulled over his options. Finally, he said,
Yeah, I can do that. I don't know how soon I'll see the boss. You remember his schedule. but I'll certainly tell him when I see him.
Ethan stood at the door until they drove off. Once they were out of sight, he went to the telephone to call Domino's for the second time that week. Before he dialed, he thought about Pike's visit. He picked up the handset, calling the Taskforce duty officer instead. Chapter 71. Mason hung up the clone cell phone. Picking up the clean duty phone, he called Lucas. "We got a hit. Pike was visiting a guy named Ethan Merriweather tonight." "Is he still there?" "No, he left. The man on the phone says that Pike talked about interesting stuff and just wanted to relay that. Want to do anything with this?" "Yeah. Alert the team. Tell them to get in as fast as possible. While we're inbound, figure out everything you can on this Ethan Merriweather. Find out where he lives and do a quick analysis of the area. I don't want to waste any time when we get to the office. Give us a target dump on both the man and his location." "You got it. Anything specific you want me to hone in on?" "Yeah. Figure out if this guy's a badass as well. Check his military background. I guarantee he has one." "Roger that. See you in 30 minutes. It took Mason all of 10 minutes to get a complete background on Ethan, to include his address, family members, and the last time he had paid his electric bill. 32 minutes later, he was briefing the assembled team. "The target is a 34-year-old Caucasian male. His MOS is 96B Intel Analyst. He is currently working in J3 Special Operations Division at the Pentagon. He's airborne qualified, but that's it as far as specialized schooling we care about. Basically, he's your standard intel weenie. No known firearms, no bills being paid to Johnny's hours of jiu-jitsu, nothing dangerous at all. He has a wife and 2 children, both girls, ages 8 and 11. Of note, he does have a dog, but I couldn't determine a breed. All I could find were some vet bills for various things, which leads me to believe the dog is getting on in years." Moving to the next slide in the presentation, Mason continued the briefing, covering the neighborhood and the house where Ethan lived in detail. When he finished, he turned the briefing over to Lucas. Standing up, Lucas said, "This is pretty straightforward. We simply need this Ethan to tell us where to find Pike. Once we have that information, terminate whoever is in the house. Don't do it before we have the information, since you might need to use the wife or children for persuasion on the target." Randy, one of the SF men, cut in. "What's our authorized level of persuasion? What if he refuses to talk?" "There is no limit. Make him talk. Does anyone here have any qualms about that?" The team looked around at each other, but nobody said a word. If you look at the team, you'll see the only 2 missing from the Fort Bragg op are Carl and Alan. When push came to shove, they didn't have the stomach for the work. Almost caused mission failure right when we were culminating. Lucas made eye contact with each member of the team. "Does anyone have any qualms about terminating the wife and kids? No judgments here. Not everyone can do this kind of work. If that's you, say so now, before we launch." Once again, nobody said anything. "Okay. Spend 10 minutes figuring out how you want to tackle this problem. No more than that. It's pretty straightforward, and the trail's getting colder every second we sit here. For all we know, Pike and the girl are already driving to another city. I expect you guys to be on the road in 15 minutes.
Chapter 72. I rolled over, groggy and unsure of what had awakened me, the noise blending into my semi-conscious dream. I realized my cell phone was ringing, and snatched it up before whoever was calling could hang up, knowing it was either a wrong number or Kurt. "Hello? Pike, is that you?" "Yeah, who's this?" "It's Kurt. We need to meet. You went to Ethan Merriweather's house last night?" "Yes, sir, I did.
But it was simply to get all the facts before I talked to you today. I didn't do anything.
Ethan's dead, Kurt said. I need to talk to you right now.
I was wide awake now. What? What the fuck are you talking about? I just saw him.
I'm not going to talk on a cell phone. Let's do this face to face.
I stopped my questions. When and where?
It's now about 9:45.
I fumbled for my watch, thinking that surely couldn't be right, but it was. Jennifer and I had decided just to sleep in until we woke up, but I never figured we'd both be out until this late in the morning. I must have been more tired than I thought.
Kurt continued talking. I have to clean up a few things and make sure efforts are tracking over here. Meet me at 11 at Four Courts.
I'll be there.
Don't be late. I won't have a lot of time and I need to figure out what the hell's going on.
I won't be late. I'm staying 100 feet from a metro stop. I hung up the phone, my head spinning over what I had just heard. Haji dead. He was healthy as a horse. Did he have a heart attack or something? Get hit by a car? Surely this had nothing to do with our visit. Did it? There wasn't any sense in trying to figure out without any facts. I could sort it out with Kurt in an hour. As I began putting on my clothes, the ramification of what Kurt had said finally hit home. Haji was dead. Having had multiple friends die in combat since 9/11, I understood the grieving process at the graduate level, but it didn't make it any easier. I had a hollow feeling inside, something I knew would bounce around for a long time, slowly diminishing until it only appeared when something triggered a memory of Ethan. I remembered Kathy and the kids, wishing I had seen them last night. They would need support right now. I was sure the Taskforce was on that. They were very, very good about taking care of the families of fallen soldiers. Even so, I wanted to help, and wished the first time I was to see Kathy would not have been in the wake of Ethan's death.
In Crystal City, Lucas's team was gearing up for another run at Pike and Jennifer. Even though last night hadn't paid off immediately, it looked like it had worked in the end. Lucas's research assistant was furiously working the computer to gather all data on Four Courts and hotels near metro stops in the D.C. area. Lucas was giving instructions while the men got their kit on and equipment organized. We know they're taking the metro, which means they'll be walking to the link-up. We'll need a trigger position outside. We'll set up 2 shooters at Four Courts. Lucas paused, staring at his research assistant. Whatever the hell that is. Hurry the fuck up, Jerry. I got it. It's an Irish pub in Clarendon, right across from the Arlington courthouse. I'm doing a quick scan of the surrounding area. Lucas continued. The 2 shooters there will be the primary killers. They'll be located at the nearest cover and concealment from the pub. 2 others will be mounted in a vehicle. On the trigger's call, they will approach and conduct a random drive-by shooting. The intent is twofold. 1, camouflage the killing of the girl and Pike. To that end, you need to spray rounds loud and long. 2, to drive Pike and the girl into the real shooters. At the first shot of the drive-by, Pike will immediately take cover, moving to the nearest alley or other protected position. That's where the primary shooters will be located. Make sure you all take the same caliber of weapon. I don't expect a full-on ballistics check, but the cops will think something's funny if 3 innocent civilians are killed by a 9mm in a random drive-by, while 2 others are dead from 40 cal fire. Mason cut in. Why not just smoke them with the drive-by? Make it simple. If you can kill them from the car, so much the better, but I'm not counting on it. This guy's good, and will probably be able to get out of the line of fire. I'm counting on his survival instincts to get his ass. Mason, you're the trigger. You need to pick them up at the metro and follow them to Four Courts. More than likely, that means the Orange Line stop by the Arlington courthouse. Don't get compromised, Remember, this guy probably has spider sense. Do everything by the book. Use your judgment on when to make the call for the drive-by team. Jerry, you ready? We need to do some timing analysis. Jerry turned on the overhead. Yeah, I'm ready. He pulled up a Google Earth image of Clarendon, Virginia, with several markers embedded. Using a laser pointer as if he were about to discuss stock prices, he began, giving a complete overview of the target area. From there, the team spent the next 15 minutes coming up with a hasty plan, using the skeleton they had created the day before. Once all the questions and answers had been exhausted, and everyone was comfortable with his respective role, Lucas took back over. We're out of time. Any other questions? I know this is fast, but that's why you guys are making the big money. When no one spoke, he said, "Let's saddle up." Chapter 73. Hearing a soft knock on her door, Jennifer woke up. She saw Pike standing in the connecting doorway, the light from his room showing he was dressed. She stretched, saying, "Where are you going? What's up?" Kurt called. He wants to meet right now. Well, that's good, isn't it? Pike hesitated, not sure how to break the news. He decided just to say it. Ethan's dead. He died last night. Jennifer brought her hand to her mouth. Oh my God. What happened? I don't know. I'm hoping to get some answers from Kurt. I'm headed to Clarendon to see him. He paused again. I have to go alone. I'm going to be talking about a lot of old unit business. Kurt won't talk with you there. That's it? You tell me a man I met last night is dead, then switch gears to the meeting with Kurt? What about Ethan's family? Have you talked to them? I haven't talked to anybody. I just found out 10 minutes ago. Anyway, nobody will contact the family until the family lets the task force know it's okay. I've been here before. Some wives want a lot of support. Some just want to be left alone. Once that's sorted out, we can do whatever we think's best. I've got to go. Don't you think we should be doing something to help out his family? I don't even know them, and I feel like I should help. Please don't fight me on this. There's nothing we can do right now. I'm not doing anything until I talk to Kurt. This might have something to do with our visit. What? What do you mean by that? Pike backtracked, sitting next to her on the bed. It's just a big damn coincidence is all. Look, you have to trust me on this. I can't stay. I'm running behind as it is. Please don't leave the hotel. I'll be back in probably 2 hours. Pike exited to the hallway through her door, not returning to his room. Jennifer sat on the bed in a little bit of a daze, still absorbing what he had said. It didn't seem real. Outside of going to a funeral for her grandmother and one high school friend who died in a car crash, Jennifer had had little experience dealing with mortality. Now it seemed like death was stalking her everywhere she went. Whatever she touched turned to ash. Why would Ethan be dead? It wasn't fair. He had a wife and a family. He didn't do anything to deserve this. But neither had Uncle John or Pike when he lost his family. She closed her eyes. Please don't let it be because of me. Please, please. Her mind clicked on where Pike was headed, snapping her eyes back open. He might think Kurt was a peach of a guy, but she wasn't so sure. Yeah, Pike was a one-man wrecking crew. But what if he was moving into a trap laid by a bunch of guys just as good as him? He wouldn't even recognize it because of the trust he placed in the task force. She grabbed her phone and dialed his number. She listened to it ring in her ear, then realized she could hear it ringing in his room as well. She jumped out of bed and went to his room through the connecting door. She saw his phone on the nightstand next to his bed. Damn it! She ran back to her room, ripping through her clothes in an attempt to get dressed before he got on the elevator. She left the room barefooted, running to the foyer. But Pike had already gone down.
Heading toward Clarendon, I realized I had run out of the hotel so hastily I'd left without my cell phone. Stupid, stupid mistake. Not only could Kurt not contact me for anything, such as changing the meeting time or location, but I couldn't make sure that Jennifer was safe. I thought about returning for it, but knew I didn't have the time. If I missed this meeting with Kurt, I might not get another chance. By the time I got to the Orange Line, I saw I was running late, causing me to worry about missing Kurt. He had stressed he had little time. Should have never gone into Jennifer's room. I paced back and forth, staring at my watch every few seconds, like that would speed things up. Finally, the train arrived. Luckily, the courthouse stop was the first one past Roslyn. I exited the train at a trot. Glancing at my watch, I saw it was 11:03. Shit, Kurt's probably already called. Probably leaving Four Courts right now. I broke into a run. Exiting the courthouse stop, I could see the Four Courts pub about 100 meters away on Wilson Boulevard. 2 people were outside it, neither of them Kurt. If he had left in the last couple of minutes, I should be able to see him. Maybe he's still there. I waited for the light to change, allowing me to cross the street. After 2 seconds, I had had enough of waiting. A break in traffic presented itself, and I sprinted across. I continued to the entrance at a fast walk, straining to see if Kurt left the pub. My attention was jerked to the street by a car swinging onto Wilson Boulevard at a high rate of speed, tires squealing fast enough to produce smoke. I saw the car immediately slow down, the right side window lowering. I watched a man wearing a ski mask stick his head out, looking like an IRA terrorist in Belfast. What the hell? I stopped walking, processing the scene and preparing to react. The man stuck a Heckler & Koch MP5 out the window, aiming it at a couple to my front. He let the MP5 rip, spraying the front of Four Courts with rounds. Both the man and woman were hit instantly, spinning and falling to the ground. Time stretched out, moving at half speed. I assessed my options and realized I was in serious trouble. I was standing in front of the plate glass window of Four Courts with no protection in sight. Nothing at all to stop the rounds that were about to tear into me. I knew my best bet was an alley to my rear, about 30 feet away. But from the time of the first round until now, I computed that I wouldn't make it there before I was hit. The man was still spraying rounds on full automatic, the bullets shattering the plate glass to my front, stitching toward me like a sewing machine. I saw the man's gun hand begin to lose control from the recoil, giving me a sliver of hope. The car continued forward at a slow rate of speed, only 15 feet away. Take him head on. If I was wrong, I was dead. I launched myself at the vehicle, watching the man's eyes widen as he saw me coming. He tried to swing the weapon directly at me instead of shooting rounds at the front of the building. I beat him by the blink of an eye. Just as the weapon was about to cross my body, I closed my hands on it. Jerking upward, I tried to rip the MP5 out of the man's hands, the weapon cycling with the rounds blasting skyward, inches from my head. The man fought me to regain control, and almost succeeded, when his driver decided to accelerate, causing the weapon to be wrenched out of his hands. The car hurtled forward, with its tires squealing again. I watched the vehicle race away, then scanned for any other danger. I caught movement
over my right shoulder and trained my weapon on the threat. A man was exiting the alley I had passed on my way to the pub, the same alley I had been going to use for cover. He had a pistol in his hand and was looking for a target. I let loose with the remaining rounds in the MP5's magazine, chipping the bricks around him and forcing him to retreat back down the alley. The air was split by the sound of sirens approaching. I looked at the couple shot earlier, seeing the man sitting up holding his shoulder. The woman lay on her back, rolling left and right, her abdomen sprouting a red stain, dripping on the concrete. I knew I should help them, but had to make a hard choice. My conscience screamed for me to stay, but the man in the alley told me this wasn't random, and that I was the target. I decided to leave the scene. I dropped the weapon and took off at a dead sprint back to the metro station across the street.
Chapter 74. 2 blocks away, Lucas was on an encrypted radio trying to get a handle on what had occurred. "What's the status? What happened?" Mason came through first. "The target came alone. The girl wasn't with him. He didn't give me time to set up. He came out of the metro at a dead run. I didn't have time to give the mounted team a warning order. By the time I called, he was almost at the pub. The mounted team was forced to rush, alerting the target that they were coming before they could engage." The mounted team cut in. "The psycho didn't run for cover like you said. He ran right at us. He grabbed my weapon right out of my fucking hand. We were forced to exfil." Lucas cursed. If they were lucky, Pike would think it was a random drive-by. That would be a break, but wasn't assured. The hope was crushed by the next call. "This is Shooter 1. I saw what occurred with the mounted team. I tried to get a clean shot, but was compromised. He suppressed my fire with the weapon from the mounted team." Shooter 1's clinical description broke down. "He came close to fucking killing me. I didn't get off a shot." Lucas dropped his mic in frustration. Pike definitely knew it was a setup now, and that he was being hunted. Shit. This operation just went from easy to almost impossible. Picking up his cell phone, he called Jerry. "Did you find the hotel they're at, next to the metro?" "Lucas, there are about 500 hotels next to metro stations. There's no way I can neck it down without more information." Kurt tore out of the Four Courts pub, trying to ascertain what had occurred. Seeing no sign of Pike, he moved immediately to the wounded civilians, honing in on the woman as the most seriously hit. "You'll be okay. Help's on the way," he said, conscious of approaching sirens. He began initial first aid, checking her airway and putting direct pressure on her wounds, as an ambulance screamed to a halt beside them. Paramedics leapt out to conduct triage. Kurt told them what he knew, then walked away before he got tied up by the police. He pulled out his cell phone and called Pike's number. At the sound of a woman's voice, he was about to disconnect, thinking he had a wrong number. Then he remembered. "Jennifer?" "Yes." "Who's this? Where's Pike?" "This is Kurt. I don't know where Pike's at. Where are you? You're not with him?" Jennifer's voice grew alarmed. "No, I'm at the Embassy Suites. Pike left to meet you alone over 45 minutes ago. What did you do to him?" "Me?" He was shocked by the question. "For Christ's sake, why would I do anything to him? Jennifer, listen to me. Get out of the hotel now. Don't even bother packing. Get out. Go somewhere safe. Do it now. Write this number down." He read out his cell number. "Call me when you're safe. Let me know where you are." It took several more attempts before she took him seriously, testing his patience. "Get out, Jennifer," he repeated. "Every second is dangerous." "But Pike—" "Leave him a note that only you and he would understand, but get out, now." Jennifer's voice grew cold. "I hear you. I'm leaving. I'll do as you say, but if you've done anything to Pike, if he's hurt, I'm going to fucking destroy you. I don't know how, but I will." Lucas had regained control of his team, reconsolidating in an empty parking lot 8 miles away from the failed hit. He was running his options through his mind when his phone rang. "Yeah, what do you have?" Jerry was breathless. "They're staying at the Embassy Suites in Old Town Alexandria. The girl's there now but was just told to leave. Pike doesn't have his cell phone. The girl has it. He doesn't know she's been told to leave. I'm sure he's headed back there, but he only has the Metro. If you hurry, you can get both of them. Worst case, you only get him." Lucas grinned, immediately barking out commands. "They're at the Embassy Suites in Old Town. Mounted team, go there immediately. Stake out the lobby and try to find the girl. She's probably already gone, but it's worth a shot. You other 4 head to the King Street Metro station. Pike's headed back. Pick him up when he gets off the Metro. Once you have him in sight, call the Embassy Suite teams. He'll be headed that way. Close on him and finish the job. We can find the girl later if necessary."
Riding back on the Metro, my mind was running non-stop, trying to figure out what had just happened. I could come up with only one answer. Dr. Evil did exist, and his name was Kurt Hale. Earlier, I had decided that didn't make sense because Kurt wouldn't kill Ethan. I then realized that I didn't even know if Ethan was dead. All I knew was that Kurt had said so. Now it looked like he had said it to keep my mind occupied on Ethan's death instead of looking for threats. Every other fact pointed to Kurt. Only one person knew where I was going, and that was Kurt. In fact, it was Kurt who had set the meeting up. Kurt had said he needed to straighten out some things because of Ethan's death. But if Kurt really had set this up, then Ethan was alive, and Kurt had used that time to set up his trap instead. The thought sickened me to my core. The Taskforce was an anchor I had placed my entire trust within. If Kurt could do this, then there was no such thing as good. The world was just a mess of gray. I knew that Kurt wasn't inherently evil, but nothing else explained what had occurred. It wasn't a bunch of amateurs who had attacked me, but guys who knew what they were doing. I had to have been under surveillance to trigger the drive-by. Surveillance that I had failed to notice because I was conveniently thinking about Ethan's death and the meeting with Kurt. The shooter in the alley was the final touch. It was clear that the drive-by shooter was simply the sweeper, designed to push me into the alley and certain death. It was a miracle it hadn't worked. Had I been 5 feet closer to the alley, I would have immediately sought it out, looking backward at the drive-by shooter, not forward into the alley. The more I thought about it, the more I began to build into a rage, feeling the anger grow white-hot. For the first time, wanting it white-hot, savoring the feeling. Kurt must have set this up in the Homeland Security database. When that didn't work, Kurt had used my loyalty to the Taskforce as a weapon to kill me. Kurt must have also turned off the CIA from investigating anything further in Belize. Few people in the U.S. government had the power to do all of that, and Kurt Hale was one of them. I was just lucky I had come alone. If Jennifer had been there, I would have reacted differently, and we'd probably both be dead. I felt an electric jolt of adrenaline. Jennifer's alone at the hotel. I racked my brain, trying to remember if I had told Kurt where we were staying. I didn't think so, but I might have. I looked at my watch, wishing the train would move faster. I settled back into the seat, letting the rage flow through me, raw and thumping. If Kurt did anything to Jennifer, I was going to burn the Taskforce down.
The 4 men Lucas had assigned to the metro station entered and fanned out to positions that allowed them to dominate the platform without being seen. One, surveying the crowd simply out of curiosity, honed in on a woman across the tracks, waiting for the metro going the other way. He keyed his covert radio. "Brandon, look at the woman to your 3 o'clock. I think it's the target." Brandon studied the woman. She was acting antsy and pacing back and forth. She carried a laptop case and a backpack that looked stuffed. "Yeah, that's her. Stand by. I'm calling for guidance." Brandon dialed Lucas's cell. "Sir, this is the Metro team. I've got the female target here preparing to board a train. Do you want us to remain behind for the mail or follow her?" Lucas paused a moment, considering. He went with the bird in the hand. "Follow her. As soon as you get the chance, terminate her. Make sure you can get out clean before you pull the trigger." "Roger that. Train's coming. Gotta go." Brandon called the team. "Board the northbound train. She's the new target. We stick with her until we can smoke her. Hurry. I can see the train approaching. Get to the other side." They raced back downstairs, moving under the tracks, then back upstairs to the northbound side. All 4 members just managed to board before the doors closed. None noticed Pike exit the train on the southbound side. In the lobby, Mason had just answered a call from Lucas when he saw Pike blow by him to the elevator. Lucas was finishing up telling Mason the new plan. "So they won't be able to give you early warning. They're on the girl now. When he gets there," Mason interrupted. "He's here. He just went by me to his room. We can't do anything in here. All the rooms look into a giant atrium. We can't even get to his room without anyone seeing us, much less break in. We're going to have to wait." Lucas thought for a moment. "Okay, that's not bad. He'll either head to the other target, or she'll come back here. I'm betting he heads to her. Hold what you got and tail him. I'll coordinate with the other team. If you guys meet in the middle, we can finish this thing. Don't wait for that, though. You get a chance, kill that bastard."
Chapter 75. I went through my room into Jennifer's. It was empty. All of her clothes were gone, and so was the laptop. I went back to my room. For the first time, I noticed that all of my clothes were gone as well. I saw my cell phone where I had left it, only now it was sitting on a piece of paper. Picking it up, I read, "Kurt called. I'm going to the place I went to yesterday. I'll be getting a bite to eat. Call me when you get this." I smiled for the first time that morning. Smart girl. She was going to the most crowded place she could find, and she had managed to tell me exactly where without writing it down. She would be in the food court at the bottom of the mall. I didn't like the fact that Kurt had called, but hopefully she would be safe until I could get there. Kurt clearly just wanted to get her out of the hotel so he could kill her. He probably didn't count on me still being alive. I picked up the phone and dialed Jennifer. She answered on the first ring. "Pike, is that you?" Thank God. More relief than I thought I had in me coursed through my body. I put on a calm voice. "Yeah. How are you? Are you okay?" "I think so. I just got off the metro. Kurt called and told me to get out of the hotel. He left his number and told me to call him when I was out and safe somewhere." That fucker. You haven't called, have you? "No, not yet." "Don't. Just go where you told me you were going. I'm on my way. Do not call Kurt." "Pike, what's going on? I'm scared. I think someone's following me. I keep seeing the same guy. He jumped on the metro at the last minute, and now he's been 30 feet behind me ever since. I don't want you to think I'm paranoid, but I think it's real." I spoke slowly and clearly. "I think it's real too. Stay in crowded areas. Don't pay him any attention. If he thinks he's burned, he'll either do something drastic or be replaced by somebody else. Better to know who's following you than to have to figure it out.
Move to where you said you would meet me. Anybody tries anything? Kick them as hard as you can in the balls, then run off screaming. Run in a zigzag pattern. I'm on the way. Can you do that?" I heard her take a deep breath. Yeah, I can do that. I'm not going to ask why the zigzag pattern. I don't want to know what you're going to say. Don't worry. I'm coming. Hold tight. I'll be there in minutes.
In the courtyard of the atrium, Mason saw Pike leave the room 3 floors up. He called his teammate. "Get ready. He's coming down." The man was just outside the elevator exit, waiting. He watched Pike exit and head to a stairwell. "He's not going to the metro. I say again, he's not going to the metro." Mason cursed. "Stay on him. He's going to the parking garage. If I go into the stairwell with him, I'm burned." "Hold on. Sit tight. Let him go. He spots you and we're going to have a gunfight right here. Don't take him on one-on-one. Remember, he took an MP5 from the mounted team this morning." Mason thought about his options. He decided he needed to punt to his higher headquarters. He called Lucas and relayed the news. In the Crystal City office, Lucas took the call, feeling punched in the gut with the latest report. Jesus. Predicting this guy's actions is proving impossible. He knew that he was now going to have to earn his salary, the hard way. It pissed him off. Screw drinking a beer with him. Prima donna SMU asshole. When I get him, I'm going to castrate his sorry ass. Let him go. Head back to the office. We need to regroup. This seat of the pants shit isn't working.
I parked the rental and entered the mall. Standing at the railing of the first level, I looked down into the basement level of the food court, spotting Jennifer. I knew that if she'd seen one man, there were several more. Nobody with any training tried to conduct surveillance alone, and these guys had training. I gave her a call, watching as she answered. "Hello?" "It's me. I'm in the mall. Don't look around, but I'm looking at you right now." I saw her raise her head and couldn't resist teasing her. "I said don't look around." "Just kidding. Listen, I need you to—" "Jesus, Pike, this isn't a joke," she said, speaking in a fierce whisper. "Come get me. The man I saw is directly behind me. He's been sucking on that small Coke for 20 minutes. I spoke in soothing tones. Okay, slow down. Everything's just fine now. I need to identify who else is with that guy. I need you to get up and walk toward the stairwell to your left front. Just casually get up and walk that way, going up the stairs. Don't rush." I watched the crowd. As soon as Jennifer began moving, a man to her right front stood up, moving with her, slightly behind. One. I watched the Coke man. Coke man looked over at another man who rose as well, moving toward the stairs ahead of Jennifer. 2. Jennifer was halfway up the stairs, one man in front, one man behind, when Coke man rose. 3. He must be the last one. I faded into a store. I called Jennifer. "You have 3 of them on you. We've got to slim it down. I need to get you with just one guy. Go into a store for a little bit to give me some time to set up. I'll call back in a minute." I heard a little panic in her voice. "Wait, don't hang up. I don't know who they are. They might kill me here." "Jennifer, trust me. They won't do anything here. If they were going to, they would have already done so. As long as they think you don't know they're on you, they'll be content to follow. If you push them, they might try something to keep you from running. You'll be all right. It's almost over. Go drool over some shoes or something." She waited a second before answering. Pike, you're an asshole. Don't wait too long to call, or I might run just to make you work. I'll only be a minute. I'm sure they're wondering who you're talking to, so act like this is nothing. One more call and we're done. Hang in there. I hung up and sprinted to the nearest anchor store, a Macy's. Taking the escalator stairs, 2 at a time, I exited on the 2nd level. Looking around, I thought it would work. I could put my back to the elevator next to the escalator exit and not be seen by anyone coming up. I gave Jennifer a final call. Hey, here we go. This is the end game. I need you to go to Macy's, take the escalator up to the 2nd level. The escalator will act as a funnel. They'll hang back, so that by the time you exit, you should have only 1 man on you. The other 2 staggered behind. Exit the escalator and turn left. I'll be right there, so don't jump. Just walk on past into the store. I'll do the rest. Got it? Yeah, I got it. I act like I'm shopping and you kick their ass. I think I can do that. You sure this'll work? What if 2 follow? Then I'll improvise, but these guys are pretty switched on. I don't think they'll pull any amateur shit. Key here is to move naturally. These phone calls have got to be making them antsy. Don't act like you've got some sort of instructions to do something. Whatever you do, don't look down while on the escalator, or look back while walking. You ready? Yeah. See you in a couple of minutes. I'm moving now. I pressed myself into the small opening for the elevator door and waited. 4 minutes later, Jennifer exited, walking by me at a natural pace, looking like a shopper who didn't have a care in the world. She didn't so much as give me a glance, making me think she had missed me. Then I noticed she was giving me an A-OK sign with her hand, her arm still swinging easily. I blinked. Huh, cool as a cucumber. I moved into a slight crouch, resting on the balls of my feet. 9 seconds later, I could hear the man following, talking to someone on a radio. No, don't wait on me. If you have a clear opportunity to kill her and get away, take it. Damn, I missed someone. They must have had a floater in the mall. Chapter 76. The man exited the escalator, still giving instructions on his concealed radio, looking a little strange, babbling into thin air. We'll link back up at the garage. Just remember, no gunfire. It was Coke Man. He saw me, the recognition causing his eyes to widen. Holy shit! Great last words. I grabbed him by his shirt and whirled him around, pinning him against the elevator door. He immediately began to struggle, trying to tie up my arms. Before he could, I reached up with both hands and grabbed his head by the hair. I slammed it as hard as I could against the steel elevator support, hearing his skull crunch. I dropped him and took off in the direction Jennifer had gone, hitting redial as I went. Hey! I screwed up, I said. They had a floater running around the mall, and he's on you now. Get to a crowded area as fast as you can. I'll try. I took the first left, and I'm in some baby section. Nobody's here. She paused, then said, Oh, shit. Pike, I looked back. I saw him. He knows I saw him. He's walking right at me. I can't get out of here without going by him. I turned the corner and spied her about 75 meters away. The man following her was closing in at a fast walk, giving up any pretense of being a shopper. She was right. The only way out was through him. She was pinned in by a corner wall that opened up to a balcony on the 3rd floor. Unfortunately, no shoppers were up there looking down. The killer would feel safe. I see you! I see you!
too far away. I'm not going to make it. At least the man hadn't started running at her yet, giving me precious seconds. She said, "Get ready. I'm going to set this guy up for you." Huh? What the hell is she talking about? Jennifer, listen to me. Before I could say anything, she dropped our backpacks and the laptop and took off running toward the wall below the third-level balcony. The killer began sprinting, rapidly closing the distance to her. I dropped the phone and followed suit, running flat out as fast as I could. What the hell is she doing? There was nowhere for her to hide or defend herself. The killer closed the distance to 5 feet just as Jennifer veered directly at the corner. Now she zigzags. I was 30 feet back, unable to do anything to prevent the man from catching her. I was just about to scream to distract the man when Jennifer launched herself in the air. She planted 1 foot on the left wall of the corner and pressed off, rising another 4 feet. She repeated the sequence with a right foot and got high enough to grab the railing of the third-floor balcony. She pulled herself over the rail, leaving the killer looking up, stunned and alone. I sprinted right at him. He was 2 feet off the wall, his head cocked back, completely unaware that I was coming. Wow, this is going to leave a mark. I hit him just below the shoulder blades like an NFL linebacker, snapping his head straight back and driving him completely unprotected into the wall. I heard his ribs crack like dry kindling and felt a spray of blood from something damaged. When I dropped him, I saw his face was a gory mess. Ouch. I looked up and saw Jennifer, white as a bedsheet, but smiling. I smiled back, showing her that I thought this was just business as usual, although my face was probably white too. Jesus, that was close. "Get your ass down here, spider monkey." "I can't get down from here, only up." "Keep heading around the corner. There's a stairwell in back. Meet me there." I ran back and gathered up my phone and our luggage, then ran in the direction she had indicated. I met her coming out the door. Knowing we were about 5 seconds from being seen by the other guys tracking her, I grabbed her hand and began dragging her toward the nearest exit. "Come on, we aren't out of the woods yet." We made it to the garage and the rental without getting spotted. I jumped into the driver's seat while Jennifer ran to the passenger side. After closing her door, Jennifer leaned over and wrapped her arms around me in a fierce squeeze. She was trembling, adrenaline still coursing through her. She said, "I thought you were dead or in the hospital. What happened? Why did Kurt call?" I said, "Let's get the hell out of here while we still can. I'll tell you while we drive." I started the car and exited the parking garage. Before that, though, what on God's green earth was that flying Melendez bullshit back there? What were you going to do if you missed? Fall on top of his head? No way I was going to miss. I told you. I used to do that stuff for a living. And somebody had to do something after your brilliant plan went to shit? Touché. So we had to flex a little bit. All part of the strategy. I grinned at her. I will say that was some pretty switched-on thinking back there. Scared me to death, but worked out very well. I told her what had happened and my fears about the Taskforce. Jennifer didn't seem to buy the theory. "You were the one that said it couldn't be the Taskforce. Now you think it is?" I can't come up with any other explanation. Why on earth would the Taskforce do that? What possible good would it do? I have no idea, which is why I'm going to call Kurt right now. Where's his number? Jennifer got out the number and dialed the phone, handing it to me. I heard Kurt answer and said, "Guess you missed, huh, asshole?" "Pike, is that you? What happened at Four Courts? Where are you?" "You'll find me soon enough, you son of a bitch. I still want to meet, but on my terms. What's your problem? What's going on? My problem is that you tried to fucking kill Jennifer and me. I'm willing to meet so that you can tell me why. I'm sure there's an incredibly good reason. Have you lost your mind? Why the fuck would I do that? Cut the shit. You were the only one who knew where we were meeting. You fed me that bullshit story about Ethan, then laid out the trap. I want to know why. Pike, Ethan is dead. Kurt waited for me to say something, but his tone threw me off. He didn't sound like he was playing a role. When I didn't say anything, he continued. His whole family is dead. His older girl. Emily. Yeah, Emily. Was tortured to death. Both her eyes were punctured and 4 fingers were cut off from her right hand. Ethan himself was missing an ear and had all of the skin flayed from both of his thighs. The wife and other daughter were tied up and shot in the back of the head. This wasn't random. It had something to do with what you talked to him about. What he said left me speechless. I tried to process it, but couldn't. Pike? You still there? I refocused. That's still just a story from you. I don't know it's true. All I know is that only one person on Earth knew where I was going, and I walked into an ambush. There's another explanation. Either your phone or my phone is being monitored. I considered this. You still want to meet? Yeah. Name the place. Meet me in 10 minutes at the last place we saw Billy Donatelli. You aren't there in 10 minutes? I'm gone. You come to that place alone. If you're still a warrior, you'll feel a set of crosshairs on your skull. If I see anything strange at all, anybody attempting to set up a long-range shot or ambush, I'm not going to just leave. I'm going to let you get in position and then blow your head off. After you're dead, I'll leave. Is that understood? Yes, it's understood. I'll be there. Don't turn the maintenance guy into the boogeyman. I pulled into our destination, parking the car and hanging up the phone. Jennifer looked around, confused. What are we doing at Arlington National Cemetery? Where's the last place you and Kurt saw Billy? Here. I was his troop sergeant major. Kurt was the commander of the unit. He died in Iraq in 2004.
Chapter 77. Kurt hung up the phone, realizing that Pike had picked the perfect meeting location. 1, the reference to Billy was something that only he and Pike would know. 2, it was close enough to the Taskforce, only a mile as the crow flies, that Pike could force a very short timeline, thereby preventing Kurt from setting up any type of trap if he was so inclined. 3, Billy's grave would be in the middle of a vast expanse of white stones. No cover or concealment anywhere to hide a hit team. 4, the reservation was blanketed by patrols of either National Park Rangers or military police, all investigating anything out of the ordinary in an attempt to prevent vandalism to the hallowed ground. 5th, and perhaps most important, the location was sacred to both Pike and Kurt, and Billy's headstone would send a message that some things were worth more than whatever politics Pike believed Kurt was involved in. Kurt grinned in spite of himself, wondering how long it had taken Pike to think of it. He's still the best under pressure. He hit the timer of his watch and set out at a trot to his car, yelling at the duty officer that he would be back in an hour. Lucas and his team heard the entire exchange at the Crystal City office. Lucas knew there was no way to figure out where both of these guys last saw the man named Billy Donatelli, He would have to rely on the beacon embedded in Kurt's pager. One thing was for certain. With 2 men in the hospital for a cracked skull and broken ribs, and 2 failed attempts, he wasn't going to launch out of here at the first opportunity. Pike had proven that he could thwart even well-laid plans. Now that he knew he was being hunted, he would be treated like the threat he posed. Should have pushed Standish on the collateral damage. Should have used a car bomb.
I stood still, looking, but not seeing the cross bearing Billy's name. My mind 1,000 miles away on a combat action years ago. When I looked up, Jennifer asked, "How did he die?" "On an assault. Nothing big, nothing fancy. It was an assault like hundreds of others. This one happened to be a hornet's nest." I changed the subject, not wanting to talk about it. "We need to find a hiding place so we can watch Kurt and whoever else might come in." I saw a knoll with a copse of trees about 80 meters away. It looked down on the site of Billy's grave, with unobstructed views 360 degrees. It would work. "Come on. Kurt should be here soon. If anyone else is coming, they'll be first, and we need to be hidden." 8 minutes later, we watched a single individual advance to Billy's grave. I recognized Kurt's walk. Rolling over, I winked at Jennifer and said, "You see me drop? Get out of here." She rolled her eyes, muttering, "Asshole, if I had any sense." I lost the rest, running out to meet Kurt. Within 2 minutes, he convinced me that he was telling the truth, which gave me no small amount of relief. Finding out he had turned would reset what I knew about the United States government and what we stood for. And that would have been as bad as the trauma I felt when my family died. I was just now beginning to believe again that what I had done with my life was worthwhile. A betrayal by Kurt would have crushed that forever. After calling Jennifer, we got in the rental and exited Arlington. I asked Jennifer to drive, letting Kurt and me sit in the back and sort out what the hell was going on. Once outside of the Arlington complex, I told Kurt everything I knew. I ended with Ethan's analysis and the attempts on our lives. So, we definitely have 2 terrorists, probably still in Norway, who think they have a catastrophic weapon and are intent on using it. On top of that, some sorry sons of bitches here in the U.S. want to ensure they succeed. I waited a beat, then said, "Well, I'm finished. I think that's enough information to work on. I'm ready to get out of this business. How soon before you can launch the Taskforce?" Kurt's expression gave me a sinking feeling. He appeared to be considering what to say, which meant it probably wasn't going to be good. When he finally spoke, it was like cracking open a rotten egg.
"Pike, look, I don't think there's anything the task force can do about this. I can't just launch willy-nilly whenever I feel like it. There's the Oversight Council to think about. This is more of a problem for one of the special mission units."
I was speechless. I'd thought he was going to say he couldn't do anything for 2 or 3 weeks, not that he wouldn't do anything at all. I finally spit out, "What the hell are you saying? Terrorists are about to kill hundreds, if not thousands of people? We may be on the verge of World War III. Ethan was skinned alive for this information, and you're worried about some pissant council oversight?" Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jennifer flinch at my statement, then stare into the rearview mirror, trying to catch my eye. I ignored her. Kurt caught the look, apparently realizing we were now treading on classified information in front of a civilian. He held up his hands.
"Pike, calm down. You know how it works. That's the way it is, and I'm not going to talk about it here.
Fuck that! Read her on later. She's lost her fucking uncle and about lost her own life for this. She's not going to run around spouting at the mouth. And I want an answer. I've earned an answer. He said nothing for a minute, making up his mind.
All right? You know the answer. Our unit was not designed for, and is not capable of a rapid alert scenario. That's why the damn Delta Force exists. It takes us months to develop the infrastructure and cover to penetrate a sovereign country and take down a target without it being exposed as an American operation. We can't simply pick up and haul ass to Norway like an invasion force. It would compromise the unit.
Who gives a shit? Jesus, what's more important? 4 people have died already. 2 more were shot attempting to stop me from seeing you. I can't believe you wouldn't gladly throw the unit away to do this. I can't understand where you're coming from.
Pike, it's more than the task force. If we get compromised, it will bring down the president. Not only that, but his entire administration, and would literally shock the nation to its core. Do-gooders would seize the opportunity to muzzle every other action against the terrorist threat. You think internet wiretaps are hard to do now? After this, they won't exist at all. In fact, it's not hyperbole to say the best thing that could happen for Al-Qaeda is for the task force to be discovered in a foreign country killing terrorists. It would make Lillehammer look like a mild error in judgment.
I knew all about Lillehammer, and the irony wasn't lost on me that these terrorists had gone to the same country that caused Israel's Wrath of God operation to blow up in their face. In June of 1973, Israel had sent a hit team to the small town in Norway to kill Ali Hassan Salameh, otherwise known as the Red Prince, the man responsible for the 1972 Munich Olympic massacre of Israeli athletes. Instead of getting him, they killed an innocent Moroccan waiter by mistake. Rapid police work uncovered the Israeli connection, with several of the agents being arrested before they could get out of the country. The repercussions were immediate and profound, starting with the permanent dismantling of the Wrath of God teams, and ending with Israel being vilified on the world stage, compared to the very terrorists they sought to kill. I didn't buy the argument. Sir, I get where you're coming from, but there's a higher purpose here. Israel was simply conducting an attack based on revenge. We're trying to preempt a WMD attack to save countless lives for Christ's sake. It's not the same thing, even if we get compromised. The repercussions are worth it. Would you rather have World War III or some egg on the president's face?
Pike, we don't even know if the WMD is real. All you have is what Ethan gleaned from a single paragraph. It doesn't make it a fact.
He paused for a moment. Then his tone softened.
Look, I get that there's a threat out there, but the task force isn't the correct tool to use against it. Let me get this information into the system. Let the CIA and the special mission units handle it. That's what they do.
Jesus Christ, you sound like all the jackasses that said the task force doesn't need to exist. You know what happened with the first effort to create our unit. You put this information into the system, and we're going to get our wheels spinning for weeks until someone believes it's a true, distinct threat. You said it yourself. It's just a paragraph on a piece of paper and the word of a discredited operator. Nobody is going to take that seriously, and we don't have time to prove it. We can't waste a week developing corroborating evidence to convince the National Command Authority to launch. That bomb's going off before then. I looked at Kurt to see if anything I said was registering. When I didn't get a response, I threw out my final trump card. In fact, because the task force operates without constitutional constraints, we're the only element that can execute. Everyone else will be waiting on deports and presidential findings. Please, I'm begging here. Think about what you're saying.
Pike, I have a greater obligation to the nation. If you had something besides simple extrapolation of what you think is going on, I might do something. I simply can't jeopardize the entire presidential administration and the future defense of the nation based on what you think.
I grunted, sick of the conversation. Get back to Arlington, drop Kurt off, I said to Jennifer. Turning back to Kurt, I said, I'm not the only one who believes there's a bad fucking event coming. Someone tried very hard to keep me from talking to you. I guess they could have spared all the death and destruction, since you don't give a damn in the first place. I could tell the words stung, but Kurt held firm.
What are you going to do now?
I'll go to Norway and save the fucking world by myself, without any help from your task force.
You can't get on a plane. You'll be arrested from the Homeland Security database.
That answer caused me to start swearing like a sailor and punching the seat in front of me. Kurt put a hand on my shoulder.
Hold on. Look. I can't launch a force, but I can support you from here. I'll get you to Norway on one of our aircraft. Give me those email addresses. I can have them monitored 24/7. You said you deleted the meeting message, right?
That mollified me a little. Yeah, it's gone. They couldn't have made that meet, so I'm thinking they're still hanging around, waiting.
Good. I'll keep an eye on the emails. When they set up a new meet, I'll relay the information to you. Give me an email address.
I didn't have one. Jennifer turned around. I have one. Will any address do?
Yeah, I don't care what it is.
Jennifer gave him a Hotmail address. Kurt said,
Good enough. We'll monitor this 24/7 as well. If you need any analytical help, send us an email.
Kurt reached into his pocket, pulling out his worldwide pager.
Here, if you find them and confirm there is a weapon, use this. You remember how, right?
Yeah, I remember.
You alert us back here, and I'll assume you've found something. I'll launch a team your way.
He held the pager in his hands, not yet passing it over.
Pike, I meant what I said. Don't press this button just because you believe something's going on. Don't use it for your own personal vendetta. Once I launch, and we get compromised, there's an even chance that the U.S. government is going to go through a seizure. Make sure it's worth it.
Chapter 78. Kurt gave me the pager, saying,
One more thing. You really will be on the impossible mission force on this one. You get caught, and you're going to be hung out to dry. You won't get any official sanction from here.
I didn't expect it. I won't get caught. I haven't been yet. We pulled into Arlington and switched to Kurt's car. We spent the majority of the time it took to drive to the Dulles FBO, listening to Kurt set up an aircraft for me. Finally, it was done, and I got to ask about the men who had tried to kill us. He said,
I've been thinking about that quite a bit, but really have no idea. Whoever it is has a lot of power. But all the people with power like that simply wouldn't do it. Doesn't make any sense to me. I can't even figure out why they would want a terrorist attack to occur in the first place. The whole thing is screwy. Anyway, it's no longer your concern.
Huh?
It's exactly my concern. They aren't trying to kill you. They're trying to kill Jennifer and me.
Kurt's face became hard.
That's not what I meant. You focus on the terrorists. I'll find out who killed Ethan and tried to kill you. Don't worry about them. They have ceased to exist. I can't bring back Ethan's family, but I promise you the men who did that will pay.
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jennifer visibly blanch. I'd purposely not told her the grisly details of Ethan's family to spare her feelings, but she had now connected the dots between the body count and who was dead. Maybe realizing for the first time that doing the right thing had consequences outside of our control, and that the good guy doesn't always win. Kurt continued pulling into the general aviation section of Dulles.
Whatever you do, don't call my cell phone until I have it scanned. Those assholes are tracking either you or me, and I don't trust my own equipment at this stage. I've got the thing dismantled in my pocket right now.
We pulled into Signature Air at the Dulles FBO. He parked the car and turned around.
Well, I couldn't get you a junky airplane. All we have available at short notice is the Rockstar bird.
I grinned. Perfect. Nothing like riding in style. Jennifer looked from me to Kurt, asking, "What's the Rockstar bird? Are we flying on a Greyhound tour bus?"
Better than that. It's a Gulfstream 4, just like the Rockstars use.
Then the second part of her question hit me. "And we aren't flying on it. I am. You need to head back to Charleston and go back to school." She was silent for a second, the words not sinking in. When they finally did, she exploded. "What? Bullshit! I'm going with you!" I glanced at Kurt for support. He gave her a look I'd seen 100 times.
We appreciate everything you've done, but let's face it, you're not capable of providing help here. Pike will work better alone, without having to worry about you. You don't have to go back to Charleston if you don't want to. I have some safe houses here in D.C. you can use for a while. You'll have the protection of the Taskforce until this thing is over.
That seemed to really piss her off. "You didn't even believe the story in the first place. You have all of this talent and resources at your disposal, and you're sending Pike by himself? You don't have the right to even talk to me. I'm the one that figured this thing out. I'm the one that got Pike to start this hunt. Me, not you. All you've done is spit on our efforts, cloaking yourself in some bullshit tale of higher patriotism." She ignored Kurt, turning her back to him and facing me. She looked into my eyes the same way she had when she asked me to go to Guatemala. I could see the hurt on her face, like I had broken her trust. Surely she can understand that she's completely unprepared for this. It's not like we're going on a roller coaster ride and she's a quarter-inch too short. Her expression caused the twinge again, much stronger than before, making me want to end her pain. "Stop that. Stay focused," she said. "I haven't been a liability. I've earned it. You can use me on this, and you know it. They won't suspect a woman of anything." I said nothing, conflicting emotions churning away. I considered the question, trying to leave my confusing, sorry-ass feelings out of it. Looking at it dispassionately, the truth of the matter was, she had a point. I was already at a disadvantage for the work ahead. I had seen what the terrorists looked like when they mugged me, which meant they also knew what I looked like. But they haven't seen Jennifer. And she was right. The Arabs' inbred prejudice against women might help us. True, she wasn't a badass counter-terrorist commando, but she had the raw talent. Beyond the physical ability, which she had in spades, she was very good at solving problems under pressure. She had proved that less than an hour ago with her circus stunt in the mall. This trait, above all others, was prized in the task force and was the cut line that kept otherwise outstanding soldiers at the level below. With a modicum of internal talent, you could teach anyone to surgically shoot, run all night, or do hand-to-hand combat, but the ability to think on your feet and solve problems in real time was the prize. She had the mettle necessary for operations, only lacking the experience. She was a quick learner, though, and had gotten quite a bit of experience over the last few days. I made up my mind. She's not a liability. She's going. Jennifer gave me a radiant smile, then turned and glared at Kurt. Kurt exploded.
Have you lost your mind? She can't go. She's a damn civilian. She'll compromise the whole operation.
Sir, I appreciate your support and your opinion, but you've already told me I'm hanging my ass out on my own. I'm also a civilian. It's my call, and I say she goes. I need the help. Unless you want to launch a team with me, that is. Kurt grimaced but backed down.
You're going to be the man on the ground. Your call.
Thanks. We'll contact you when we get in country. What's the name of the corporation we're supposed to be flying with? He gave us both a down and dirty dump of the cover of the aircraft we would be on, ending with a caveat.
Remember, you don't work for the corporation. You have nothing to do with the corporation. The plane is only stopping to refuel. You get off and the plane flies away. You simply hitched a ride because you know someone who got you a free seat. Happens all the time. You only need the cover story when you land. Once you're in country, never mention the corporation again. You're tourists, or whatever else you want to be. But you're not connected to me.
Moving through the FBO to the flight line, I grinned. Like old times, except for that little you're-on-your-own thing. Kurt wished us luck, holding his hand out to Jennifer. She graciously returned the shake. He shook my hand, saying,
Look, I want to stop this as much as you do. Do what you do best and we can both rest easy.
I returned the handshake, feeling a little embarrassed at my outbursts earlier. Sorry about yelling at you. I understand your position. I won't let you down. I held his hand a little longer than necessary and locked eyes with him. Don't let me down either.
Part 4. Chapter 79. Inside his Crystal City office, Lucas closed out the tracking website in disgust. It had grown dark outside, and he wondered if he had missed the opportunity to take out his prey. The pager beacon had gone to Arlington National Cemetery, then had driven aimlessly about for the next couple of hours. It had finally stopped at the Dulles Fixed Base Operations Center, where it had remained ever since. That meant one thing. The beacon, and presumably whoever was carrying it, had flown somewhere. Due to the length of time it had remained stationary, that flight was taking some time, either going across the country or out of it. He picked up the phone to relay the bad news. When Standish answered, Lucas went secure and got right to the point. We missed both targets. The beacon signal itself has become stationary at Dulles, which leaves me to believe the targets are airborne moving to another location. Do you wish to proceed? For a moment, he heard nothing but breathing on the other end, disgusting him. Weasel can't make a decision. He'd last about 8 seconds in combat. Well, yes, I guess so, Standish said. We need to get it done. Even if it means going to a foreign country, you willing to risk that? Is that what they're doing? I won't know until the beacon lands. But the last report was over 4 hours ago, so they're flying a long ways. What do you want me to do? What have you done so far? Lucas proceeded to tell him about the lead they had gleaned from Ethan's phone call the night before, clinically using terms such as asset information and neutralizing further exposure. Before he could continue with the morning's events, Standish put 2 and 2 together and interrupted the conversation. Whoa! Wait a minute! Don't tell me you're involved in that multiple murder in Herndon! Lucas! Yeah, that was me. Jesus Christ! They're calling it a Charles Manson copycat killing, for God's sake. They think a psycho gang's on the loose. Are you insane? 4 people were fucking slaughtered, tortured to death. Lucas wanted to reach through the phone and rip out Standish's heart. You coward, just like everyone else. Want to get the job done, but don't have the balls for the work. Listen to me, you self-righteous blowhard. You gave me my mission parameters, and I'm still within them. I'm accomplishing the fucking mission. You don't like how I'm doing it, then you should have specified some restrictions beforehand. Now shut the fuck up and let me finish my situation report. On the other end of the line, Standish felt sick to his stomach. Not because of the deaths in Herndon, but because of the possible exposure to himself. He was barely listening to the rest of Lucas's situation report, frantically going through all of the ties that connected them, when something Lucas said clicked, bringing him back into the conversation. So we were forced to exfil without terminating either target. From there, we regrouped, waiting on contact from the asset's phone you gave me. Holy shit! He did the drive-by shooting in Clarendon as well? That can't be right. No way is that right. Wait. Are you telling me you're also responsible for the shootout across from the Arlington courthouse? You actually opened fire on a bunch of civilians? This time, Lucas didn't shout. He spoke in a calm, deliberate manner. Standish recoiled from the venom he felt coming from the phone. I'll say this one more time. You gave me my parameters and my mission. I'm executing. You told me to ensure the hit wasn't traced to you, and that's why we did the drive-by. I'm following your lead. Don't question my methods again. He thinks he's in charge. I'm losing control. Bullshit! You've exceeded my parameters. I told you that collateral damage had to be 5 or less. You killed 4 at the house in Herndon, then shot at least 2 at the courthouse, maybe more. You're outside my guidance, and my guidance stands. Is that understood? Standish, there are 2 targets. A collateral damage of 5 per. That means I still have 4 to work with. Anyway, 2 of my guys are in the hospital because of your target, so I really don't give a shit about your damn guidance anymore. It's getting personal. Standish couldn't believe how quickly the violence had escalated. He thought about telling Lucas to stand down, but was afraid of his response. He might ignore me altogether. Okay, I can see the miscommunication, but I'm the one in charge. I'm still the one funding this. You want to get him, the only way you'll do it is with my money, and that comes with my oversight. Got it? He waited on a response, the silence making him wonder if he'd already lost control. All right, Lucas answered. As long as we understand each other. Continue with your report. After Lucas had finished, Standish gave him the go-ahead to execute, even on foreign soil, but told him that no more collateral damage was to be tolerated. He hung up the phone, wondering if Lucas would bother to listen to him. I'm going to have to do something about him when this is over. Too much exposure. Too much of a threat. Chapter 80. After a solid day and night of heading inexorably eastward, Bakr exited the train station at Tuzla, Bosnia-Herzegovina. Weary down to his bones, he gathered his meager possessions and walked to the first taxi he could find. Speaking in halting English, Bakr asked for a cheap hotel somewhere downtown. The driver held up a finger, saying he knew just the place. Driving east toward the heart of downtown, the taxi traveled about 2 miles before stopping in front of a nondescript 4-story concrete building with a Cyrillic sign in the front. Here. They treat you well here, he said. Bakr thanked him and was surprised when the man butchered the phrase, Allahu Akbar, in return. Bakr stared at the man, smelling of liquor and smoking a cigarette, thinking surely he was not one of the faithful. Are you a man of the book? Yes, yes, Bakr said. Allahu Akbar, and exited the cab. He knew that the horrific civil war that had occurred in Bosnia during the 1990s had been primarily between the Serbian Christian population and the Bosniak Muslim population, but had never stopped to think that a Muslim in Bosnia was as far removed from his version of Islam as the far enemy itself. Bakr entered the lobby of the hotel, seeing an establishment dating back possibly to the 1940s, solidly built of quarry stone, decorated with heavy drapes and dreary colors. The long registration desk, complete with old-fashioned boxes mounted on the wall behind for the guest to place his or her key, was manned by a thin, acerbic-looking man wearing the ubiquitous black leather jacket found all over Bosnia. Bakr checked into his room, happy to see that, although old, it was clean and tidy. The primary concern he had was that the door had a shabby, cheap lock without a secondary locking mechanism. That would force him to take the weapon everywhere he went. His first order of business was to check the prearranged email account with Syed. He had made initial contact 24 hours ago after leaving the ferry in Kiel, Germany, but that email had been disappointing, with Syed saying he was still waiting on a message from Walid. On the plus side, at least he appeared to be following instructions. The message referenced Fallujah and said that he had checked out of the Muslim section and moved closer to the city center. Getting directions from the front desk, he found an internet cafe 4 blocks away. Logging onto the account known only to him and Syed, he was relieved to see the reference to Fallujah, then excited when he saw that Walid had sent the instructions for the next meet. It would occur at 1 o'clock today at a coffee shop in Oslo. Syed ended by saying he would relay what had occurred later on, as soon as he was done. Bakr leaned back in his chair, satisfied that their planning was still on track. His shift to Bosnia might have been unwarranted, but it was still the prudent thing to have done. It might also have removed one burden from Walid's back, as he thought he could get explosives and detonating material from a contact inside this country. He wasn't convinced that Syed had the expertise to ensure the correct materials were taken from Walid, and there was no way they would return to Norway to remedy any mistakes. Better for him to see if he could gather the materials here. While still a fighter in Iraq, he had been given the name of a person who was very active helping out Chechen rebels in their fight against the Russian infidels. All he knew was his name, Yuka Mrdanovich, and that he lived somewhere around Tuzla. He had never met the man, but had been told he wouldn't turn away a Muslim in need.
Chapter 81. As I was pulling into my 4th parking spot, my phone rang. Yeah, what's up?
Pike, he's waiting at a bus stop. I think he's going to get on. What should I do? Shit.
I couldn't believe I had failed to plan for a metro or bus scenario. That was absolutely what would be expected, since the terrorists more than likely didn't have a car. Chalk one up to fatigue. You better pull your head out of your ass or you're going to fail. I told her to hang on a second, rapidly running through courses of action in my mind. All right, board the bus with him. When you see him get up to leave, give me a call. You stay on the bus. Getting on with him can be a coincidence. Getting off is asking to get burned. You exit at the next stop and head back to the one where he got off. I'll call you when I either find out where he's going or I lose him.
Okay, I can do that. Sorry I didn't see this coming and call earlier.
I smiled at her taking the blame. I'm the one who should have seen this coming. Don't worry about it. We're still good to go. We had landed in Oslo a couple of hours ago and had immediately checked Jennifer's email account for a message from the Taskforce. Sure enough, the terrorists had received another message directing a meeting at a coffee shop at 1 o'clock in the city center, which didn't give us a lot of time to set up. We located the shop with only 30 minutes to spare. I'd put Jennifer inside, with me outside as a spotter, since I was the only one who knew what they looked like. Of course, that meant I couldn't conduct the actual surveillance, because they would spot me. When Jennifer found out she'd be in the coffee shop alone, she seemed to realize for the first time this was for real. I had reassured her, reminding her of the surveillance classes I'd given on the flight over, stressing again that it wasn't some arcane skill reserved for spies, but just common sense. She didn't seem to buy it, but she'd exited the car. At precisely 1 o'clock, I'd recognized the shorter of the two guys who'd mugged me in Guatemala. I'd almost missed him, because I was looking for a pair. His friend was nowhere in sight, which could mean he was conducting counter-surveillance like I had in the mall. No way to tell, and nothing I could do about it anyway. I called Jennifer and triggered the surveillance. After the meeting broke up, Jennifer had managed to track him for 5 blocks to the bus station, but she was now out of play. That was going to leave me doing the dismounted work, which would be hard to do without getting burned. I pulled out, driving slowly, until I saw the bus ahead of me. Picking up the pace, I trailed the bus to the next stop, seeing both Jennifer and the terrorist waiting to board. 4 stops later, she called.
He's standing up. He's getting off.
Got it. You go to the next stop and head back here. I immediately scanned for a parking spot, whipping the car around and cramming it into a space barely large enough to hold a moped. I waited for the terrorist to commit to a direction before falling in behind him. The sidewalks in this area were much less congested than in the city center, with only a few couples using them. I knew that if he turned around there was no way he would miss me, but there was nothing I could do about it. I stayed as far back as I dared, praying the terrorist had no reason to feel he was being followed and would walk straight to his destination. Luckily, that's exactly what he did. Striding with a purpose and ignoring his immediate surroundings, he entered a 5-story building. I gave him a few minutes, then approached. It was a youth hostel, a cheap hotel catering to college students and wandering backpackers. It was clean and neat, although a little threadbare, with a throng of young men and women coming and going. I went across the street to a small restaurant bar, took a table in the corner that had a view of the entrance to the hostel, and gave Jennifer a call, telling her where to find me.
Syed flew up the stairs of the youth hostel at a rapid clip, anxious to email Bakr the good news. Walid had not only told him he could get proof of Iranian complicity for the WMD attack, along with the necessary explosive material, but he could get them into Israel proper with little trouble at all. In fact, he wanted Syed to come with him tomorrow to the hinterlands of Norway to meet the man who would facilitate their travel. Unfortunately, the location of the facilitator was outside the footprint of the satellites for the Thrain M4 phone. While they covered a broad swath of the world, it wasn't 100% coverage. It meant he would be out of email contact with Bakker for 48 hours, but he felt that was of little consequence. Booting up the M4, he typed a jubilant message, giving Bakker the details of the meeting, including the fact that he might not get any further message in the next 24 hours. He reassured Bakker that he would attempt to locate an internet cafe, but that the M4 would probably not link up with the satellite. As he leaned back with a sense of satisfaction, Syed's reflections on his meeting with Waleed were interrupted by a growling in his stomach. He didn't bother to shut down the computer, since he would be gone less than 45 minutes, and wanted to see Bakker's reply as soon as he returned.
Absently looking at the menu on the table, I was running through our next potential steps when Jennifer found me and sat down with a big grin on her face. "Told you, you're a natural," I said. "It was really sort of fun. I could get into doing that stuff." "Well, that's good to hear, because I'm pretty sure you're going to get another chance at it." I gave her a rundown of what I knew, telling her that we needed to figure out, before we did anything else, whether the other terrorist was with his partner. In the end, we had to have positive proof these idiots had a weapon of mass destruction, or, equally, that they did not, which might mean breaking into their room. I couldn't risk that unless I knew the room was empty, and knocking on the door wasn't a preferred technique. "What do you think?" I asked. "Any idea how the two of us can maintain 24/7 surveillance on this place?" "You're asking me?" "Why? You're the expert." "Hey, I told you this wasn't rocket science." I glanced out the window. "I have some ideas, but I don't have a monopoly on smarts. If you—" I saw the terrorist leave the hostel across the street. Jennifer said, "What? What is it?" "The guy you followed is on the move." "Already?" Jennifer leaned over, trying to see out the window. "Shit, he's headed this way," I said. I looked around for another exit, but we were out of luck. Short of running through the kitchen, the front door was the only way in or out. I saw the man halfway across the street and moving with a purpose directly toward our restaurant. "He's coming in. Hide your face." Jennifer picked up a menu and pretended to read it. I did the same, but my angle was horrible. At least Jennifer had her back to the guy. I was facing the entrance with the small menu, the only thing hiding my features. I heard the front door open and tried to become invisible. I waited for some indication that he had walked deeper into the restaurant, but heard nothing. Why's he standing at the entrance? "Move, damn it! Go to the bar!" The bell on the front door chimed again. Without lowering the menu, I glanced back out the window, seeing someone running toward the hostel. With a start, I realized it was the terrorist. "Shit, we're burned. We need to stop him before he gets to his buddy." I raced past a group of startled patrons and flew out the door. I ran as hard as I could, slowly closing the distance. I saw him look back, fear etched into his face. He put on a final burst of speed, taking the steps to the hostel, 3 at a time. He blasted through the front door, bowling over a couple at the entrance. I came through the entrance right behind him, in time to see him fling open a stairwell door. I followed, a flight and a half of stairs behind, then narrowed it to one flight. I heard him open the door above me. I reached the 4th floor and exited the stairwell, catching a glimpse of a man entering a room midway down the hall. I had no idea if it was the terrorist or not, but had no other options. I took off at a dead sprint. I reached the door just as it was slammed shut, jamming my foot in the opening and letting it bounce harmlessly against the sole of my boot. Drawing back, I threw my full weight against the door, causing it to explode inward, flinging whoever was behind it against the wall. I followed the open door into the room and recognized the terrorist on the floor. I reached out to grab him, but he scrambled away, putting the bed between us. For a split second, we just stared at each other in a standoff, both of us panting. I saw the look of fear on his face turn to determination. I moved into a fighting crouch, preparing for the assault that was coming. It never came. Instead, he shouted, "Allahu Akbar," then turned and launched himself headfirst out of the window, shattering the glass with his momentum. The scream continued for 4 long floors, growing fainter like a passing train whistle, until it was abruptly cut off when his body impacted the street below. Before I could assimilate what had happened, I heard someone else at the door and whirled around, seeing Jennifer, out of breath from her run. She looked around the empty room, then at me. "Where'd he go?"
Chapter 82. Bacher exited the back of a pickup at the end of a rutted dirt drive leading to a crumbling 2-story farmhouse. He thanked the driver for the lift, staring at the house as the man drove away. The people here and in the surrounding hills existed at the poverty level, barely scraping a living out of the hard-scrabble ground. The residence was built entirely of stone and had been frequently patched with homemade masonry, with the residue of a past fire visible. Moving listlessly about in a pen next to the farmhouse were a couple of skinny goats and a small flock of chickens, all digging in the dirt to find a bit of greenery that had long since been eaten. It had taken Bacher the better part of the day to track down Yuka's residence, and he still wasn't sure this was it. Before walking up to the house, Bacher reviewed in his mind the tale he would spin to obtain Yuka's help. Bacher had learned of Yuka's existence through a Chechen who had come to Iraq to glean IED techniques that he could take back to his fight against the Russian invaders of his homeland. Bacher knew that Yuka was a supporter of Muslim causes, but not because of the religion. That just happened to be the common denominator between himself and others like him. Before the summer of 1995, it was unlikely that Yuka had even considered his religion as something that defined him. In July of that year, the Serbian army had surrounded Yuka's town of Srebrenica and set about on an orgy of violence, wantonly killing men, raping women, and burning everything touched by a Muslim hand. Bacher knew he would need to play on Yuka's emotion of Muslim unity, steering clear of any mention of Al-Qaeda and the Great Satan. Far from wanting to harm the United States, Yuka actually liked America, since it was American air power, under the guise of NATO, that had come screaming in to punish the Serbians when the truth of Srebrenica reached the world. It disgusted Bacher, but he was sure that Yuka didn't hold America to blame. Because of this, Yuka would have to be handled carefully. Bacher rapped on the rough-hewn door, hearing movement on the other side. "Yes. Can I help you?" Bacher was unsure about the man before him. His face held deep wrinkles, made more pronounced by the dirt ground into the crevices, his eyes sunken with large black circles underneath. The age fit, but Bacher had expected more of a sense of purpose, a little more fire in the person he was seeking. What he saw was a man stooped by a lifetime of eking out a living from the ground, not a man steeled by a lifetime of fighting. "Yes, I'm looking for a Bosnian named Yuka. I'm on my way to Chechnya, and I was told by a friend that he may be able to help me." Bacher watched the man go through a small transformation. He straightened up, giving Bacher a penetrating stare with pale blue eyes, apparently measuring his mettle with the gaze alone. He leaned against the door jamb, now projecting a sense of confidence, where before there had only been defeat. Really? And what would this friend's name be? Milan Petrovich. He knew I was coming this way and asked for me to pick up some things for him en route to Chechnya. Things that a Bosnian named Yuka Mrdanovic could provide. The man stepped away from the door, holding his arm open in a gesture of welcome. I am Yuka. I'm at the service of any man befriended by Milan. Come inside and tell me how I may help. An hour later, Bakker stepped out of Yuka's decrepit Lada in front of his hotel in downtown Tuzla, carrying a small wooden box, a gift from Yuka. Milan will be forever grateful for your attention to his wishes, Bakker said. Yuka waved his hands, washing away the compliment. I'm the one who will forever be grateful to Milan. I owe him my life. Beyond that, he's taking up arms to protect his people. Helping you help him is a small measure, and I'm glad to do it. Yuka leaned over to the open window. If you have any trouble finding the house or getting in, call this number. He handed Bakker a scrap of paper with a Bosnian international number written on it. The phone is located in a clean house near the one with the supplies you need. Nobody will answer, but the messages are checked every day. Don't say who you are. Just tell them what you need. It'll be provided. Bakker took the number and waved goodbye, watching the Lada jerk forward, belching smoke. Yuka had served his purpose. He had given him the location of a safe house on the northern side of Sarajevo. Inside this house were all the necessary components to fabricate any type of explosive device he desired. Bakker hadn't needed to prove his Chechnya credentials or state his requirements at all. Yuka had taken it on faith that he was there on behalf of Milan, and had stated that Bakker could take anything he wished from the house. At one point in the conversation, while describing the inventory of the house, he stood up. I have just the thing for you. Something special that I don't keep in the house in Sarajevo. In fact, it's the only one I have ever seen. Leaving Bakker alone in the rustic den, he rummaged around in a hall closet, returning with a wooden box. Inside was a wireless remote detonation device. Covered in Cyrillic lettering on the outside, it was small, with the receiver about half the size of a pack of cigarettes, and the transmitter slightly larger than a baby dill pickle. It was a state-of-the-art device used to clandestinely fire explosives from a distance. How Yuka had ended up with it was anybody's guess. While Bakker was happy with the option to remotely fire the weapon from up to 200 meters away, he knew the detonator's true benefits lay in its channel-hopping capability and the fact that it used a separate signal for both arming and detonating. Having played the IED game extensively in Iraq, Bakker understood that these features would defeat the average countermeasure employed against radio-controlled improvised explosive devices. Known as a jammer, the countermeasure basically broadcast a louder signal than the IED transmitter, preventing the receiver from getting the command to detonate, thus jamming it. A simple concept, it was analogous to a person listening to a radio station in the middle of nowhere. 1 second, the channel's putting out country music, the next gothic rock, as the radio itself relayed whichever signal was strongest. The IED jammer worked the same way. It blasted out huge amounts of white noise on the transmitter's frequency, preventing the receiver from hearing the command to detonate. The channel-hopping feature on Yuka's device meant that the transmitter and receiver, synchronized together, frenetically hopped frequencies from the moment it was turned on, never transmitting on the same frequency for more than a millisecond. This ensured that the average jammer wouldn't be able to defeat it, as it wouldn't be able to sufficiently track which frequency the detonator was using, and thus couldn't override the signal. The second feature, the separate signals used for arming and detonation, meant that the weapon wouldn't be inadvertently set off by someone opening his garage or playing with a remote-controlled airplane. In order for the device to explode, it would take one signal, linked to a security code, to arm the bomb, and another, also linked to a code, to detonate it. Yuka had placed the detonator reverently in Bakker's hands, beginning to fidget once he realized that he had given it away. He made Bakker promise that he would save it for use on a special target, using all of the other mundane detonators he would find in the Sarajevo safe house for everyday terrorist attacks. Opening the door to his hotel room, Bakker grinned at the memory. Yes, he would save this detonator for a special occasion. The perfect occasion. Placing the detonator on the nightstand, he went to the internet cafe to check on the meeting with Walid. Opening the latest message, it appeared that Syed had done everything he had asked and more, giving him a little guilt over his previous thoughts about his partner. He was a little concerned by the lack of email contact in the next 24 hours, but seeing this email had arrived within the last hour, he was sure Syed would check his account one more time before leaving and reply. He typed a quick response describing his successful meeting with Yuka. He hit send, finally beginning to accept that everything was working out.
Chapter 83. Jennifer asked again,
"Where is he?"
I ran to the window, the broken glass crackling under my feet like popcorn. He jumped out the fucking window.
He jumped? Are you sure he...
No, I didn't throw him out. As much as I would have liked to, I'd have to be the Incredible Hulk to chuck his ass out the window from across the room. I saw a crowd gathering around the broken body, most looking down, but some looking up at my location, the drapes swinging gently in the breeze, providing an instant point of reference. I snapped my head back before they saw me. We have about 1 minute before we'll be asked a lot of questions. Start packing up his stuff. We'll look at it back in the hotel.
What about the other guy? What are we going to do about him?
I think he's here alone. There's no evidence of another person, no additional luggage, toothbrush, nothing. Stuffing passports and any other paper I could find into my backpack, I said, "Come on, pack that computer up. We need to move." When I didn't notice any movement, I said, "What's up?" "We have got to go."
An email just came in from a different Yahoo account. He's still logged on and connected to the internet.
"Close it all up," I said. "Don't turn anything off. Just close it up for travel. Maybe we can duplicate it at our hotel, but we don't have time to mess with it now." Finishing up, I held the door open for Jennifer, just prior to letting it close forever. She grabbed my arm. "Wait!" She ran to the nightstand and grabbed a thumb drive. Holding it up, she said, "No telling what's on this thing." "Good catch. That's probably got their whole diabolical plan." She squinted like she was debating on whether to kick me in the nuts. Before she got the chance, I left the room. Once outside, I turned left, choosing the opposite stairwell to the one by which we had arrived. We exited out the back, but were forced to walk through all the gawkers on the east side of the hotel to get to our vehicle. The smashed body hadn't been moved, appearing just as it had when I looked out the window minutes before. We pretended to be just as shocked as everyone else until we were clear of the crowds and could sprint to our car. 15 minutes later, we were back in our hotel room. I set the laptop on the coffee table and brought it out of sleep mode. The last email was still on the screen. "Toss me that thumb drive." Putting it in the computer, I saw it was empty. So much for finding the diabolical plan. I copied the Arabic text from the email onto the thumb drive, followed by the email header information, then took the drive over to Jennifer, who had booted up our computer and was getting online. The thumb drive had nothing on it. Here's the last email that was on the screen along with the header. "Can you send this to the Taskforce?" Kurt said he'd have analysts standing by. Time for them to earn their pay.
"Sure. You think they'll be able to get anything out of this?"
"I don't know. I'm going to try to get back into the Yahoo server and get all his emails before his password times out." She sent the email, then asked me,
"What was that website that did the magic stuff?"
whatismyipaddress.com. You remember how to use it?
"Yeah, I think so. I'll let you know if I get stuck."
I was pulling up the wireless toolbar on the terrorist's computer, attempting to get online when Jennifer said,
"The other guy, if that's who sent the email, is in Tuzla, Bosnia-Herzegovina. Does that make any sense?"
"Yeah, actually it does. That's where all the Mooj went to during the Bosnian War. He's probably got some contacts there." I tried to connect to the hotel wireless network, but failed, being told it was in use. Will this hotel network handle 2 computers with the same password at the same time? She was staring at our computer and gave me an absent-minded answer. "I don't know." "His damn password is going to time out. We're going to lose the messages. Get off the internet and let me go."
"Wait! I'm getting a message. Don't cut it yet. Why don't you try using the Ethernet cable? That's not tied to the wireless."
I felt the press of time and was about to rip her computer out of the wall when what she'd said rooted home. Damn, little brainiac might be right again. I plugged into the cable and began reconfiguring the terrorist computer, asking what the latest message said.
"It looks like that last message was from the other terrorist. He's found some explosive material and is ready to meet the first guy. I guess the guy that jumped out the window."
I continued messing with the other computer, only half listening to what she said.
"He's ready to build the bomb, and the window jumper here in Oslo has some connection who can get them into Israel. The guy in Tuzla is thanking him for the work."
I saw the little wireless icon show a green connection. "Yeah! I'm online and his account's still open."
"Didn't you hear what I just said?"
"Yes, I did. Give me the thumb drive. I want to copy all the messages in the sent and received files." She passed it over, allowing me to load the new messages. "Send that to them. See what they say." She did as I asked, saying,
"Pike, what are we going to do? I guess I had hoped that at some point we'd figure out we were wrong, especially since nobody else wanted to believe us. Every time we find something new, it tells us we're still right."
"Hang on. Let's see what the rest of the messages say. We can figure it out from there. Let's face it, everything said so far could be for a single suicide attack into Israel. It may be nothing more than that. One bad guy is dead and the other has no idea. We're still on the offensive here." 1 hour later, we got the answer from the task force. It didn't get any better. The man who had jumped to his death had been very sloppy with his operational security. He had saved every email sent and received, allowing the analysts at the task force to build a pretty good picture. In a clinical report, the analytical transcript summarized what the email exchanges contained. In general, it gave the strongest backing yet to Ethan's original take, buttressing the theory that the overarching goal was to deploy a weapon in Israel and blame the Iranians. The report read in a clinical, unemotional manner. A. Terrorist A, having suspected that the pair was under surveillance, fled to parts unknown as a preventative measure. B. Terrorist A, to ensure a self-healing operation, enacted a negative tripwire, whereby a penalty would be incurred if a code is not sent. Terrorist A will immediately cease all communication, assume the plan is compromised, and conduct the event at the earliest convenience, most likely at a target of opportunity. The penalty is reset every 24 hours. The code itself is undetermined, but most likely is some combination of words within each email sent. C. Terrorist A is coordinated for explosives at his present location, but has not physically obtained them. The explosives themselves are held at a safe house, exact location undetermined. Along with the explosives, he has obtained a complex detonation mechanism, type unknown. D. Terrorist B is coordinated for transportation to Israel and coordinated for evidence to implicate Iran in the attack. Exact details and facilitation measures are unknown. E. Terrorist B is going to finalize coordination for transportation methods and routes today and will be out of email contact for 48 hours. Terrorist B asked Terrorist A for an additional 24 hours before incurring a penalty. F. Terrorist A has agreed to the additional time, with the caveat that Terrorist B make every attempt to make contact. It is the consensus of the analysts that together, both terrorists have the means at their disposal to introduce an explosive device inside the borders of the State of Israel. It is further believed that they have the means to blame the attack on the State of Iran, at least initially. It is impossible to ascertain from the emails presented whether this blame will withstand rigorous forensic and investigative scrutiny, although it is the opinion of the analysts that such scrutiny may not occur, as the politics of the event will more than likely supersede any attempt at determining the actual facts, with initial reports becoming the perceived truth. On the question of whether the event will be WMD-related, the analysts could not reach a consensus. There is no evidence that the device is a WMD, as neither terrorist refers to it as such, and a review of worldwide all-source intelligence for the last 30 days does not reveal any new indications of recent WMD activity. It may simply be a conventional terrorist operation with little second and third order repercussions. On the other hand, it is unusual for this much preparation, coordination, and infrastructure development be used to support a single suicide attack. Not good. Looks like we have 48 hours to play with. The Mooj motherfucker's going on a suicide run after that. No telling where. Jennifer's face was pale. We can't do this alone. Can't Kurt go get that guy now? Isn't this enough proof? No. You heard his dilemma in D.C. That hasn't changed. It's sad to say, but a simple suicide attack won't cut it. He's not going to risk political upheaval on an event that occurs every day all over the Middle East. He's also not going to launch based on our hunch, especially when his own analysts can't agree that it's a WMD. We have to prove it. How on earth are we going to do that? Same way we were here. He's obviously got the device, if there is one. We didn't find one here, so we need to go there, find him, then check out what he has. Where's there? Tuzla, Bosnia. Pack your stuff. We need to leave right now. We have a little over 48 hours before he goes nuts. Once he's convinced they're compromised, there's no telling where he's going to go. Jennifer remained seated. Are you serious? Where are we going to go? How are we going to find this guy? At least here we had the message about the coffee shop. How are we going to find him in an entire city? Pull up that email trace again. It should have come with a map. It's not that accurate, but I've been to Tuzla. It's not that big of a place and probably doesn't have that many internet cafes. It's a long shot, but we go to Tuzla, find the closest cafe to the map location given, and see if we can find him.
What happens if we don't find him?
He blows up a bunch of people. Not much we can do about it. All we can do is try.
Shit, Pike, we can't do this. We're going to fail. Fail! Can't you see that? Why isn't anyone else helping?
She put her head in her hands. I sat down next to her and rubbed her back. Look, this will all be over, whether we like it or not, within the next 48 hours. All we can do is try our best. Hang in there for a couple more days, and it will end, one way or another. She sat up. I was relieved to see a spark back in her eyes.
Okay, 48 hours. But when we get home, I am kicking somebody's ass in the United States government.
Chapter 84. 5,000 miles away, Kurt Hale sat at his desk with the latest intel reports from Pike. He rubbed his eyes, not liking the choices he faced, or the repercussions if he chose incorrectly. He wasn't surprised by the fact that there was no black and white description of the terrorists' intentions or capabilities. It was just the way of intelligence. From past experience, he knew there was never a smoking gun. You always had to make a judgment call, read the tea leaves, and hope you came close. He knew that Pike would take the commander's intent he had given seriously and wouldn't send an alert unless he proved there was WMD involved. Unfortunately, according to this last batch of emails, waiting until Pike's call might be too late. The team wouldn't have time to launch from the U.S. to wherever Pike ended up before the terrorist fled on his suicide mission, killing thousands and possibly starting World War III. On the other hand, if Kurt did launch a team, he would quite possibly bring down the President of the United States of America and irreparably harm the future defense of the nation, whether the threat was real or not. Once he pulled that trigger, there would be no going back. Kurt knew that hunting a human being was hard enough, especially one who knows he's the prey. Accomplishing the mission in another sovereign country without leaving any fingerprints, the way the Taskforce operated, was exponentially harder. Before starting up the Taskforce, Kurt has studied any and all operations that had a hint of being the same as what he would be called upon to conduct. He had learned, through others' mistakes, that just getting the guy wouldn't qualify as a success. The most glaring example post 9/11 that Kurt had seen was a rendition operation of a radical Egyptian cleric called Osama Mustafa Hassan, or Abu Omar, from Milan, Italy, by the CIA in 2003. The operation itself was conducted successfully, with Abu Omar captured and flown to parts unknown. But the ensuing police investigation uncovered the entire plot, to include the specific names of CIA operatives involved, using cell phone records, car rental receipts, hotel guest logs, and other old-fashioned police work. The Italians dissected the entire operation from start to finish. His abduction was ruled an illegal kidnapping, with most of the CIA operatives named in an arrest warrant. Since Italy is a member of the European Union, the warrants were valid in every other EU member nation. The end state was an enormous embarrassment for the CIA, with scores of operatives no longer able to set foot on the European continent. The point was driven home to Kurt that the actual capture or killing was the easy part. He decided that the task force would never attempt an operation without the requisite groundwork laid first, which took time. If a target presented itself before they could conduct the operation without compromise, it was passed up to wait for a better day. Now the task force had no time to prepare, no infrastructure in place. Kurt had no doubt that they could successfully snatch or kill the terrorist currently in Bosnia, but knew that it would take little police work to unravel that Americans had been involved. Once word reached back that a capture-kill operation had occurred involving American forces, the press and the U.S. government itself would unwittingly help the Bosnians in their investigation, with the Taskforce exposed as a paramilitary organization operating outside the bounds of U.S. law. The president would have no choice but to step forward and accept responsibility. He would have liked someone to talk to, someone to bounce ideas off of, but he had purposely kept his support of Pike a secret from his own men, including George Wolfe. If it blew up, at least they would be protected as unwitting. The only one he trusted above him was the one man who would bear the brunt of the decision, the president, and he was currently on a European goodwill tour. Contacting him meant going through the White House communications room. Using that, with everything recorded and God knows who else listening, would be the same as announcing Prometheus in the newspaper. He thought about the Oversight Council and decided against discussing the problem with them. He had never called an emergency session, and after his last meeting with Standish, he didn't trust his ability to control the direction of the conversation without presidential support. The irony wasn't lost on him that he was contemplating becoming what he feared the most, a single man making Prometheus decisions.
My fear of Standish has made me Standish.
He was at the top of the slippery slope looking down.
What will the reason be next time?
It was his decision, and he was running out of time to make it. Chapter 85. Bakker awoke and rolled over to ensure the weapon was still in place underneath his bed. Seeing the Tupperware container, he smiled. He wouldn't need to worry about losing the weapon much longer. Today was the day that Syed was to finalize both their method of entry into Israel and the means by which they would implicate the Persian infidels. He quickly dressed, anxious to see what Syed had sent. He knew it would be another 30 minutes before the cafe opened, but he didn't have the patience to sit around in his hotel room. He decided to get a bite to eat at a coffee shop across the street from the cafe. He felt like breaking into a run after leaving the hotel, but forced himself to walk at a natural pace. The service at the coffee shop was rapid, since there were only 2 other customers, a woman who was clearly closer to paradise than the usual Bosniak unbeliever, as she had her head covered in a scarf, and, on the other side of the room, a small man who looked like he spent most of his nights on the street, with a frayed black leather jacket and dirt-encrusted shirt, his gnarled hands holding the steaming cup of coffee as if he had purchased it more for the heat it provided than the coffee itself. Bakker fidgeted until he saw the owner flip the Cyrillic sign in the window of the cafe, signaling the start of business for the day. He threw some money on the table and rapidly crossed the street. 2 minutes later, Bakker leaned back in his chair, disappointed by the fact that Syed hadn't emailed him back. There was nothing to be done about it. He would just have to wait until tomorrow for the news. He left the internet cafe, walking toward his hotel at half the speed he had used to get there. Caught in his own thoughts, he failed to notice the Muslim woman from the coffee shop match his pace on the opposite side of the street. Jennifer let the terrorist get 100 yards away before picking up surveillance behind him. Learning all the time, she now stayed on the other side of the street, knowing it gave her a better ability to keep him in sight without his suspecting he was being followed. Pike had been wrong on the number of internet cafes. There were in fact 7 within the radius of the email trace. They had driven by each one and had discarded several, one because it was located next to a police station, a few that catered solely to tourists, and those that had their interiors monitored by cameras. The process of elimination left 2 cafes, although Jennifer knew they were wishing away alternatives that might, in fact, be used. Luckily, both she and Pike knew what this terrorist looked like, allowing them to split up. The window jumper wasn't the man that Jennifer had seen in the passport in Guatemala, which meant that she would recognize the remaining terrorist. One location could be watched from a coffee shop situated across from the cafe. The other had no convenient location from which to view the entrance, other than from a parked car on the same street. Not wanting to repeat what had happened in Oslo, with the terrorist recognizing him, Pike had given Jennifer the coffee shop location, buying her a quick disguise of a multicolored headscarf, a set of large, cheap sunglasses, and an ankle-length peasant's dress of the type that was ubiquitous in downtown Tuzla. She had dyed her hair black to complete the transformation, and now looked like one of 100 Bosnian women roaming the city center. Jennifer had been sitting in the coffee shop for only a few minutes, barely enough time to think through her surveillance plan, when a man resembling the passport photo came in. She wasn't sure since the guy in the passport had a beard and this man didn't. When he left the coffee shop and entered the internet cafe, all doubt fled her mind. "That's him!" She called Pike and told him. Before Pike could find her, she saw the terrorist leave. "Showtime. You can do this. Not that hard." Jennifer started window shopping across the street, keeping pace within a football field of him, all the while running through her mind what she was going to do next. Her mission was simple: figure out where he was staying, right down to the hotel room. And I need to be right behind him to do that. She started to close the distance before she realized her dilemma. What if he walks for the next 4 miles? I can't stay right behind him. He'll wonder what the hell I'm doing. The longer she walked, the more she wanted to close the gap. Fuck. This sounded easy on the airplane. He's going to turn into a hotel and I'm going to lose him. After 3 blocks, seeing the sidewalks beginning to swell with noontime shoppers that would give her some cover, she decided she'd pushed her luck for long enough. She crossed over, her fear of missing the opportunity now overpowering. She picked up a position about 30 meters behind him, keeping him in sight through the crowds, but just barely. She called Pike and gave him an update, referring to the terrorist with the name she had seen in his American passport in Guatemala. "Carlos has gone about 4 blocks from the cafe. I'm still on him. He appears to have a destination, but he's not moving with a purpose. Are you nearby?" "Yeah, I'm right outside your internet cafe. I'll be within a couple of blocks of you at all times." "How are you holding up?" "I'm okay. I'm about to fall asleep on my feet, but I'm okay. Nothing like exhaustion to tamp down stress." "I hear you. I just about ran over a kid 5 minutes ago. Look, I'm having second thoughts about how far we should push this today. I think you should just pinpoint his hotel. We can find some other way to figure out his room. I think we're risking too much by you going in." Why is he changing the plan now? Would you think this was too risky if you were walking behind him, or is it because you're afraid of me getting hurt? We only have another 24 hours, and I don't think we'll get another chance. I'm going to finish this. Damn it, this isn't a game. There's no trophy at the end. If he figures out what's going on, he's liable to freak out and launch the device right in the hotel. Yeah, I'm worried about you, but I'd be just as worried about any teammate. She watched Carlos pause outside of a hotel, looking left and right. She saw him glance at his watch like he was trying to decide what to do. She vaguely heard Pike continue. "I'm just saying that I'm not sure a plan hashed out on an airplane after 4 days without sleep is the one we should go with. Let's figure out where he's staying and take a long, hard look at our options." She didn't reply. Focused on the terrorist, she saw him turn to the hotel entrance. Holy shit. This is it. Hello? Jennifer, you still there? He just went into a hotel. I have to go. No, Jennifer, wait. Jennifer hung up the phone and rushed forward, reaching the door in time to see Carlos moving to a stairwell inside. Focusing on the backpack he was wearing, she gave a half thought of quitting. Pike's warning reminding her of the stakes. Stop that. Get it done. To her right, she saw a wizened old man at the front desk, reading a newspaper and paying her no mind. Crossing quickly to the stairwell, she heard footsteps above her, separated by a single landing. How am I going to figure out his floor if I can't see him? It dawned on her that she would only need to listen. When she heard his footsteps cease, she would simply exit on the next floor. No sooner had she come up with the plan than she realized she was hearing nothing but the echo of her own footsteps. Carlos had exited the stairwell.
I flung the phone against the dash. What the hell is she thinking? What was I thinking coming up with this dumb-ass plan? I didn't even know where she was. From where I was parked outside the cafe, I could see about 40 different ways the terrorist could have gone. Calm down. Think. From what Jennifer said, they were somewhere within a 4-block radius. How many hotels could there be inside that? Logically, they were probably west toward downtown. I threw the car into drive and headed deeper into the city. Please don't get hurt. Please. Please.
Hurrying to the next floor, Jennifer paused outside the stairwell doorway, listening for any sign that someone was just beyond. Hearing nothing, she gathered her courage and opened the door. Carlos stood directly in front of her, fumbling with his key and softly cursing the old lock. At the sound of the stairwell door, he turned. Jennifer stumbled back, preparing to flee into the stairwell in a fight-or-flight response. Get a grip. He doesn't know who you are. Her eyes locked with the terrorist's. He smiled, nodding hello before returning to work his key. She smiled back and moved past him, seeing the hallway end about 50 feet away at a men's room. What am I going to do when I reach that? Shit. I've got no reason to be here. Should have turned around. She kept walking, feeling his eyes on her back, wondering what the hell was taking him so long. Get in your damn room. As she approached the bathroom, her mind began to work in overdrive. What if this is a men-only hotel, or has floors separated by gender? He's going to know something's up. He's going to kill me. She envisioned him stalking right behind her, knife raised to strike. With a superhuman effort, she kept walking forward, fighting the urge to turn around and look. She reached the end of the hall. Now what? He's going to see you standing here doing nothing. She turned to the last door and did the only thing she could think of, giving it a soft knock while stealing a glance back the way she had come. The hallway was empty. She felt her knees begin to buckle and threw her hand up to the door jamb for support. Jesus, why don't I listen to Pike? Leaning against the frame with her eyes closed, taking quick, shallow breaths, she didn't even notice that the door had opened until she heard someone speak. Standing in front of her, in his underwear, black socks held up by garters on his skinny legs, wearing a stained wife-beater t-shirt, was a man of about 60. The man looked at her suspiciously and said something in Serbo-Croatian. Feeling nauseous, Jennifer said, Sorry, wrong room. She speed-walked back down the hallway, taking care not to make any noise as she opened the door to the stairwell. Reaching the street outside, she walked as fast as she could without breaking into an overt run, not conscious of the direction she was going, or the people she bumped into in her haste to put some distance between herself and the hotel. She made it about 90 feet before the enormity of the close call hit home. She stopped, reaching toward the nearest wall for support. She leaned over and threw up, splashing vomit on her legs and causing people on the sidewalk to immediately avoid her. Racked with dry heaves, she sank to her knees. A crowd began to gather around her, with several people asking her questions in Serbo-Croatian. Get out of here. You're making a scene. You're going to blow this whole thing. She stood up, brushing off the help and looking for an escape route. She heard a man on the street yelling something, then recognized it was Pike. Thank God. She ran to the SUV as Pike opened the passenger door. She leaned back into the seat, shaking and gasping for air, as if she had just run a marathon. Pike gunned the engine, pulling away from the hotel. "You all right? What the fuck happened?" "I'm okay." She closed her eyes, breathing deeply, repeating the phrase as if to prove it to herself. "I'm okay." Chapter 86. In his Crystal City office, Lucas pinched the bridge of his nose, wanting more than anything to smash his computer into little pieces. No sooner had his team landed in Norway than the beacon had shown up in Tuzla, Bosnia-Herzegovina. Through Standish, he had confirmed that Kurt Hale was still in D.C., which led him to surmise that Hale had passed the device to Pike. This was a net positive, provided he could keep a bead on the pager and get his team in position quickly. The first update of its location had been Oslo, causing an immediate launch of the team. Now the damn thing was saying it was in Tuzla. This is turning into a wild goose chase. On top of that, someone here in the States was making inquiries about the death of the analyst and the shooting at the Four Courts pub. He hadn't been able to determine who it was, but knew it wasn't official law enforcement. Someone had made a connection between the two and was closing in on his operation. Regardless, he still had a mission to accomplish. He gave the order for the team in Oslo to redirect to Tuzla at their earliest opportunity. He then turned to his Rolodex and compiled a list of names for a backup team. There was no telling where this was going to lead. He needed the flexibility to launch from inside the European continent while maintaining a reserve. He would fly with the backup team, directly coordinating the mission on the ground. It was becoming impossible to command and control the complex twists of the operation from 5,000 miles away, and getting out of the country right now had a certain appeal, not to mention the chance of getting out of the office and into the hunt.
I waited for Jennifer to finish brushing her teeth before continuing the debriefing. When she returned to the bedroom, she looked a little bit like her normal self, the fear of her close call receding. "Are you burned? Did Carlos suspect anything? Do anything when he saw you?"
"No, not really. I think I'm fine there. I'm pretty sure he thought I was a local. I didn't say anything, and neither did he, so I didn't give him any reason to think I was anything but a Bosnian."
"Good. I think we drive on with the plan. We wait for him to check his email tomorrow. While he's in the cafe, I'll crack into his room and see if I can spot the device, or come up with anything else that screams WMD. Run me through what you saw for security. What were the door locks like? Did you see any cameras? Was there a lot of traffic? Basically, anything you can think of that might interfere with me getting in." Jennifer sat for a moment, collecting her thoughts. When she was ready, she gave me a fairly detailed description of everything she had seen. I expected her to have tunnel vision, focusing on her survival after the contact with Carlos, like most civilians would have. But she was able to clearly describe the exact number of doors in the hallway, the type of lock, the direction the doors opened, and even give a fairly good description of the old man she had inadvertently run into, to include what she could see of the layout of his room. I had gotten less information from trained operators in the past. "So you're positive you didn't see any cameras? Anything being fed to the front desk?"
"No, there's nothing like that. I'm sure of it. The hotel's fairly run down. The only thing I saw was an old guy at the front desk, and he didn't even look up when I entered."
"You are positive that there was only one lock, and it was like ours here in the hotel room?"
"Well, I'm positive that's true about the guy's room at the end of the hall. I can't say for sure about Carlos's room, since he was standing in front of his door when I went by. But if all of the rooms are the same, then it has a lever and a keyhole above the lever. That's it. And it looked just like our door lock. She pointed at our hotel room door, down to the engraving on the plate. Okay, I think I can get in with our key. How? Just because it looks like our lock doesn't mean our key will fit. I mean, really, I've seen enough Magnum P.I. episodes to know that won't work. If our key will fit into Carlos's keyhole, it will work. It won't open it, you're right, but I'm going to take our key and make a bump key. If I do it right, we should walk right in. I grinned. Trust me. Chapter 87. We attempted to have a normal evening at a local restaurant. Jennifer was subdued throughout the meal, and I could tell that something was eating at her. When we got back to the hotel, she asked, "What are we going to do if you don't find any WMD in his room?" Honestly, I don't know. I've been thinking about it and don't have an answer. Let's take it one step at a time. Right now, I just want to build the bump key and go to sleep. We're both exhausted, and it might be the only rest we get for a while. Jennifer nodded absently. Yeah, I could use the sleep. Look, quit worrying. We can't do anything right now, and it'll just keep you awake all night. I know. But, Pike, I'm scared. I really thought I was going to die today. I have never been so terrified. This guy plans to kill a lot of people. I don't think I realized what that meant until I thought he was going to kill me. Here it comes. She's seen the elephant. Need to give her some confidence. Quit it. Fear isn't bad. You just have to manage it, like you did today. This guy is going to try to kill a lot of people. We're going to stop it, right? She stared at me, like she wanted to say something but wasn't sure how. I'd seen it before. Soldiers who had a near-death experience and wanted to talk, but didn't know what to say. Her next question threw me completely off. What was Heather like? I sat in silence for a second or two, wondering where this was going. I can't sum that up in a sentence. Why do you ask? She didn't answer the question. Didn't appear to even hear it. You know what I was thinking about at the end of that hall? I mean, besides the scared shitless feeling that I was going to die? I thought that if Carlos killed me, it would destroy you. Come on, that's not going to happen. You're not going to die, and I'm not going to self-destruct. She ignored me. I felt so selfish. I had run into the hotel because we needed to get the information, and it was my life. But it's more than my life. Jennifer, it's never just your life. There's always someone else who will be hurt. That's just the way it is. She was staring at me now, making me uncomfortable. The twinge had come back with strength unlike anything I had felt since I had lost Heather. It was almost unbearable. A confusing mishmash of emotions that made me want to flee the room. Stop it! Remember the mission. Focus! She continued. I understand that my death would affect others. I mean, my death would also crush my mother, but I didn't think about her. This was different. The fear of dying wasn't as bad as the fear of causing you pain. Where is this going? I had intended to give her a little support, a shot of confidence, like I had done many times to other soldiers in the past, but I was no longer on familiar ground. Well, I'm glad I'm good for something. If pity gets the mission done, then I guess I'm a pathetic loser who will fall apart at the drop of a hat. Can we talk about something else? That's not what I meant. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, and I just wanted you to know."
"What?"
She leaned in and kissed me. "You're a good man. Much better than you give yourself credit for. Maybe better than anyone I've ever met. You didn't kill your family. You should let it go."
I sat still, frozen by her actions. Jennifer laughed.
"Wow, I finally made you speechless. I should have done that days ago."
"Jennifer, I, She put a finger to my lips.
"Shh. I'm not looking for any deep thoughts. I just wanted to say that, in case, you know."
"In case one of us dies?" I remained silent for a second, not wanting to dwell on tomorrow's potential consequences. "You asked about Heather," I said. "She was a lot like you." The words seemed to bring a sense of calm to her. She put her hand over mine.
"Thank you. I think that's the best compliment you could ever give."
"You're welcome. Now enough of the soul-searching." I stood up, locking my churning emotions away and trying to concentrate on the mission. "We need to get some sleep. We have a big day tomorrow." She remained seated, saying nothing, but with a different glint in her eyes. "What?"
I'd rather you didn't sleep on the floor tonight. Is that all right?"
The question took a moment to sink in. When it did, it separated my confusing emotions like oil and water. "Jesus, you want to..." The thought made me feel like a traitor, disgusting me to my core. I can't sleep around on Heather. The notion was ridiculous, but overwhelmingly there nonetheless. Shit. What do I say now? Jennifer had just been through a harrowing event and had now opened herself up in the most vulnerable way possible. The close call itself may have been to blame. I didn't want to hurt her. I sat down again, taking her hand. "Jennifer, I can't do that." She blinked and looked at the floor. When she looked back at me, she was smiling. Like I had confirmed something.
"I know. I just meant you could use a good night's sleep. Off of the floor. The bed's big enough."
We both knew what she really meant, but somehow my answer had avoided giving her pain. I smiled back, relieved. No matter what happened tomorrow, tonight, I had done something right.
Chapter 88. At 7 a.m., Barker got out of bed and completed sunrise prayers, wishing for the 1,000th time that he were allowed the small dignity of a prayer rug as part of his cover. At 7:30, he walked to the end of the hall for his shower. He fidgeted in his room for another 45 minutes, playing with the remote detonator and going through link-up options with Syed in his mind. At 8:45, he packed up the weapon. Stepping onto the street, he looked left and right, then proceeded at a slow pace to the internet cafe so as to arrive after it had opened. Jennifer sat in her peasant's dress with a different colored scarf in place on her head. The scent of vomit still occasionally wafted from her dress like the odor of a dead animal in the attic, the stench floating about with no clear source, no matter how hard you walked around sniffing the room. She had done her best to clean the dress, but had missed a spot somewhere. She'd awakened before their alarm went off, the room artificially dark due to the heavy drapes, the corners showing the feeble light of dawn creeping in. Raised on an elbow, gazing at Pike's slumbering form, she could barely pick out his features. This isn't fair. Why are we all alone out here? Why can't we just go home and forget about terrorists and WMD? Let someone else stop him. She had lain in bed, feeling a sense of impending doom, as if she had been convicted at trial, and today was the day she reported to jail. That feeling had remained throughout the morning, and persisted still. Sitting in the back of the coffee shop, she jumped when her cell phone rang, spilling her cup of coffee halfway to her mouth. She heard two simple sentences. He's on the move. He's going slow, so it'll probably be 5 minutes before you see him. She acknowledged the call and hung up, the sense of dread building in her gut. 4 minutes later, she saw Carlos down the street, walking at a leisurely pace toward the cafe. It would take him a couple more minutes to get there, but that would only be more time for Pike inside the hotel. She picked up her phone and dialed, wishing it were still yesterday, not wanting to set things in motion. Outside of Bakker's hotel, one of Lucas's team members from Norway sat looking at a map, trying to determine if he was in the location dictated by the computer plot of the beacon. He glanced up to get his bearings on the street, looked back at his map, then did a double-take when he saw Pike exit a Pajero SUV 15 feet to his front. He had pulled into the parking spot 5 minutes before, merely to pinpoint his location, one of several sites being reconnoitered by Mason's team based on the trail left by Pike's pager. This was supposed to be just a familiarization day, necking down possible locations and getting a feel for the area. Fumbling with his cell phone, he calmed down enough to dial, ducking to prevent Pike from seeing him.
Mason? Yeah, I've got Pike. He's fucking right in front of me. The girl's not with him. He just went into a hotel.
He paused, listening.
I don't know if he's staying here or not, but if you want him, I need to get the team here ASAP. I'm not going to try take him out on my own. I haven't seen the girl, but let's face it, he's the threat. Get rid of him and she'll be easy.
He listened a few more seconds.
Yeah, I get that we can't track the girl, but this guy's been pretty damn dangerous from the beginning. You sure you want to attempt to capture?
Hearing Mason's reasoning, he relented.
Okay, I can do that. If you get a team here, I should be able to close on him fast enough to prevent him from doing anything.
He listened a moment.
If he gives me any trouble, I'll smoke him right here. If not, he can tell us where to find the girl. I don't recommend going in after him. We can ambush him when he comes out. Maybe we'll get lucky, and they'll both come out.
I entered the hotel like I belonged there, carrying the bump key and a small mallet I had purchased the day before. I moved straight to the stairwell, the distance and direction exactly as described by Jennifer. Exiting the third floor, I paused in front of Carlos's door. I strained my ears, listening for any movement behind it or from the rooms down the hall. Hearing none, I placed the key in the lock. It slid in easily. I moved it forward, feeling the clicks of the pin tumblers through the key. When I went past the last tumbler, I pulled the key back out until it clicked once. Looking left and right, ensuring I was alone, I raised the mallet and gave the key a sharp rap, applying torque as soon as the key seated past the pins. The lock broke free, the cylinder turning. I rotated the key and turned the lever, pushing the door. It didn't budge. I paused a half second and pushed again. The door was still locked. Puzzled, feeling the press of time, my instinct was to simply kick in the door. Hold on. Solve the problem. I went through possibilities in my mind. I remembered that European locks sometimes go 2 full rotations to open. I repeated the procedure with the bump key, feeling a sense of relief when the lock cylinder turned again releasing the door. I entered the room. Once again, Jennifer's description was spot on. The room was small, consisting of a single floor lamp, an end table, a chair, and a twin-sized bed. No closet and no bathroom. I went to a duffel bag on the chair first, sifting through the clothes. Finding an American passport, I saw that Jennifer had been right. The name inside was Carlos Menendez. Hispanic. Very smart. I wrote down the name and passport number for future reference. I saw nothing else of interest. I moved to the nightstand, opened a drawer, and found a wooden box inside. I pulled it out, setting it on top of the end table.
Chapter 89. Bakker sat at his usual table, staring at the inbox for the email account between him and Syed. The box was still empty. Bakker felt drained, cheated of the gift for which he had so patiently waited. What the hell was Syed up to? Why hadn't he emailed? Bakker couldn't bring himself to think the unthinkable, that Syed had been captured or killed. Surely he was just hung up on his trip with Waleed. They were too close to paradise for something to happen now. He calmed down, mentally chastising himself for his pathetic wheedling. The 48 hours were up, and he had told Syed he would immediately leave, but he decided to give his partner more time. Too much was riding on Waleed's coordination. If Syed didn't send an email by this afternoon, he would begin looking for routes into Israel on his own, planning his next steps. He would return tomorrow morning and check again, giving Syed an extra 24 hours. If there was still no response, he would assume the worst and leave Bosnia, heading perhaps toward Turkey, then onward into Syria. Leaving the cafe, Bakker chastised himself again for his weak constitution, purposely picking up his gait to get away from the thoughts of self-pity.
Inside Carlos's hotel room, I was carefully checking the box for any indications of booby traps when my phone rang. Yeah? How long? Okay, I'm headed out. No, I haven't found anything, but I really haven't had time to check it out completely. I started the chronograph feature of my watch, figuring I had about 2 minutes to finish up. Sure the box was clean, I lifted the lid and found my first indication of terrorist activity. I pulled the remote detonation device out of the box and turned it over in my hands, considering what I should do with it. I looked for some way to disable it without Carlos being aware, but quickly dismissed the idea, since I couldn't read the Cyrillic writing and didn't know enough about its operational capability to ensure I did it correctly without his knowing. I placed it back in the box and returned it to the drawer exactly as I had found it. Before I closed the drawer, I noticed a scrap of paper with an international number written on it. I copied it down, assuming it had been placed there by Carlos, since the end table and room were completely barren, without a trace of rubbish. I searched the rest of the room, but found nothing at all. I had confirmed the detonation device the terrorist had referred to in his email, but still could not prove or disprove any connection to WMD. I looked at my watch, seeing 1 minute and 43 seconds had passed since Jennifer's call. Out of time. I need to go. I left the room, getting as far as the stairwell before I remembered I hadn't relocked the door. I ran back and inserted the bump key, gave it a whack, and attempted to turn the cylinder. It refused to move. I repeated the procedure with the same results. A gunfighter's mantra floated through my head. Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. Ignoring the clock, I started over, carefully feeling the pin tumblers and setting the key perfectly. I gave it another whack,
breaking the cylinder free. I turned it over once, feeling the cylinder lock up again. No more time to mess with it. Trotting rapidly down the stairs, I considered my next move. I had no proof of WMD, but I was personally convinced that Carlos had it and was carrying it around on his back. I contemplated taking out Carlos by myself, but quickly tossed that idea. It would be impossible for me to get close to him without being recognized, and I had no idea if the device was armed and ready to explode, inside a glass container that could be thrown, or simply in a Ziploc bag that would break in a scuffle. The idea of wrestling Carlos for control of a device that could kill hundreds by just being released into the atmosphere was best left in the category of last resort. I reached the second-floor landing and made a decision. Alert the task force. I hated to do it, and I knew I had promised I wouldn't without positive proof of WMD, but I decided that the circumstances warranted action. I pulled out the pager beacon and hit the series of keys necessary to trigger the emergency signal. Nothing outward changed. It beeped once, returning to show the time. Reaching the first floor, I placed it back in my pocket and exited the stairwell. Nodding to the old man behind the desk, I left the hotel and walked straight to my SUV, purposely not looking in the direction of the internet cafe. I unlocked the driver's side door, looking down and hiding my face from anyone coming down the street. I was about to sit down when I felt the barrel of a pistol jammed into my kidney. You make a single fucking move and I will kill you right here. I know your capabilities, so trust me, I won't be guessing about your intentions. You understand? Nod if you do. I did as he asked. Raise your hands where I can see them, but don't make it look like you're surrendering. The man jammed the barrel again. Don't do anything stupid. I can kill you and get out of here clean. I placed my hands on the door and roof of the car, feeling the press of time. I was facing the direction Carlos was coming from, and would be impossible to miss. I didn't mind the gun in my back, but needed to speed this up. I turned my head slightly, about to say something, when I was cut off angrily by the man with the gun. Keep facing forward. Don't move a fucking muscle until my partner arrives. I attempted to hide my face, saying, Look, I'm willing to do whatever you want. I'll come quietly. Can we just get moving? What the hell are you looking at? Raise your head. I continued looking down. Raise your fucking head or you're dead. Do it now. I sensed the fear in the man and could almost feel his finger tightening on the trigger. I reluctantly raised my head, seeing another man approaching out of the corner of my eye. The man gave me a wide berth. Car's on the way. Should be here in 5 seconds. Good. This guy scares the hell out of me. I ducked my head again, counting out the seconds. I reached to 5 with no car when the man with the gun said, I tell you to raise your head again, and we'll be throwing a body in a car. I'm not sure you can feel it, but that's a fat barrel in your back. There will be no noise. I raised my head, hearing a car pull up. I looked up the street, trying to see anyone resembling Carlos in the distance. Spotting no one, I scanned the people closer to me. I saw a man resembling Carlos approaching, no more than 20 meters away. I was about to push my luck and lower my head again when the man met my eyes. I recognized the terrorist. At the same time, he recognized me.
Chapter 90. Jennifer picked up a loose follow as soon as Carlos left the internet cafe, staying on the opposite side of the street. When he increased his pace to a fast walk, closing in on the entrance to his hotel, Jennifer felt the anxiety in her stomach begin to skyrocket. Why hasn't Pike called? What's he doing? Carlos was 1 block away, and about 30 seconds from getting so close that Pike couldn't possibly leave without being seen. She kept his pace, almost forced to break into a trot, the speed of events ratcheting up her anxiety even further. She pulled out her cell phone, preparing to call Pike again, when she saw Carlos abruptly stop. She paused, watching closely. She saw Carlos spin around and take off running the way he had come. Stunned, Jennifer looked down the street, trying to identify what had caused the reaction. She saw Pike standing next to his car talking to 2 other men, a second car idling next to him. She turned back to the terrorist, seeing him in a wild run, his pack flopping crazily on his back as he dodged through the foot traffic. She watched him for a split second longer, then returned to Pike and the 2 strangers. She saw Pike drop his keys out of view of the men, then move toward the sedan in the middle of the street. She felt lightheaded, the crowds around her fading into the background, the pressure to make the right decision crushing her like a physical thing. Pike had said he hadn't found the WMD, which meant that Carlos must be carrying it. And Carlos has seen Pike. He knows we're after him. He was now running to parts unknown with a massive death trap on his back, under pressure to use it sooner rather than later. She saw Pike get in the back of the sedan. She knew that the men who had him intended to kill him, would kill him possibly in the next few minutes. She watched the door close, frozen in place. What can I do about that? Nothing. In fact, they wanted her as well. Showing herself now, attempting some pathetic action to stop 3 trained killers from driving away with Pike, would only guarantee both their deaths. She felt a burning sense of helplessness. She ran the choices through her mind, her brain working at the speed of light. What would Pike do? He wouldn't dither back and forth. He'd make a decision and execute. She began a fast walk in the direction of Carlos, knowing what Pike would tell her to do. Go after the terrorist, save the many, screw the few. Do what was best overall, not what you would like to do. She broke into a run, going through in her mind what she should do next, evaluating options for the surveillance and tracking of Carlos. She looked back the way she had come, watching the car make a U-turn and begin driving away from her. She continued running, straining for a glimpse of Carlos to her front. She glanced back one more time, seeing the taillights of the car flash, watching it make a right turn out of sight. Her conviction faltered. Unbidden, she had a vision of Pike lying in a roadside ditch. Her mind superimposed the graphic violence she had witnessed in Guatemala over Pike's visage. A nightmare flash in her mind of Pike's head exploded open, brain matter and bones splattered on the ground, his eyes looking skyward, unseeing. The image hit her with a physical blow, causing her vision to blur, her breath to catch in her chest. She slowed to a walk, the image burning into her soul. She turned around and began sprinting toward the Pajaro. Fuck the terrorist. Someone else can stop him. She knew the decision might mean hundreds of people died. But there was only one death she cared about, and she would do what she could to stop it, no matter how insurmountable the odds. Pike had talked of saving the many as the best course of action, that numbers alone decided the value of the effort. But that didn't seem right anymore. It wasn't just about numbers. Jennifer knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that someone would die today. Probably a great many people, including her. If Pike was standing when the smoke cleared, the sacrifice would be worth it. Bacher paused to catch his breath, leaning against the corner of a building. He had run flat out for 10 or 11 blocks, randomly turning left and right to lose himself in the city. So far, he hadn't noticed anyone chasing after him. In fact, he hadn't seen a single reaction to his flight whatsoever. He believed he was momentarily safe. Clearly, it was no coincidence the man from Guatemala was now in Tuzla. He was here because of Bakker. But if that was so, why hadn't the man chased him? Why let him run away without a single response? Maybe the man didn't recognize him. Maybe they knew that the partner of Syed and Walid was in Tuzla but didn't know exactly who he was. If that was the case, he was still invisible. He needed to get back into his hotel, retrieve the detonator, and head to Sarajevo. That would be a complete break from everything the enemy knew. He would once again be on the offensive, safe in his anonymity. He considered the hotel room. It would be a great risk to return there since the enemy could be waiting for him. On the other hand, he hadn't told Syed where he was staying, and the very fact that he had seen them nonchalantly hanging around out front indicated a coincidence, since they would never have been so brazen had they thought he was staying there. The detonator was worth the risk. He would just have to be very careful in his approach, ensuring the hotel didn't contain a trap.
Chapter 91. The men in the sedan had the presence of mind to handcuff me, but luckily they had done so after I was in the car, leaving my hands to my front. I would never have made that mistake, but I wasn't going to complain. Hopefully they'll learn this lesson the hard way. In front of us was another sedan holding 3 men, leading the way out of town. I was sandwiched between the 2 guys who had taken me off the street, both of them hard-looking with a military air. The man known as Mason, sitting on my left, was the only one who spoke.
Pike, listen, this is nothing personal. I'm sure you understand. It's just a professional mission. You're going to die. That's a given. The choice you have is how. We need to know where the woman is. Tell us that, and we'll simply put a bullet in your head.
Well, there you go. Nothing personal about it. They just want to kill me. Go fuck yourself. Mason nodded.
Yeah, okay. I figured my little speech wouldn't convince you. That's no problem. We have plenty of time.
We had left Tuzla and were headed south on a twisting 2-lane road, the view alternating between rugged hillside and steep drop-off. The lead car was occasionally lost from sight around the sharp curves. After 5 minutes, we made a right turn onto a narrow blacktop that followed the ridgeline, heading deeper into the rugged terrain, away from the heavily trafficked main road. Mason continued,
Look, I'll give you something to think about while we drive, just to ensure you know I've got the stomach for the work. I'm the one who talked to your friend Ethan. Trust me, it wasn't pleasant. I took no joy in it. The conversation lasted a long, long time.
You little coward. I stared deep into Mason's eyes, causing him to look away. You should have kept that to yourself. I would have only killed you in self-defense. Now I'm going to kill every fucking one of you purely for the pleasure of it. The driver gave a nervous laugh and said, We'll see how tough you are in 30 minutes, asshole. Your buddy thought he was pretty hard, too. Right up until we punctured his daughter's eyes. Before I could respond, he jerked the wheel to the left, shouting, Shit, hang on! We were slammed back into our seats by a collision from the rear. The car swerved lightly right, then left, coasting to a stop on the side of the road. Mason looked out the back window, saying,
What the hell happened?
We got rear-ended by some Bosnian bitch. Wait a sec, and I'll get rid of her.
Hurry up,
Mason said.
We lost our escort,
Yeah, I'll throw some money at her. Give me a minute. I turned around and felt a shock slap through my body. Jennifer was walking slowly to the back of our car, stooped over with a hand at her back, giving the impression of an injury. Both Mason and the man to my right were focused on the activity to the rear. I didn't have a clue what Jennifer was doing, but knew instinctively it was going to be borderline insane. She has no idea what she's up against. Before I could even come up with a half-baked plan, I heard Mason shout, "What the fuck is that bitch doing? Jesus Christ!" I looked back again and saw the driver doubled over, holding his genitals. I watched Jennifer wind back up and kick him again, apparently attempting to drive the man's balls up into his neck. He fell over onto the ground. Jennifer proceeded to kick him in the head with all of her might. Jesus, she's lost her mind. His body was now on the ground and hidden from view, but Jennifer's leg, pistoning back and forth like a jackhammer, was not. Mason threw open the door, screaming, "Watch Pike!" The man to my right was still fixated on the beating the driver was receiving. The situation clicked. One man exiting the vehicle, the other focused on the fight. Neither one paying attention to me. Big mistake. I drew my head back and slammed it full force into the face of the guy to my right, the hard, thick portion of skull right above my eyes, caving in the brittle bones of the man's nose and eye sockets with a sickening crunch. Rotating toward Mason, I used every bit of strength I had to kick out with both feet, catching him halfway out of the door and launching him out of the car like I'd strapped his ass into an ejection seat. I ripped the Glock out of the lifeless hands of the first man and dove out the other passenger door just as Mason recovered and began firing into the back of the car, missing me, but killing his unconscious partner. I heard Jennifer scream, "Pike!" Then the sounds of gunfire. Shit, move faster, she's gonna get hit. Rising up on a knee, I saw Jennifer running to the back of our rental SUV, with Mason standing up, trying to get a clear shot. I raised the weapon in a two-handed grip, smoothly settled the front sight post on Mason's head, and squeezed the trigger. Goodbye, motherfucker. The force of the round threw Mason into the ditch beside the road, his head cratered open with bits of bone and brain matter oozing slowly onto the ground, his eyes looking skyward, unseeing. Seeing no other threats, I said, "Jennifer, come out. It's okay." I ran to the passenger side of the Pajero. "Hurry up. We need to get out of here before that second car comes back, and I can't drive with handcuffs on." Jennifer jumped inside and turned the key. The starter ground over, but failed to catch. "Shit, I didn't hit you guys that hard." "Forget this thing. Get out and go to the sedan." I jumped out just as the other carload of men came flying back around the mountain curve at a high rate of speed. "Too late," I said. "Come out this side. Get behind the Pajero." Jennifer crawled across the seat, exiting the passenger side and ending up on the ground next to me. Before I would lose the chance, I ran in a crouch to Mason, ripping the spare magazines for the Glock 19 from his belt. The car came to a stop, both doors flying open, the men crouching behind them, preparing to fire. The air grew silent, with the occasional whisper from the men carrying across the roadway. I peeked around the Pajero, talking over my shoulder to Jennifer. "What in the hell was that all about?" "Beats me," Jennifer said, breathing hard. "I was winging it, but it worked." I pulled back around. Man, I've seen some seat-of-the-pants shit before, but this is an absolute record. I saw her laugh, apparently completely confident that everything would now turn out perfect. She doesn't get it. She's used to miracles happening. I knew the truth. I was facing 3 trained killers with 2 magazines of 9mm and shackled hands. I looked to our rear for an escape route and saw a hill rise about 75 feet. We go that way and we'll be cut down for sure. I knew what I would do if the roles were reversed. Put suppressive fire on our position while maneuvering a force to flank us. Once they got on the high ground, with no cover between us and another gunman to our rear, we would be dead. There wasn't a lot I could do about it, since the odds of killing all 3 while they used the car for cover were just about non-existent. Shit. We're going to need another miracle. Chapter 92. I poked my head up to get another read, immediately drawing a fusillade of fire. In that glimpse, I had seen 2 men preparing to flank us. In order to do so, they would have to cross the road, traversing about 40 feet of open ground. I leaned around the front of the SUV, keeping low, and saw them begin to move. I snapped off a few rounds, driving them back, but drew fire on my new position in return, forcing me to jerk back behind the Pajero. Jennifer, still oblivious to our peril, asked, "What are we waiting for? What are we going to do?" "Jennifer, we're in deep shit. I'm not sure what we're going to do. Once they get to the high ground in back of us, we're dead. The only thing that runs through my head is the ending of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid." Jennifer's smile faltered, the predicament finally getting through. "How are we getting away?" I peeked around the front of the Pajero again, seeing the 2 men making another break, both armed with assault rifles. I was able to snap off 3 rounds before being driven back, thinking I had winged one of the men, but ultimately unsure. They made it across the open ground. I rolled back around, leaning against the frame of the Pajero. Fuck, we're done. "This is it. I want you to crawl underneath the SUV. They're going to reach the high ground in about a minute. From there, they'll kill us both. Once I start shooting, I want you to roll out the other side and run across the road into the underbrush. Run down the hill as fast as you can. With any luck, the other guy will be focused on the firefight and won't be able to get a clean shot at you. Once you're in the woods, keep going. Don't stop for anything. Run until you hit another car or a town." Jennifer sat still, the implications of the plan sinking in. "What about you?" she said. "What are you going to do?" I couldn't meet her eyes. "I'll find you in the town, okay?" "No, no, no! I'm not doing that. Let's both run." "Please don't make this hard." "Look, someone has to pin them down so the other can make the run. Since you can't shoot, that leaves me. Please get underneath the damn truck. We're out of time." Jennifer's face flushed. She started to say something else, but thought better of it. She leaned close and gave me a peck on the cheek. I saw her eyes begin to water. She said, "I'll see you in the town." I leaned back, resigned to what was coming. Make no mistake, I wanted to live. But I had a greater responsibility to Jennifer. There was no way I was going to let her die. I was disappointed at how my life would end, but not tragically so. I had had a good run. My only shame was the mess I had become over the last year. Just when I crawl out of the sewer, I get killed. What a waste. God seemed to enjoy knocking me around. I just hoped my death would be enough entertainment. Let Jennifer live. You're getting me. You'll have my entire fucking family. Isn't that enough? Please let her get out of here. I looked at the sky, seeing the contrails of a jet high overhead, wondering where it was going. I thought about Carlos, running loose with a device that would kill hundreds, if not thousands, hoping someone else would be able to stop him. I saw a helicopter in the distance, lazily circling, as if looking for something. I felt a spring breeze against my face, light and warm, rustling the tree branches. Why have I never taken the time to enjoy that before? I wondered if my life had been good enough to earn the right to see Angie and Heather in heaven. I checked my weapon, saying another silent prayer for enough speed to give Jennifer a chance to escape. Don't let them kill me quickly. I scanned the hillside and picked up a glint of metal in the sunlight at the top. It's time. I dropped the half-empty magazine from the Glock, loading in a full one and laying out the other full one on the ground. I waited for the fight. They're at the top of the hill. Hold for about 5 rounds before running. Once you start, don't stop. Don't look back at me. Don't worry about the gunfire. Do you understand? I could hear Jennifer sobbing, ripping into my soul. Jesus, don't cry. It's okay. Yes, I understand. Pike, don't die. Please don't die. As I formed my answer, knowing that these words would be my last on Earth, my pager began to vibrate. What the hell? The screen said, "Mark your position. Mark your position, coming in hot." I stared at the pager for a split second before the truth sank in. Get out from underneath the truck. Take off your headscarf and start waving it. Hurry! She wiggled out, ripping off the scarf and waving it back and forth like she was in a lifeboat in the middle of the ocean. What's up? Why am I doing this? Someone else is God's entertainment. Someone who fucking deserves it. It's the cavalry. Stand by. These assholes are dead. The pager vibrated again with a single word. Marked. The world had returned to level, all doubt and fear banished by that simple message. I had been given an incredible gift. A miracle. The feeling of relief was short-lived as the air around us snapped with supersonic rounds puncturing the steel of the Pajero. Shit, we're out of time. Get back underneath the truck. Move! I shoved Jennifer bodily backward, then began raking the hillside with the Glock, hitting nothing, but hoping to suppress the incoming fire. Bullets were chewing up the ground around us, causing a feral fear to surface. So fucking close. Not fair. I got Jennifer behind the wheel well, jammed underneath the axle, and turned to fight. The 2 men were coming fast, one firing while the other moved, flip-flopping down the slope. I snapped off the remaining rounds in the first magazine and reloaded, traversing the hillside to draw the fire away from Jennifer's position. I dove behind the cover of a large tree, the ground around me exploding in pops like someone was working a weed eater against the trunk. Where's the fucking cavalry? I could tell who was moving and who was shooting because there was a pregnant pause in the fire each time they transitioned. I waited for it, then rolled to the right, attempting to keep them from flanking me or closing on Jennifer. I knew it was ridiculously stupid, but if I didn't even up the odds, we were both dead, and the small gap was all I had in my favor. If I did it right, I'd be facing the man on the move, and he'd block the shot of the guy providing the suppressive fire. As soon as I aimed the Glock, I knew I was dead. I had picked the wrong side.
The man to the left was moving, and I was facing the barrel of the man to the right, aimed directly at my head 50 meters away. Too far to hit with the pistol, but easy for the assault rifle. Fuck. No rounds came my way. Instead, the man turned and aimed at the crest of the hill. For the first time, I felt the deep thump of rotor blades. A Bell 427 helicopter sliced across the top of the hill, incongruously painted in bright yellow and white, with a logo emblazoned on the side reading, "Epias Oil Exploration." The helicopter's blades bit into the air as it rotated violently, the open door facing the earth. I could see the team inside, held in place by the centrifugal force of the rotation, 3 holding SR-25 sniper systems at the ready. I couldn't hear the gunshots due to the rotor blades, but saw the muzzles flash, 2 times each. Yeah, motherfuckers, eat that! The helicopter immediately circled around to the other side of the car, hiding the single man. He jumped up and began to run, only to be cut down by the precision fire of the men inside, the 7.62 match-grade rounds flying unerringly toward his head as if it was a giant magnet. Finished shooting what it could see from the air, the helo hovered over the road, its right door sliding open, and a man hooking a thick fast rope to the rescue hoist hanging off the side. Once attached, he threw out a kick bag holding the remaining coils. It fell to earth, the fast rope snaking out of the bag on the way down. No sooner had the rope hit the ground than men began sliding down it, controlling their descent by hand and foot pressure alone, like a fireman sliding on a pole. One after another, they exited the aircraft until a total of 5 men were on the asphalt, fanning out and looking for targets. When the last man hit the ground, the crew chief dropped the rope, allowing it to fall harmlessly to earth. The helicopter banked and flew out of sight. I stood up, manacled hands in the air, saying, "You got them all!" The lead man turned, smoothly training his weapon on me. There was no overt threat in the gesture. The weapon simply moved as naturally as if the man were pointing. I stared, mute at first, before words finally found me. Holy shit! Knuckles! Chapter 93. Knuckles was trying very hard to remain serious, but he couldn't stop a giant grin from creeping over his face. "Hello, Pike. Seems like I'm always bailing you out of trouble." I was grinning like a schoolboy, too, but I didn't give a shit. "Hey, Knuckles. It's really good to see you." Knuckles came over while the rest of the men fanned out, clearing the immediate area and searching the dead men and vehicles. I stuck both of my cuffed hands out for a handshake, which Knuckles ignored. Instead, he gave me a powerful embrace. He held my shoulders. "It's really good to see you, too. Alive, I mean." "Man, you ain't lying. 10 more seconds and you'd be scraping us off the street." "Who's the babe?" Jennifer scowled. But I knew Knuckles was just kidding, trying to figure out what was going on. "This is Jennifer Cahill, my partner in crime." Knuckles smiled warmly, disarming her anger, and shook her hand. I asked, "How in the hell did you get here so quick? I tripped my beacon less than an hour ago." "Yeah, I know," he said. "It caused us to shit our pants. We were alerted by Kurt a day and a half ago. We're over in Tunis doing oil exploration." Knuckles raised his hands, making quotation marks. "We were told simply to get our ass to Tuzla with the total package and link up with you.
We got to Sarajevo this morning from Italy, refueled, and we're heading into Tuzla when your beacon went off. We homed in on it and saw the gunfight going on down here. The beacon wasn't precise enough to tell us who was who on the ground, so we paged you. I couldn't believe how close we'd come to dying. I've used up my luck for the rest of my life. Or maybe it wasn't luck. One of the men came up with the keys to the handcuffs on my wrists. I gave him an embrace as well, like it was old home week. I waved in the direction the chopper had left. "What's up with the helo? That's new." Knuckles grinned. "Yeah, we got that since you left. It's a Bell 427. State of the art. You know the motto of the Taskforce. Money's no object. Anyway, we were tracking your favorite guy over in Tunis and about to pull the trigger when we got the redirect to here." He paused, looking around at the battle site they had just entered. "Enough about my story. What in the hell is going on here? Who are these guys?" "I have no idea about the assholes here, but there's a terrorist in Tuzla that needs to be killed. We gotta get moving." One of the men hollered at Knuckles, standing over the driver Jennifer had beaten into submission. He was awake and scared. "Hey," I said, "I forgot about him. I guess there is someone who can tell us what's going on." I pulled Jennifer out of earshot of the other men. "Listen, I need you to get into the car across the street. Sit in the back and close the doors." She looked at me warily. "Why? What are you going to do?" "Well, I'm not asking you to leave because I'm going to make him take his clothes off." "Pike, are you sure? I don't think this is right." "Jennifer, he told me in the car that he blinded Ethan's daughter. You don't have to like it, but I'm going to make him tell me what's going on." Jennifer's eyes widened, but she stood firm. "And then you're going to do what? Kill him? Just like that? In cold blood?" "We don't have time for this. Carlos is still running loose." "I get that, Pike. I really do, but I don't want you to kill him. You'll be just like him. You'll become him. Is that what you want?" "Can't she see he deserves to die?" I thought about what had happened today. Who was alive and who was dead, and the gift. Shit. Maybe she's right. "Okay, look, I won't kill him. Just get in the car." Jennifer hesitated, then jogged away to the car without looking back. Knuckles and I walked to the man on the ground, now sitting up and staring at us. Fear radiating off of him, his face swollen and bloody from where Jennifer had kicked the shit out of him. I squatted down to his level, tapping his forehead with the barrel of my Glock. "Hey, tough guy. Didn't quite work out like you wanted, did it?" He began babbling instantly. "Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything I know, but I swear it isn't much. I'm just a contractor for a company called Trident Global Threat Analysis. Please." "Trident Threat Analysis, huh? How original. Let me guess, you're a SEAL." The man nodded. The Trident was the nickname given to the badge awarded after successfully completing basic underwater demolition, SEAL, the arduous selection and training course that produced the Navy SEALs. Not too hard to figure out. "How about that?" I said to Knuckles. "He's a fucking retard. I can't believe a SEAL came that close to killing me." Knuckles, an ex-member of SEAL Team 6, chuckled and said, "Maybe we should cut him a break for choosing the right branch of service." "He's on the team that tortured and killed Ethan's family." Knuckles' smile faded. "Maybe you should let me take a crack at him." I returned to the driver, staring into his eyes, conveying no mercy. Maybe I will. Depends on my man here. What's your mission? Who hired you? Who's the boss? 6 minutes later, I had all the information I could get from the guy. It wasn't much. He knew that the company was owned by a former SEAL named Lucas, and that the mission had been to simply kill Jennifer and me. The good news was they were the only team on the ground, and the task force had killed or captured everyone in it. As to how the team had found us, the man only knew that it was by electronic means. Somehow, Mason seemed to have an accurate picture of where Jennifer and I had been, both in Oslo and in Tuzla. Knuckles asked, "How could he get a beacon on you without you knowing?" I have no idea. They could be our cell phones, but I don't see how. We've had 3 different sets since this started, and bought each one with cash. The only other thing I've been carrying is Kurt's personal pager. It hasn't been out of my hand since he gave it to me, so it can't be that. You don't have anything else they could have altered? No. We've been living like vagabonds. Doesn't matter now, anyway. The team's dead, and we need to get moving. We can figure it out later. Knuckles pressed a hidden switch on his thumb, giving his men commands through what looked like an ordinary Bluetooth cell phone earpiece. They coalesced around us, all reaching out and shaking my hand or giving me an embrace. Knuckles gave a brief warning order of what was about to happen, then split the team between the 2 functioning sedans. After they began loading, he looked down at the driver, asking, "What about this guy?" Fuck turning the other cheek. Well, I promised Jennifer I wouldn't kill him, so I guess he stays. Doesn't mean I can't make it hard for him. I aimed the Glock at the man's knee and pulled the trigger, shattering the patella. I ignored his scream. You're lucky you didn't kill Jennifer. Nothing would have stopped me from carving you up. Come on, I said. Let's go. We can talk as we drive. I left the man writhing on the ground in pain, blood jetting out from the wound. 4 steps to the car. I glanced at the sky. No lightning. Must be Old Testament day. We got in the car with Jennifer. Having heard the gunshot, she gave me a questioning look. Don't worry, I didn't kill him. If he's smart, he'll come out alive. She said nothing. I headed back to Tuzla, the other car following. Before I begin, give me a rundown on what you've got here. What are the assets available? Well, we were at Omega in Tunis, so we've got the total package on the ground. You saw the 427. We can use that in a pinch, but only to exfil whoever we get. We have no cover for status here, so I can't let that thing be seen doing anything operational. Dropping in here was pretty damn risky, but the gunfight sort of overcame that. It's supposed to only be passing through. Obviously, we have the team you just saw, but we have the same issues. We're all employees of Appius, supposedly exploring for oil in Tunisia. We're really hanging it out here. There'll be no plausible deniability if this falls apart. Knuckles was gently reminding me of the potential sacrifice should things go wrong. Sounds like you guys were about to pull the trigger. Sorry for the change of mission, but trust me, it's worth it. Knuckles said, You'll be sorrier about it when I tell you who the target is. Who? Your old pal Krusty. Krusty? That bastard's still around? You guys haven't taken him off the board? Yeah, he's still around, and he's moved up in the world. He's no longer just a low-hanging fruit to whack for the hell of it. His security ain't getting any better, though. We can fall right back into it, as long as we don't blow our cover over here. Shit. He's not gonna like what I have to say. Well, it's going to be sticky. Our target knows he's being hunted. It's going to be very hard to take him off the board without a firefight. Whatever happens to your cover, it'll be worth it. Let me guess. You found Bin Laden, and he's here with a nuke on his back. Close. It's not Bin Laden. He didn't need a map drawn out. You're tracking someone with WMD? For real? Yeah. He's going to deploy it soon, maybe in the next few hours. And I don't know where the fuck he went. Chapter 94. We planned our next moves in a parking lot a block down from Carlos's hotel. It had been a little strange at first, since out of the 5 folks on the ground, 4 of them had been my guys, including Knuckles. I could tell he was unsure how to handle the situation, so I had deferred to him and simply fallen in as a team member. He didn't say anything, but I knew him well enough to see he was greatly relieved. I also knew he'd let me take over the team if I'd asked, but I wasn't ready. These men had worked and trained relentlessly for a very long time to hone their skills to a razor's edge. Part of that was individual, and part was teamwork. Either way, I was on the low end of the stick for both. Taking charge would just be an ego trip. Knuckles is the man now. And he had grown quite a bit while I was gone. I watched him with the team, and could see they were clicking. It was painful to admit, but my taking over would just make them less effective. I was satisfied with providing the intelligence, letting Knuckles handle the assault. I knew he'd defer to me if it came to that. Knuckles finished giving instructions, wasting little time on fancy planning. All right, remember we're dealing with WMD. Take that seriously. Pike's going to lead the way. We get to the room and scan it for heat. If we see a source, we go in hard. If the room's clean, we take it slow. No sense alerting the rest of the hotel if we don't have to. I'd be lying if I said I didn't get a kick out of the mission brief. It was like nothing had changed, and I was sitting on the patio at Tbilisi, about to save the world. Maybe that's a bit much, but it was a good feeling. Knuckles finally got to us. Jennifer, I want you to engage the man at the front desk. Keep him focused on you until we're in the stairwell. We're going to enter in 2 groups, 3 seconds apart. Once the second group is in the stairwell, you can head on back to the cars here. Jennifer nodded, apparently comfortable in her role. Pike, I want you to lead so we don't make a mistake on the door. But once you've pinpointed the objective, I want you to pull security while we're in the room, okay? Security? That sucks. I didn't push it. No issues. It's all yours. You got any kit for me? Knuckles grinned, obviously relieved that I hadn't demanded to be with the entry team. Of course, he said. I knew you wouldn't have anything. You never did. He turned to a man carrying a civilian pack. Give him the kit we brought. Inside the bag was some communications equipment and an H&K UMP, just like everyone else was sporting. It was a small, lightweight submachine gun built primarily of space-age polymer, which made it easier to break down and hide from X-ray inspection. While it lost the power of the cartridges chambered in carbines and rifles, the UMP had the appeal for the Taskforce of being easily concealable. There were other automatic weapons that were smaller, but the UMP chambered the more powerful .45 caliber, instead of the ubiquitous but less powerful 9mm. The .45 had a much greater knockdown power and was a subsonic round,
thus making the UMP easy to suppress without the need for special rounds. I pulled it out and did a functions check, knowing it was unnecessary, but doing it anyway out of habit. Once he saw I was ready, Knuckles started the ball rolling, telling Jennifer, "Showtime. We'll be 30 seconds behind you." She glanced at me with a question. No fear, just unsure of whether she should leave. Wanting my approval before she followed the orders of a stranger she'd just met. I said, "Time to put your money where your mouth is." She broke into a smile and started walking, saying, "Please, I'm just wondering if I should stay behind so I can pull your ass out of the fire." Knuckles let her get out of earshot before saying, "Is she good to go? What was that all about?" "Nothing," I said. "She's just good at winging shit, and proud of it, too." "Fucking great. Just what I need. You guys must be the perfect couple." 2 minutes later, the entire team was stretched out along the hallway of Carlos's room. I pulled security the way we had come, the team prepared to enter, with various team members covering the other hotel room doors. One man turned on a sophisticated thermal viewer that allowed him to see heat sources through a variety of construction materials. It couldn't determine if the source was a man, but it would alert us if a large mass in the room was putting out more heat than the ambient temperature. Short of a space heater being operational, it would be a human, since the device wouldn't register such things as candles or lighters. The man swept the room quickly, then shook his head. Knuckles turned to the next man, twisting his hand as if he were using a key. The man immediately dropped to a knee, pulling out a much more sophisticated version of my homemade bump key. It looked like a key on one end, with a baseball-sized lump on the other. He inserted it into the lock, pressed a button on the baseball, and swung the door open, leaning back as the entry team blew by him into the room. 5 seconds later, we were all in the room, discussing what to do next. "He came back and took the detonator," I said. "Ballsy guy, I'll give him that." Knuckles said, "You got any idea where he went? Or are we now at the let's go fishing stage?" "I only know he has a safe house somewhere in Bosnia, presumably around here, but it could be anywhere." "That's not much of a help." Then I remembered. Wait, I copied a phone number while I was in here. I'm positive it was something of his. It might only be his contact here, but it might also be the safe house. Either way, we hit that thing, and we'll get something out of it. "We both hit jackpot with less in the past," Knuckles said. "Let's get the hell out of here before the locals start sniffing around." Back on the street, we linked up with Jennifer at the parking lot. I told her what we had, then read off the phone number to Knuckles. She asked, "What are you going to do? Try to call that and trick him?" "No," I said. "We're going to try to pinpoint it. The landline infrastructure here was pretty much demolished during the war, so this number is probably a cell phone. Just about every single cell phone built now comes with a GPS feature. What we're going to do is try to turn it on and have it send us its location. It might not work because we need a digital network to slave on, and the phone needs a GPS. If we have both, we can dial the phone without it ringing and do some black magic." While I was talking, one of the team had pulled out a normal-looking cell phone, telling it to boot up a hidden program. He said, "We're good. We have a digital signal." He dialed the number, watching the screen. "It's a cell." He spent 30 seconds thumbing the keypad as if he were texting a friend. "Got a GPS." He continued to work for another half minute. He looked up with a smile. "We're in business.
Got a grid.
He read the grid reference out to another man working a laptop computer with a world mapping program.
It's a house in Sarajevo, he said. North of the river, about middle way through the city. That's outside the Republic of Srpska part of Sarajevo. It'll be a Muslim neighborhood, I said. That fits. We need to get moving. He's got a few hours head start. Knuckles said, well, unless he's flying, we can beat him. We sent the 427 to the old Eagle base. No Americans there now, since S4 left. But it's an operational airport. We can probably beat him to Sarajevo. The key question is whether that's where he's going. Won't know that until we get there. Let's load up. You can follow me. I still remember the way to Eagle Base. An hour and a half later, we were flying south, with me fuming over the bureaucratic nightmare of getting the helicopter fueled up and ready to go at the old air base. Third world bullshit. Maybe we should chase Carlos right into that damn terminal, give him a sense of urgency. Watching the ground race underneath, I relaxed. It would take less than 45 minutes to get to the Sarajevo airport. Even taking into account more bureaucracy, we should be very close behind him. My mind wandered to the team we had killed, and how they had managed to find Jennifer and me. Eliminating everything I could think of, I was left with one possibility. They had somehow managed to track Kurt's pager. I couldn't see how on earth that would be true, since the pagers were treated as sensitive items in the Taskforce. But there simply wasn't any other explanation. Short of some miraculous new technology, it was the only weak point I could find. And if Kurt's pager was compromised, they were all probably vulnerable. With the team dead, or bleeding on the side of the road, it was no longer a threat on this operation. But the compromise would need to be explored after we finished here.
Chapter 95. Barker waved his arms at a cloud of smoke, spewed out by the departure of an inner-city bus. He surveyed the area, getting his bearings. Yuka had given him directions to the house from the Sarajevo bus station, and Barker had researched the city while waiting on Syed to answer. But the image he had created in his mind didn't fit the reality on the ground. Finding a map on the wall, he quickly located the tram that would take him to the city center. The trek back to his hotel room had been little trouble. The man from Guatemala and his henchmen were nowhere to be seen. He hadn't pushed his luck, spending less than 3 minutes in his room packing up his things and taking the detonator. The bus ride itself had been inside a bouncing, belching machine that should have been retired years ago, but that was quickly forgotten in his eagerness to find the safe house. Riding the tram parallel to the Miljatska River, he could still see the scars of war throughout the city, with mortar impacts slashing the street and bullet holes pocking the walls of older buildings. As the tram closed in on the old section of the city known as Bascharchia, he began to notice a healthy security presence. Pulling into his stop inside the old market area, he saw an overwhelming number of police, too many for simple tourist protection. His first thought was that he had already been tracked and was now on the verge of getting captured. Frozen in place for a second, the panic rising, he debated whether he should simply keep riding. He was broken out of his thoughts by someone else trying to exit. Speaking in English, Barker asked, "Why are all the policemen here?" The Bosniak smiled and said, "Big ceremony today. It's the 15th anniversary of the Markale massacres during the war. They're just here to keep the peace." Hoping the relief didn't show on his face, Barker exited with the man, asking what the massacre was about. "During the siege here, the Serbians launched 3 separate mortar attacks on the Markale market right up the road there. Killed a lot of people. They're putting up a memorial today. Something more formal than a Sarajevo rose. Bakker thanked the man and moved on. He hadn't known the name of the market, but had read about the actions there, as well as the siege itself in his research earlier. The Markale was the largest outdoor market in Sarajevo, and the attacks had killed hundreds of civilians who were simply trying to survive. He knew a Sarajevo rose was the impact of the mortars themselves, now filled in with red paint and left as they were the day they were fired, as a reminder of the callous act. Ultimately, it had convinced the Western world to intervene in the bloody conflict. It disgusted Bakker that the Muslims here would turn to the West as their savior, going so far as to put up a monument commemorating their weakness. Maybe if they didn't act so much like the infidel, they wouldn't have needed the help of the infidel. He walked through the old section of the city and entered into the close-packed neighborhoods to the north. Using Yuka's directions, he approached what he thought was the safe house. It was hard to tell since all the buildings looked the same, but this was the only house with a large concrete planter in the front yard, looking like a horse trough filled with dirt. Yuka said it had been put up after a mortar round had landed in the street, but that it now served to keep people away from the front of the house. He could always call the number Yuka had given him for the clean safe house somewhere nearby, but preferred to use that as a last resort. Bakker glanced around, seeing nothing more than a couple of pedestrians walking away from him and a woman beating a rug on an upstairs balcony down the street. He went around the left side of the house and jumped the waist-high concrete wall of the courtyard. He moved to the northeast corner and squatted down. Looking closely at the ground, he searched for a length of twine coming out of the neglected patch of flower garden. Pulling gently, he followed it for 1.5 feet, eventually pulling up a key. He smiled. He had the right house. Bakker unlocked the back door and swung it open without going inside. He stood and listened for 30 seconds. Hearing nothing, he walked slowly into the house, smelling the musty, cloying odor of space rarely used. He searched throughout the downstairs and upstairs, slowly walking and listening for anyone or anything. Eventually, he was satisfied that the house was empty. He moved to the front and peeked out the window, getting a clear view up and down the street. He saw nothing out of the ordinary. The woman continued beating her rug, dust swirling around her head, giving her a halo in the afternoon light. But nothing else was moving. He found the basement door and went downstairs, fumbling a second before finding a light. He took a moment to let his eyes get used to the dazzle. Against the back wall, stacked from the dank floor to within 1 foot of the ceiling, were enough explosives to take out an entire city block. He saw blasting caps, AK-47s, blocks of Semtex, ball bearings, remote control aircraft components, cotton vests, wiring, and anything else he might need to build his suicide weapon. It would take him some time to integrate his special detonator, but he had the expertise to make it work. Lucas waited on his men outside of the Sarajevo customs area, where he was the first to make it through. The team didn't have to worry about anyone in customs searching their bags. They were using black diplomatic passports secured by Harold Standish through contacts inside the National Security Council. He hung up his cell phone for the 3rd time. For some reason, he had no contact with Mason at all. The phone simply rang and went to voicemail. He chalked it up to a sorry cell network. He watched the first team member come through the customs hallway carrying his duffel bag covered in military patches. Way to go, 007. Real inconspicuous. He reflected again on the fact that he was dealing with the 2nd tier. They were all special operations guys, but not the cream of the crop. They were good enough at executing simple missions, with specific instructions, but would not do well at contingencies or thinking on the fly. They sure as shit aren't as good as Mason's team. Why won't that guy answer the phone?
Chapter 96. On final approach to the Sarajevo airport, I could see a flurry of activity on the tarmac. Instead of airport workers in yellow vests, I saw a bunch of guys in business suits casing the place. Getting on the headset, I asked the pilot what was going on. "Some sort of ceremony in town today. They got dignitaries coming in from all over Europe." Knuckles cut in. "That's great. Should make our illegal exfil with a captured terrorist that much easier." I grinned at him. "Come on. What's the point of living on the edge if you don't lean over a little?" He just shook his head. The pilot said, "Might work out better for us. We're being directed to land at the old military side of the airport, away from all the security. Should be able to come and go freely from this end." The Taskforce team exited the Bell 427 while the rotors were still turning, the whine of the engine slowly growing weaker. I was itching to get started. "We need some vehicles. Anyone know anything about this airport?" One of the pilots responded, "Yeah, there are a couple of car rental places inside. The terminal's small, so it shouldn't be too hard to find." I wanted to start barking out orders, but held back, waiting on Knuckles. "Okay," he said. "Pilots stay here ready to move. Keep the helo on strip alert, because we're probably coming back fast. Be prepared to flex to Tuzla. If I see the security's too tight, we'll exfil from there with the package. Retro, you and Jennifer go find a couple of rental cars. Something big enough to carry up to 2 more men than we have. You know what we're looking for." Jennifer and the man called Retro had started to leave when one of the pilots shouted, "Wait, I'll go with you." Jerking a thumb over his shoulder at Knuckles, he said, "He always wants strip alert, but we usually end up sitting around for days begging for food from anyone who passes by. I'll get a car for us as well." After they left, Knuckles asked me, "Well, what do you think? What's the play? Going hard right now?" He was doing all the right things, taking input from everyone, making me feel a little proud for no reason whatsoever. "No. I think we should get the cars and conduct a recce to get a feel for what we're dealing with. From there we can make a plan." Knuckles nodded. "Yeah, I agree." He started giving orders. "Break out the visor cams. We don't have a lot of time to go pure clandestine, so don't worry about a deep install." Jennifer and Retro returned in 2 beat-up sedans within 20 minutes, with the pilot right behind them. No sooner had they exited the cars than 4 men began rigging one for clandestine surveillance. Using 4 cameras the size of lipstick tubes, they hid them in the upholstery and fed the lines into a digital recording device. The cameras would give a 360-degree view around the chassis, allowing detailed planning against the target. While the car was being rigged, Knuckles and I studied a map of the target area with Bull, the man he had selected to conduct the reconnaissance. Knuckles had picked him because he most closely resembled the indigenous population, and I'd given him the leather jacket I'd bought as additional camouflage. Knuckles asked me, "You ever been here? What are the neighborhoods like? Is it like Fallujah where everyone knows you don't belong?" "I haven't been in that neighborhood, but you know the city's a significant tourist attraction, at least as far as Bosnia goes. I'd say that most of the tourist stuff is centered on the sites downtown, but they probably see strangers quite a bit all over the place. It's probably not suspicious to drive by, especially just once." An idea hit me. "Hey, why don't you take Jennifer as some eye candy? She's pretty good under stress, and she's already dressed like a Bosnian woman. She'll lower the profile if she's in the car. If they have some sort of early warning going on, they won't suspect a couple." Knuckles chewed the idea over for a few seconds. "Yeah, That'll work. Bull, you got an issue with that? No. It's not like we're going into a gunfight. She'll be much more of an asset than a liability. I saw Jennifer getting a little aggravated with the talk going back and forth, as if she weren't there or didn't have a vote. You game for that? Knuckles asked her. All you'd have to do is ride and keep your eyes open. She said, Yes, I can do that. Thanks for asking. I figured you were just going to tie me to the front seat no matter what I said. Knuckles looked at me like he was going to scrub her participation. She's good to go, I said, smiling at her. She just likes to be the one telling people what to do. She doesn't listen to me either. Jennifer purposely ignored me. You're Bull, right? Yeah. What do you want me to do?
Barker placed the finishing touches on his explosive package, attempting to make it as unobtrusive as possible. Ordinarily, he would have embedded the entire device in ball bearings and nails in an effort to create as much death and destruction as possible. In this case, all he wanted to do was disperse his Tupperware container of death without destroying it. He opted not to build a suicide vest, but to utilize the backpack he already had. His biggest challenge was creating enough of an explosive effect to distribute the toxin over as large an area as possible without actually destroying it in the fire and pressure of the explosion itself. It was a delicate catch-22. Go too large, and all he would get was an explosion that consumed the toxin. Go too small, and he would kill very few people. Luckily, he'd had in-depth instruction on how to tamp the material and protect it from the fire of the explosion, as well as how to maximize the downwind hazard once the poison was airborne. Taping down the blasting caps, he heard a vehicle approach down the road. He had been in the house for over an hour and hadn't heard a single car yet. He paused his work and went upstairs to the window. He relaxed, seeing a beat-up sedan pass by with a Bosnian man and woman inside. They paid his house no attention whatsoever. He returned to the device, connecting his special detonator to the blasting caps. Chapter 97. Lucas wondered how far he could push his second-tier team. He decided to opt with their strengths. Full-on frontal assault. Hopefully it wouldn't come to that, as he had to assume that Mason's team was on Pike right this moment, tracking him for the kill. He asked his tech man what was taking so long for a beacon fix, only to be told for the third time that the pager track download was locked up. He took a deep breath and let it out, asking again, "How much longer is this going to take?" "It's rebooting now. Shouldn't be but a few more minutes." Lucas walked in a small circle, physically forcing himself to remain patient. The men returned from the rental agency driving an SUV and a sedan. Together, they were large enough to hold the team plus equipment and perhaps one more person. The vehicles blended into the traffic around the airport, pleasing Lucas with the selection. Figured they'd bring back a convertible Mustang or a two-seater Porsche. Maybe I'm selling them short. One of the drivers said, "Somebody just beat us to the counter. This is all they had available, but they should work." Lucas mentally rolled his eyes. So much for thinking they made a conscious decision.
Knuckles paused the video at the target house, seeing the same two-story style with a courtyard in the back that appeared all over the area. The front of the house was clean, with a clear path to the door. No parked cars or fences to worry about. It was located on the east side of the street, with houses on both sides and behind it. What were the atmospherics of the neighborhood? Quiet, Bull said. In fact, we didn't see a single automobile. A couple of pedestrians and a few folks tending gardens. But definitely not a hopping place. Knuckles stared at the still image. All right. I don't want to do a mounted assault. We do an offset on the main thoroughfare to the east, then conduct a dismounted movement to the target from the south, the opposite direction of the recce drive-by. We move in 2 groups. One takes squirter control in the rear, the other enters the house from the front. Knuckles paused for questions, then continued. Remember, we don't know what's in this house, so we can't treat it as a hostile force. Discriminate on every target. We don't want to end up killing some old housewife. Knuckles finished the briefing by splitting the team, putting me on squirter control. Out of the fight again. I didn't argue, knowing he was right. I moved off to the rear of the lead car, checking my weapon and spare magazine placement, working to ensure I could reload in a minimum amount of time. Jennifer walked over, tentatively asking, "Hey, I'm not trying to bug you, but I didn't understand any of that." I continued working on my kit. Based on what you guys are saying about the traffic in the area, we don't want to drive right up to the target. We'll park on the main road to the east, then walk there. It should help us remain undetected. Me and another guy will move to the back to catch what we call squirters. Really, just a name for anyone trying to run. We'll lock down the back of the house while the team enters from the front. Jennifer nodded absently, looking distinctly uncomfortable at how fast this was progressing. "Relax," I said. "Your job's over. Don't worry about us. We do this for a living." I heard the other men beginning to load the cars. "See you in a few minutes." She locked eyes with me, saying, "Please be careful. Let them do the hard stuff. Don't do anything heroic. Don't let Carlos blow you up." "Cut that shit out. You should be worrying about him." I started to get in our car when she grabbed me by the arm. "Pike, I'm serious. You might have 9 lives, but you've been going through them like a chain smoker. A life can only have so much luck. We're both working on credit now. I can feel it. Promise you'll be careful." I looked at her, realizing she was deeply worried. "I'll be careful. This'll be all right, trust me." "I do trust you," she said with a hint of a smile. "A little, anyway. It's just that you're acting different. I can't put a finger on it, but it's like you now think you're invincible. You used to be an asshole about everything, sure it was failure. Now you act like this is all just a ride at Disneyland." "Hey, this is what I do. I've been killing terrorists a hell of a lot longer than I've known you. Sorry if I get a kick out of it, but don't tell me to go back to what I was. You don't like it. I'm sorry. But this is who I am." She recoiled, and I knew I had missed the point. The hurt and pain in her expression reminded me of Heather the last night I had seen her. I remembered what I had said after Jennifer had thought Carlos was going to kill her in the hotel. "It's never just about you. Jennifer, listen to me. Carlos is about to kill a lot of people. We're the only ones who can stop him. And I mean we are the only ones who can stop him. You and me. You saved my life. And I don't mean just today. There's gotta be a reason for that. I don't want to die any more than you do. But I'm the one that's here. And I'm the one that's got the skill to kill that asshole. You know I can't promise nothing bad's gonna happen, but if it does, you need to believe it was worth it. Okay?" She sighed. "Yeah, okay. Just don't do anything stupid, please. Before you jump off a building, remember you can't fly. Can you do that? For me?" Sure. But you need a better analogy because I can fly.
Smartass, she said. Good luck.
Chapter 98. The tech man got Lucas's attention. He's right here in Sarajevo, about 3 clicks from the airport and moving east. About fucking time. He addressed the entire team. Listen up. We aren't going to do any fancy work over here. If we execute, it'll be a simple frontal assault, but hopefully it won't come to that. Mason's team's in country, and presumably tracking Pike right now. The last thing I want to do is screw up an operation he's already executing. One of the men cut in. So we're just back up for Mason? Maybe. Maybe not. I can't get in touch with Mason or his team, and I don't want to lose the targets again. If we can't link up with them, we'll get a fix on the beacon and hit Pike and the girl ourselves. He saw the team start to grin, apparently anticipating an easy kill and the bonus that went along with it. Don't get a hard on yet. I've told you what happened in D.C. Remember that. This isn't a cakewalk. We close in on him and take him out with overwhelming force. I'm not risking another complicated operation. We smoke him and the girl, then immediately head back here and catch the first thing flying home. Lucas gave the team a minute to break their weapons out and kit up, then said, "All right, let's move. Remember what I said. You might think you're a killer, but this guy really is." 20 minutes later, Lucas's team idled in the parking lot of a restaurant on the northern end of Sarajevo. They had traveled the entire length of the city, the cars spreading out on the surface roads in an attempt to contact Mason and his team by both cell phone and radio. They had failed, and now Lucas had a choice to make. I can spend my time trying to find Mason, or I can spend my time trying to kill Pike. He decided to execute the mission with the second-tier team, since he had no idea how long Pike's beacon would last. Batteries might be going dead while I sit here with my thumb up my ass. Lose that, and the whole game's over. He'd worry about Mason later. In fact, he wouldn't worry about Mason at all. He'd failed, and now, as in the past, Lucas would be forced to clean up the mess. He liked to think he was being logical, but the truth was he wanted Pike. Wanted to be the one who twisted the knife. And make no mistake, Pike wasn't going to die easy. Not anymore. As he saw it, all of his troubles centered on one man. The ongoing investigation that had forced him to flee the U.S. was precisely the result of this asshole's evading Lucas's net. The thought rankled him, made him eager for the hunt. He watched the beacon track on the computer in his lap and committed the team. Target's on the move. He's headed this way. By the speed of the beacon, he's mounted. We'll wait here until he dismounts. Once he's stationary, we'll roll. This car will lead, passing up his location. The trail car will follow, stopping short. On my command, I say again, on my command, we'll execute the mission. Nobody, and I mean nobody, will fire until I give the command. Once that command is given, everyone with a shot needs to fire. Is that understood? Lucas waited, hearing confirmation from every member of the team. Okay, good. I'll call once he stops. We'll take a look at the terrain, form a quick plan, then move. Superimposed over the satellite image of the neighborhood, Lucas watched the beacon inch closer, seeing it stop short about 1 kilometer from their location. Within a minute, he saw the dot move again at a much slower speed. Stand by. He's now on foot. Lucas felt the tension grow. The end game was approaching. Pike was a dangerous man, someone to fear, but he couldn't possibly stand up to the concerted effort of the entire team. Maybe he can kill 1 or 2, but there's no way he can kill us all. He saw the blip stop inside the courtyard at the back of a house on the east side of a small street. This was it. All right. Team leaders, get over here. He pointed out the house, dictating where the vehicles would stop and where they would dismount and set up fields of fire. We wait until he comes out, all night if we have to. Once he's out, we open up, killing him. Pretty simple. Any questions? One team leader asked, "What about the girl? Isn't she part of the mission?" "Yeah, she is. But I can't predict whether she's with him or not. If she's with him, smoke her. If not, we'll find her later. I'm through messing around with this guy."
Retro and I covered the back door and a corner window from the courtyard at the back of the house, waiting on the call from Knuckles. My earpiece gave a hollow echo, Knuckles speaking in a calm monotone. "Execute, execute, execute." The call brought back memories of assaults past. I tensed up, waiting to see if someone would attempt to run from the rear of the house. My mind's eye ran through what was occurring in the house. The team flowing like water through the rooms looking for a threat. I heard no gunfire, which could be either good or bad. 5 minutes later, I heard the all clear given, and the back door was opened by Knuckles. "What did you find?" I said. "Nothing. We found the cell phone, but it's the only thing here right now. No other targets. The house looks like it's lived in, but there's nobody home." "Great, that figures. What do you think? Stay behind?" "I don't know. I suppose that's the best course of action. We don't have anything else. I could stay. You could give me another couple of guys, and we could sort it out when the owner returns. How's that sound?" "I'm good with that. But maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's turn this place upside down first. Maybe we'll find something of interest. In the meantime, maybe whoever owns this phone will return while we're still here." "Let's get busy. I'll start upstairs."
100 meters down the street, Bacher had finished with the device and was sitting before his dinner of moldy bread and nuts when he perked up at the sound of another car. Only the second one he had heard all day. Lucas pulled past the target house, parking on the east side of the narrow street. The position gave him a full view of the right side of the street and clear fields of fire to the front door of the target. His satellite imagery display showed the beacon superimposed directly over the house. Pike had moved inside. He waited until he saw the follow vehicle stop short on the other side of the target, about 100 meters away, before telling the team to deploy into firing positions. He watched one man exit the follow vehicle and move nonchalantly to the corner of the house where his car was parked, taking cover behind a concrete planter. Another man sauntered across the street, attempting to cover the back of the target house. Bacher peeked out the front window. His heart skipped a beat when he saw a car stop right in front of his house with 3 Caucasian men inside. That was not natural at all. He continued watching from the corner of the window, wanting to believe his paranoia was getting the better of him, but feeling the adrenaline start to flow. He saw one man with a rifle walk to the corner of his house and take a knee, peering over the planter out front. The man made an attempt at hiding the weapon under his jacket, but the barrel could still be observed poking out under the hem. Bacher had seen enough. He raced to the basement, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Grabbing an AK-47 and 4 loaded magazines, he sprinted out of the basement and up to the 2nd floor. Peering out a bedroom window, he saw the gunman directly below him. The man was obviously preparing to assault the house with the other men from the car. Bacher knew he had to go on the offensive, and quickly. He could attempt to run out of the back of the house, but feared it was already covered with men he couldn't see. He could run out the front, but that would send him straight into at least 3 men. Either plan of escape would be better if he seized the initiative while they were still getting ready. He slowly opened the window, praying it didn't squeak.
Chapter 99. The sound of an AK-47 rocking on full automatic caused me to hit the floor. What the fuck? It wasn't in our house, so it wasn't directed against the team. I peeked out a window, trying to identify the source of the fire. The upstairs vantage point giving me an unobstructed view down the road. I saw a man crumpled on the front lawn of a house across the street, 2 doors down. I leaned forward to identify the shooter, calling, "Contact! House to the northeast, about 75 meters away. 1 man down, unsure of shooter location." Knuckles responded, "Not directed at us. Everyone stay cool. Probably some sort of gang fight or leftover animosity. We don't want to get dragged into that. Get eyes out 360. Call in to let me know your position." Bull called from downstairs. 2 vehicles to the front of the house on the east side. 3 men. 1 man at the vehicle to the north. 2 men at the vehicle to the south. All are armed and focused on us. They're using the cars for cover. What's the call? Knuckles came back, cold and calm. "Stand by. Develop the situation. We don't know if they're police, criminals, or what. If they display hostile intent, take them out." I was about to call my position when a hail of bullets shattered the window to my front. I dropped flat to the floor. Contact, north side of house. Fire directed at me." I rolled to my left, coming up underneath the second window of the room. I peered out the corner of the window, looking back toward the house with the fallen man. I caught a glimpse of a man jumping out of the back courtyard and sprinting away. Before I could process what I had seen, I caught movement directly below me and refocused. I saw a man crouched and running toward the back courtyard of the house next door. I called Knuckles, raising my H&K at the same time. 1 man armed moving toward cover. Not the original shooter from across the street. He's holding an MP5, not an AK. He's the guy that shot at me. I tracked the guy until he paused at the courtyard wall, preparing to vault over it. I ignored Knuckles' radio calls, squeezing off 3 rounds during the split-second pause. The man tumbled down. "North side's clear. 1 squirter from the original house moved north." "Roger. Bull, continue to hold fire out front unless they fire first. I don't want to kill some psycho neighborhood watch. What do we have in the rear?" The team members covering the back courtyard began to report. The immediate threat gone, I thought about the squirter I had seen. A man with a backpack. Carlos. I cut in on Knuckles getting status reports. Break. Squirter is the precious cargo. I say again, Squirter is PC. Knuckles came back immediately. "Still in sight?" "No," I said. "He's running north. I don't know who these clowns are, but we need to clear out of here quick." "Shit. Roger that. All elements. Anyone with a weapon is now designated a hostile force. Engage at will."
Lucas heard the first AK-47 rounds and snapped his head toward the sound. He saw the team member at the corner of the house 2 doors down, doing a macabre dance, rounds stitching him throughout his torso. He saw 2 arms holding an AK out of a second-story window, the weapon rocking back and forth on full automatic. He was momentarily stunned. What the hell is going on? He shook off the confusion, rapidly analyzing his current options. He decided to withdraw. All element of surprise was lost. The police were more than likely on the way. They needed to get the hell out of here. He keyed his radio to speak, but was interrupted by more gunfire erupting out of his sight on the north side of the target house. He recognized the sound as an MP5. "Cease fire!" Cease fucking fire! Who's shooting? Sir, it's Sanford. I had a clear shot at Pike in the target house. I think I got him. I said don't shoot until I gave the command. Jesus! Everyone listen up. We're getting out of here. Move back to the... Before he could finish, another burst of fire came from the north side of the house. It wasn't an MP5. He swore under his breath. This is turning into a fucking debacle. What is it with this guy? He was like a curse. All elements check in. He saw the driver of the vehicle to his rear give him a thumbs up, on a knee and covering the house the AK fire had come from. He saw the final man from his vehicle running back across the street from the south of the target house, hearing him in his headset. This is Copfield. I'm coming across right now. With the dead man shot from the window, and including himself and his driver, he had everyone but Sanford. Sanford, this is Lucas. You copy? He paused and tried again. Sanford! Sanford, this is Lucas. You copy? When Copfield reached his position, he said, We need to get the fuck out of here. I want you to run back to the other vehicle and get a view down the north side of the house. See if you can find Sanford. Don't penetrate across the street. If he's there, get him here. If you don't see him, he's on his own. Watch that house to the rear. You understand? Yeah. Give me some cover while I move. Lucas grabbed his sleeve before he left. You do anything different from what I just said, I'm going to kill you myself. Copfield stumbled back from the ferocity on Lucas's face. He began running toward the other car as fast as he could. He made it about 20 meters before Lucas saw his head explode and his body crumple to the ground, twitching from the impact of multiple rounds. Lucas had barely registered his death when bullets began slicing the air near him like a buzzsaw. What in the hell is inside that house, an army? He immediately collapsed behind his car, trying to make himself as small as possible, the bullets shattering the glass and puncturing the sheet metal all around him. The drivers of both vehicles rolled out, rapidly bringing their weapons to bear on the men shooting from the house. The fight lasted a total of 15 seconds. The drivers returned fire to the best of their ability, but couldn't compete with shooters safely ensconced behind cover. First one, then another, fell over as a hail of bullets pummeled their bodies like an invisible meat tenderizer. The other targets gone, the bullets began to focus on Lucas's specific position, chewing up the concrete of the street, the dirt around him, and the metal of the car. He knew he had seconds to live. He thought about returning fire and going out with his guns blazing, valiantly trying to accomplish the mission. A bullet clipped his arm, making the decision for him. He felt explosive rage at his failure, knowing that Standish had kept vital information from him. Just another retired soldier, my ass. He suppressed his anger, wanting to fight another day, wanting the chance to bring some pain to the Honorable Harold Standish. He raised his weapon by the barrel and waved it back and forth over the roof of the car. The firing ceased. He stood up, laying the weapon on the roof of the car and raising his hands. He saw the front door open and two men come out, both holding weapons and scanning the area before running to his location. They drove him face down into the ground and flex-tied his hands behind his back. Barker ran until his lungs felt like they would burst. He didn't look back, didn't attempt to blend in, didn't try to hide his fear from other pedestrians. He just let his legs churn away, running deeper and deeper into the Bosnian neighborhood. Eventually he stopped, bent over, his hands on his knees, gasping for air. He heard nobody following. Once again he was confused by the reaction of the enemy. Why did they never chase him down? They obviously had some method to track him, but continually made blatantly amateur moves whenever they closed in. He could still hear the crackle of gunfire from the direction he had come. What on earth were they shooting at? Were they so pathetic that they would continue shooting an empty building long after he was gone? Was he misreading the whole thing? He couldn't believe that. His next move boiled down to two choices. He could attempt to hide here in Sarajevo until the heat died down, or he could get out right now. Staying was appealing, since it would allow him to put some thought into his next move, and perhaps come up with a solid plan instead of simply running on a wing and a prayer. On the other hand, he had to assume that the enemy had some method of finding him, since they kept showing up all over the globe, from Guatemala through Oslo to here. He decided he needed to run, to go to the station and get on the first thing leaving, whether that was a train or a bus. If they could find him, it would be better to be a moving target. The greatest risk was the station itself. If something wasn't leaving immediately, he would be vulnerable while waiting around. It was a choke point that he'd have to risk.
Chapter 100. I crushed Kurt's beeper underneath my boot, having just confirmed that's how he'd been tracked. The man known as Lucas had pretty much spilled his guts in an effort to keep his ass from getting torn apart, and the beacon information had come as an unwelcome surprise. I didn't need any more. I squatted down, getting eye to eye with the man. You guys are like a bad rash. You keep coming back no matter how much I think you're done. Is there anyone else in this country looking for us? Anyone else we have to worry about?
No, nobody else. Trident Global Threat Analysis is my company. I'd know if someone else was here. You killed everyone I had over here.
All right, shithead. We're leaving here. If you're lying and we get in a gunfight, I'm going to pretend you're a principal I'm protecting so that I can kill you in my own sweet time later. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lucas nodded, but he didn't look particularly scared. Need to keep an eye on him. I stood up, talking to Knuckles. I don't know where Carlos ran off to, but he can't possibly have a ton of different safe houses here to choose from. My bet is he's either running to a hotel or running to the bus station. Either way, the station's our first priority. If he's not there, we can stake it out to ensure he doesn't show up later, then begin working the hotels. What do you think?
What about the airport?
I don't think he'll go there. He won't risk being on some watch list after he's seen me.
Sounds good to me. We need to get moving, though. We can't prove a negative.
If he gets on the bus or train before we get there, we'll never know it and spend the next month trying to find him here in Sarajevo. I bent down and jerked Lucas to his feet, showing little compassion for his discomfort. Knuckles called the team into the foyer and gave them the next potential mission at the station. I took over, giving the best description I could of Carlos, to include the pack he carried. We left through the back of the house, the men falling into an easy perimeter around Lucas. We reached the vehicles just as 4 police cars, sirens screaming, flew by us to the location of the firefight. Bull opened the trunk of one. I told Lucas to climb in. Lucas hesitated for a brief moment, starting to say he wasn't a threat and would behave. I gave him a straight punch right into his mouth, splitting his lips against his teeth. Before he could recover, I grabbed him by the throat and shoved him into the trunk. Bull slammed the lid.
Riding the tram back to the bus station, Bakker scanned outside, looking for a threat. Pulling into the station, he saw 2 cars drive into the parking lot out front. One continued to the far side of the parking lot. The other stopped short about 75 meters from the entrance. He saw the men from the cars fanning out. 2 headed toward the train station up the street, and 2 headed into the bus station. He saw the man from Guatemala. He began to believe the man was the devil. He began to sweat. He told the tram driver he had forgotten something at his hotel, then sat in the back, behind the crush of people boarding. Riding back to the city center, he considered his options. Beyond anything else, he didn't want to waste the device. Using it here would only kill several hundred, mostly Bosnians or other Eastern Europeans. He'd be lucky to kill a single Zionist. The impact would be minimal. Even so, the thought was growing in his mind. It was an eventuality that had to be considered. The man from Guatemala wasn't going to stop, and somehow he seemed to know wherever Bakker went. He left the tram one stop early and proceeded north into the city, pulling out the number Yuka had given him. Maybe someone would answer and get him out of here. He listened to the phone ring, then go to voicemail. He hung up without leaving a message. He reached a walking promenade filled with people, all moving to the west, and remembered the ceremony. A germ of an idea began to form.
"Any ideas?" Knuckles asked.
Not really. Maybe it's time to pull on the Bosnian authorities.
"How the hell are we going to do that? And not give up the task force? What are we going to tell them? Be on the lookout for a swarthy man with a backpack. We don't have a picture, and we don't even know his real name."
We had finished our search of the bus and train station, and Carlos was nowhere to be found. I was certain he hadn't come here, and now we didn't have a thread to pull. Knuckles said,
"Maybe he went to the airport after all."
Maybe. But once he got there, he'd see all of the security for the dignitaries and go away. We both stopped and looked at each other. A terrible truth dawning on us. Shit. He's got a perfect target right here. We need to find out about that ceremony. Knuckles called the pilots and had them get on the SATCOM to the rear for some answers. Within minutes, his phone rang. When he hung up, I knew it was going to be bad.
"It's a formal ceremony for the 15th anniversary of the Marcale mortar attacks. They're putting up a monument. France, England, and Germany will all have representatives here."
Great. A perfect target. Knuckles continued.
"Worse than that. The Secretary of State is representing the United States. He's on the ground now."
What? How could you guys deploy here and not know that? Jesus!
"He wasn't supposed to come here. He's supposed to be with the president on a goodwill tour. I've got that schedule and this isn't on it. Apparently, it just came up."
Is it just him? Is the president here as well?
"No, it's an entourage, but the Sec State's the biggest name."
If this is someone's late-breaking good idea, the Secret Service didn't have a lot of prep time for security. When's the ceremony?
"It's going to happen within the next hour."
Before I could say anything else, the phone we had taken from the safe house began to ring inside Knuckles' backpack.
Bakker stopped a passerby, asking, "Who's coming to the ceremony?" "A lot of people. President Silajic is going to speak." "So it's all Bosnians. Why all the security?" The man looked at Bakker with contempt. "Of course not. France and Britain have representatives here. The American Secretary of State is speaking. The world understands the importance of this day." All Bakker heard was the guest list, his mind now working in overdrive. He began following the crowds to the west on the Ferhadia promenade, plotting his options. He knew that the odds of crossing into Israel were now slim. They were probably on high alert. Even if he could make it, he had no way to implicate the Iranians. He would make the news, but little else. The deciding factor was the man from Guatemala. He was relentless, and Bakker felt in his heart the man would find him sooner rather than later. He made up his mind. An attack here would have more symbolism. He could strike at least 3 leaders of the far enemy. His weapon would mainly kill Bosniak Muslims at the ceremony, but that in itself would be symbolic. They were cozying up to the far enemy and literally thanking the great Satan for his so-called help. Because of this, they invited takfir and would feel the repercussions. The attack would show what happens to Muslim kafir who stray from the path. It might even fracture the relationship between the West and this Muslim community, forcing them to embrace their true heritage, forcing them back onto the path. He reached within eyesight of the market and saw a crowd of about 500. 80 meters away rested the raised platform the guests would use. A wall of security was checking everyone that entered into the inner ring. He recognized the security perimeter for what it was: standoff protection from a conventional man-packed explosive device. The distance was certainly good enough to thwart his blast, but the perimeter would provide no help at all against his poison.
Knuckles dug out the safe house phone from his backpack. I said, "Don't answer it. That's got to be him." Once it registered with a number, Bull began working to find its location with his special phone. Within seconds, he had a grid. Plotting it with a GPS, he said, "He's downtown." I pulled out a tourist map, marking the location, then found the Marcali Market. "He's in that area. He's going to hit the ceremony." Knuckles said, "Maybe, maybe not. If we go in right now and get compromised, we may spook him into using the device. Maybe we should wait and see if he beds down tonight, then hit him with his guard down." Knuckles had a point. We could make this a self-fulfilling prophecy if we screwed up. We now had a way to track him, as long as he kept that phone. It would be much, much easier to take him down in a hotel room than on a crowded street. On the other hand, any moment could bring a mushroom cloud. Decision time.
Chapter 101. Bakker surveyed the wind patterns of the open-air market. The entire area was covered by a high overhead roof of galvanized steel, but a slight breeze could still be felt coming out of the east. That is where he would set the weapon off. He moved around the crowd until he was situated as close as he could be to the security perimeter without gathering any undue curiosity. He stood for a few minutes, trying to appear as if he were just passing the time, when he noticed one of the security personnel glance his way a third time. He began to walk away, looking for somewhere he could wait that was close enough to allow him to get in position rapidly. Finding nothing, he kept moving. Eventually, he came upon a public restroom. It wasn't nearly close enough, but would have to do as a staging point. He was sure he would be able to hear the announcements when the ceremony began. Moving into a stall, he sat down and locked the door, waiting to hear the great Satan's Secretary of State taking the stage.
In the end, the potential for a massive amount of civilian deaths at a ceremony commemorating the murder of civilians from a previous heinous act made up my mind. The symbols of power from the United States and other European countries provided a target for Carlos to use. But as always, it would be the innocents who paid the price. We need to take him out, now. It's a risk, but I don't think he's going to wait. The target's too juicy and he's on the run. Knuckles nodded. I knew he would see it my way. Let's load up. We drove along the river toward downtown Sarajevo, then cut in north to the grid of Carlos's last known location. We were only allowed to go a short distance before hitting a roadblock, with all cars being turned away. Should have expected this, Knuckles said. No way they're going to let a potential V-bid near the ceremony. At least they have some sort of security going on. Turn around and park it on the river. That'll only be about 3 blocks south." After we had parked the vehicles, while Bull worked to get a new grid for Carlos, I said, "What about Lucas?" "What about him?" "We can't leave him alone. He's no pushover and a slippery bastard to boot. Someone needs to cover him, or he'll screw this whole thing up." "I agree," he said. "But we can't afford to leave a teammate to babysit his ass. We need every man on this." "Call the pilots. Get one of them to come here and swap cars." Knuckles grimaced. "Pike, I can't do that. I can't risk the cover of the bird. Those guys are pilots, period. You know that." "Shit, man. That guy's running around with a damn bomb on his back. Fuck the damn rules." I stopped, holding up my hands. Okay. I'll tell Jennifer to come get him. She can switch cars and take him back to the 427. The pilots can guard him until we get there. Can they at least do that?" "Yeah, they can do that." I called Jennifer and gave her instructions, a little piqued at Knuckles' rigid adherence to procedures. This is one time he should be flexing like Gumby. I let it go, knowing he had a point. Compromise the pilots, and we wouldn't be able to fly out of here. Jennifer switched on enough to get the job done. For the first time, I realized that I trusted her as much as the Taskforce members themselves. By the time I hung up the phone, Bull had pinpointed the new location. "He's just south of the market, maybe 150 meters away from it." I looked at the map and said, "That's straight north from here. He's about 2 blocks up." Knuckles gave final instructions, splitting the team into 2-man elements. "Bull, you and Retro come in from east to west. Pike and I will come up from south to north. The rest of you box in from west to east. Hopefully we'll pin him in. Everyone remember he's got a WMD. Whatever you do, don't hit the pack or his chest. If you have to shoot, go for the head." The problem with the cell phone track was that it only gave us a snapshot in time. We couldn't do any real-time tracking, so whatever we had was only as good as the time we had it. Knuckles and I began walking up the sidewalk to the north, scanning the crowds. The other men were quickly lost from sight as they began their part of the mission. Without any traffic, the streets were teeming with people going toward the ceremony. Great. Rush hour. The crowds were a definite problem. For one, it forced me to hide the UMP under my jacket. The folding stock jammed into my armpit. I'm not going to be the fastest gun in the West running around like this. For another, I could be walking right by the terrorist and not see him. Moving closer to the market, Knuckles and I both heard the loudspeakers signaling the start of the ceremony.
Bakker heard the announcer droning on and on about the significance of the day, first in Serbo-Croatian, then in English. Bakker waited, straining to hear any announcement that the dignitaries had arrived. He couldn't afford to leave and return. The man from Guatemala was somewhere close. He could feel it. When he left this bathroom, it would be straight to the eastern corner of the security perimeter. Once there, he'd continue on, past any demands that he halt. Only when someone drew his weapon would he trigger the device. He heard a different voice, then the words he was waiting for, the introduction of the guests of honor. He squeezed his eyes shut and said a silent prayer. Pulling the detonator from his pack, he conducted a self-test of the system. When it registered green, he opened the door and stepped into the light. He was shocked by the number of people who had shown up in the time he had spent in the bathroom. He would have to fight his way through the crowd to get close enough to ensure a successful strike. Setting off the device this far away would kill a lot of people, but would most likely miss the targets, as they would vacate before they were hit with the downwind hazard. Pushing his way east, he continually scanned for anyone not focused on the stage. His confidence grew as the crowd cheered the speaker with no threat in sight. He saw the perimeter fence with the security personnel ahead. Even the guards were staring at the stage. He pushed around a happy group, clearly having started the celebration early, and saw two men at the edge of the perimeter, both scanning the crowd as if they were looking for a friend. He studied them before continuing, looking for anything out of place. They wore jackets, which wasn't unusual, but the bulges on their hips told a different story. Panic began to close in again. How had they tracked him so successfully? He backed up into the group and turned around, considering his options. Before he could decide, one of the drunks in the group pushed him, demanding he get out of the way. He bumped into another man who pushed him back again. The scuffle was drawing attention he didn't need, making his choice for him. He fought his way clear and went back the way he had come, attempting to get out of the crowd and circle to the west just to get close to the perimeter. He felt sweat popping out all over his body, thinking about what he was going to do if he was seen. Should he simply run? Attempt to make it inside the perimeter? No, they would kill him. He had heard the gunfire and seen the rifles from earlier. The only thing worse than killing a few measly 100 Eastern Europeans with his device would be dying with it strapped to his bag, unfired. He pulled the remote detonator out of his pocket, holding it tightly in his hands. Breathing deeply, he skirted the crowd. He saw the bathroom he had used to hide. He saw the door open about 15 meters away. He instantly recognized the person exiting. The man was looking away, but he would soon turn and see him. Bakker frantically searched, but there was nowhere to run, no way out through the crowds. Swiveling back, he met the eyes of the devil. Time slowed. The man reached underneath his jacket, bringing something out. Bakker raised the detonator, whispering, "Allahu Akbar." He pressed the button.
I felt a shock of adrenaline fire to my soul. I was staring straight into the face of the terrorist. I began to draw the H&K UMP, seeing the terrorist raise his hands with the detonator I had seen in the hotel room. Why the fuck didn't I smash that thing? My weapon snagged on the interior lining of the leather jacket. I knew I was dead. I might survive the blast, provided the man hadn't embedded the device with shrapnel, but couldn't get away from the poison, whatever it was. I yanked the weapon, tearing the lining, watching the terrorist with morbid fascination, like a man stuck on the tracks and seeing the train bearing down on his car. I saw him press the detonator, but nothing happened. The idiot forgot to arm it first. The terrorist realized it as well, frantically working the buttons on the device. I brought the weapon up to shoulder height, slowed my breathing, and drew a focused bead on the man's head, squeezing the trigger. I saw a blossom of red appear between his eyes, just as his finger frantically probed for the button a second time, and he toppled over backward, landing on the pack.
Chapter 102. Jennifer had made the rental car switch at the river 3 blocks away when she heard an explosion, loud enough to vibrate her car. She saw a cloud of smoke rise up the street. Then she saw that it wasn't smoke, but some sort of dust. It wasn't rising, but hovering, gently floating about, segments slowly falling to earth, reminding her of videos she had seen after the towers fell on 9/11. She floored the vehicle, driving as fast as she could to get out of the area. She rolled into the airport, exceeding the speed limit by 30 kilometers an hour. She had passed what must have been every police car and fire engine in Sarajevo, all headed to the explosion. She slammed on the brakes and ran to the Bell 427. "The terrorists blew up the market! The WMD is out!" For the first time, she noticed that the rotors were turning and the pilots were going through pre-flight, One said, "We know. The embassy's already been alerted and is requesting military support. We're getting out of here." "What? You're leaving? What about the guys at the market?" "We can't do anything about that. Our hire knows the situation. It's in their hands now. Our orders are to get the hell out of here." "Are you serious? What about Pike and Knuckles? You can't just leave." The pilot stopped what he was doing and fixed her with an icy stare. "Ma'am, Knuckles was a teammate. More than that, he was my friend. I understand the situation. There's nothing I can do about it. If anyone on the team is alive, they know what they need to do. We have a procedure for this type of contingency. My mission is to protect what I can at this point. I'm sorry, but that's it." He turned back to his pre-flight. Jennifer stood in shock, unsure of what to do. She remembered the man in her trunk. "Wait, I have the guy I was supposed to get. What about him?" The pilot stopped. He turned to his partner and said something. Both exited the helicopter. One took the keys from Jennifer, the other drew a pistol and aimed it at the trunk. Swinging it open, they found it empty. The pilot gave the keys back to Jennifer without saying a word. He had finished pre-flight and was preparing to crank up the rotors for good when he exited one more time. "Look, I'm not sure what your whole story is or who you belong to, but let me give you some advice. I'd get on the first plane out of here. I'm sorry we can't take you. I would if I could." Still trying to process what was occurring, Jennifer simply nodded her head. She stood still until she was driven back by the rotor wash of the helicopter. She saw it take off and continued to watch it until it was a speck in the sky. She walked in a circle, unsure of what to do next. On the far side of the airport, she could see a beehive of activity around the dignitaries' planes. She went into the terminal and bought a ticket on a Bosnian airline headed to Frankfurt, Germany. It was due to leave in 4 hours. She went back to the rental car and tried to drive back into the city. She saw the lights flashing a mile out. She got within a half of a mile of the downtown before being stopped at a police checkpoint. The man spoke little English. All he could say was, "Go! Go! Poison!" She turned around and headed back the way she had come. She located the only hospital in the city and went to it. The place was a madhouse with people in white running back and forth, and the wounded being brought in. She found someone who spoke English and asked about Americans. He told her he had not seen any Americans at all. She drove back to the airport. She didn't feel grief. She didn't feel anything except exhaustion, both physically and emotionally. The flight to Frankfurt was a blur. While she waited for her connecting flight, the event began to sink in. How had everything gone so bad so quickly? She had cautioned Pike on the danger, but in her heart she had really thought he was invincible. He'd survived time and time again, pulling out miracles as ordinary events. If anyone was going to die, it should have been her. How is this supposed to be justice? Where's the destiny now? She put her head in her hands, trying to stop her thoughts. She heard someone talking to her and glanced up, seeing a Lufthansa Airlines ticket agent. "Ma'am, are you all right? Can I help you?" Because Pike had drilled it into her over the last 4 days, her first thought was she was making a scene. "Act like the other passengers. You're going to get burned." She was then hammered with the futility of the thought. What a joke. None of that helped in the end. "Yeah," she said. "I'm fine." The agent looked as if he wasn't convinced, but left her alone. 30 minutes later, he came back. "Ma'am, are you on this flight?" For the first time, it registered that everyone had left the gateway. "Yes, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. No problem, but we're about to close the door. Are you sure you're okay? Is there anything I can do for you? Can you bring back the dead? I'm all right. Sorry for the trouble. She landed at Dulles International Airport completely spent. She had no idea what she was going to do next. She had a connecting flight to Charleston, but didn't feel like getting on it. She felt like curling up in a ball and forgetting everyone and everything. She instinctively thought she should be crying or grieving over the loss of Pike, but all she felt was hollowness inside. She joined the immigration line, moving forward like sheep to a trough. She saw CNN on a TV across the immigration area. She caught the flash of Bosnia-Herzegovina and focused on the story. She couldn't hear what was being said, but saw a video of the market. Men and women wandering in a daze, police waving the cameras back, firemen running holding bleeding bodies, and an incongruous single individual in a space-age biosuit. The screen cut to a photo, the name Harold Standish beneath it. She had no idea what that was about, and didn't have the energy to care. She waited to see something about the president admitting the Taskforce's existence or some other catastrophic news conference. But the story ended. She handed her passport to the man behind the counter. He scanned it and stiffened. She felt a stab of adrenaline, remembering what had happened in Atlanta, followed immediately by resignation. She had no strength to fight the bogus terrorist charge. At least it solves my problem of what to do next. Before the man could say anything, she said, "I'll come with you. Just take me wherever you need to." He looked at her suspiciously, saying, "Follow me." He led her down a hallway to a small room that contained 2 folding chairs and a table. He told her to wait, then left, locking the door behind him. She sat for a half hour, mostly in a daze. She tried to remember her time with Pike, but her subconscious refused to engage. She was having a hard time seeing his face. She remembered the last thing he had said to her, and didn't believe it. It wasn't worth it. We should have let him get away. She laid her head on the table and began to cry. Sobs racked her body in convulsions. They slowly faded away, leaving her with the same drained, hollow feeling. She heard the door open and looked up, eyes red. She saw a man enter and smile. "Jennifer Cahill?" "Yes. I'm Mike. I'm from the Taskforce. You're not in any trouble. I was waiting on you to land. Kurt Hale wanted to see you as soon as you hit U.S. soil. I'm supposed to take you to him." She showed no emotion. "Okay. How'd you know I'd be coming here?" "We didn't. We have folks at every major embarkation point in the U.S. We left the terrorist alert in place. Sorry." She waved it away and stood up. "I could really give a shit about that. Let's go get this over with." As they left the immigration area, he asked about her luggage. She shrugged. "It's in Bosnia. I don't have any." They walked in silence for the rest of the way, exiting the airport. Getting to the car, he tried one more time to draw her into a conversation. "I understand you ended up finding and stopping the terrorist." She looked at him like he was an idiot. "I guess so, if you believe forcing him to blow everyone up early is stopping him." He put the car in drive and didn't say another word. The rest of the trip was spent in silence. As they got onto the toll road, the weather turned sour, with rain beating the metal of the car. The only sound was the windshield wipers flipping back and forth. Jennifer gazed out the window, ignoring the drive. Eventually, the car pulled into a checkpoint. She registered that the car had stopped, then realized where they were. Why are we here? This is where Kurt is at the moment. I was told to bring you straight to him. The guard waved them through to the West Wing parking area of the White House. After a short walk, Jennifer stood outside the White House Situation Room, waiting to be asked to enter. The door opened, and she saw a long table surrounded by wood-paneled walls with multiple plasma screens. She immediately recognized the President of the United States at the head of the table. He stood and approached her. "Hello, young lady. We've been waiting for you. I'm Peyton Warren," he said, extending his hand. Jennifer didn't even begin to know what to say, so she simply shook his hand, mute. To his left was Kurt Hale. She looked around, recognizing the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense. She saw other faces that she didn't know, but felt she should, vague recollections from Sunday news shows. What's this all about? Why am I here? She went from face to face, waiting on someone to tell her what to do. At the far end, she saw a man with a horrendous visage. His face was scabbed, without any eyebrows. His arm was in a sling, a set of crutches to the side of his chair. He was smiling at her. The smile was real and familiar.
Chapter 103. I saw Jennifer look from face to face, waiting for her to get to me, wanting to see the same glow I had experienced when she entered the room. It dawned on me that I had been subconsciously holding back, protecting myself from the meat cleaver of disappointment if it was a case of mistaken identity and someone else was at the Dulles airport. Maybe secretly protecting myself against the trauma of having the newly formed scab covering the loss of my family ripped out raw had the unthinkable happened. In that moment, I realized that Jennifer had been right in Bosnia. Her death would have destroyed me completely, left me broken beyond repair. I watched Jennifer continue to search for some indication of why she was here or someone she recognized. She looked like shit. Like she'd spent the last 24 hours sleeping on park benches and knew the next 24 hours held nothing but the same. She finally got to me. I saw her face change from a lack of recognition to one of shock. Then she fell backward into a chair. Not exactly what I expected. From behind her, Knuckles jumped up, saying, "Whoa, hang on there, you okay?" I could tell she recognized him, but she simply stared like she was seeing a ghost. He asked again, "Jennifer, you all right?" Something clicked within her, and without a word, she jumped up and raced over to me. Holy shit, she's going to hug me. It would hurt, but I didn't want to stop her. She stopped short, smiling, tears running freely down her face. She leaned over and gingerly kissed my forehead on the crew cut of singed hair. "You bastard, I guess you do have 10 lives." I grinned. "Yeah, I guess so. Took you long enough to get home. I was starting to worry." She ignored everyone else in the room, simply taking my hands into hers and staring at me. After a second, she seemed to remember where she was and what had led to this meeting. She asked, "What happened? What's going on? Why isn't everyone dead?" Kurt said, "Well, we ended up being very, very lucky. Scientists are still studying the material, but it looks like the WMD was only deadly to those genetically predisposed." "What's that mean?" I took over. "The weapon they found was an ancient sack of spores from a plant that's probably extinct. It causes major anaphylactic shock in people predisposed to be allergic to it. Basically, it causes the same reaction as in someone allergic to bee stings, Only 100 times worse.
Okay, that still sounds pretty bad, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But I managed to kill Carlos before he could set off the device. He fell on top of it, which somehow caused it to go off. His body tamped down the explosion like a soldier jumping on a grenade. On top of that, it looks like folks from Europe aren't nearly as susceptible to the spores as guys from Guatemala, where they came from. Luckily, I fall into that camp. Jennifer processed that, coming to the natural conclusion.
So, the whole thing was a waste of time? All that death and destruction for nothing? Ethan's death?
The president spoke.
No, not at all. The bomb killed close to 50 people, but the team forced the terrorist to set it off far enough away from the ceremony that the representatives attending were able to escape before they were contaminated. Because of our unique security relationship with Bosnia, we were immediately asked for help. Most of the deaths were caused by the spores, but we were able to alleviate any concerns of a WMD rapidly, taking the emotion out of the attack. There'll be conspiracy theories for years about it, but the majority of the world thinks it was a conventional attack.
Kurt interjected.
Mainly because the terrorist put all his faith in the spores and didn't embed any shrapnel in the explosive. He also knew what he was doing. He kept the explosive power low to prevent burning up the WMD material, which worked in our favor, especially when his own body lessened the blast radius. If he had set off a conventional bomb with higher explosives and shrapnel, we probably would have had the same amount of casualties, so the story's plausible.
The president continued.
If he had made it to Israel and had been able to implicate the Iranians, it would have caused immediate retaliation. He would have killed hundreds, and Israel would have feared a second strike. Unlike Bosnia, they wouldn't have asked for our help or listened to any pleadings of restraint. Trust me, the WMD was real. Real enough to get us into World War III.
Okay, I guess that's good news. Wait, that didn't come out right. I mean, I'm glad the effort was worth it. I couldn't live with Ethan's death on my conscience if this was all for nothing.
She squeezed my hands, her face now alive, the broken look gone.
This is a bit much to take in all at once. I'm not sure why I'm here. What do you need from me?
The president spoke again.
Nothing. We were meeting here to discuss the repercussions of the whole affair when you landed. I asked for you to come here simply to thank you. You have immeasurably helped the country and quite possibly the world. Your perseverance deserves my thanks as the representative of the American people.
He gave his winning campaign smile.
That's all I wanted to say. If there's any way I can help you, don't hesitate to ask.
Jennifer winked at me, then smiled at the president with all the charm she could muster, which was substantial. Uh-oh.
Well, sir, I appreciate it. I really do. Unfortunately, I promised Pike I was going to kick someone's ass in the U.S. government for leaving us hanging out there. I suppose I should start with you. Can you help with that?
I closed my eyes. I cannot believe she just said that. When I opened them again, I saw a room full of the most powerful people on Earth looking anywhere but at her. I could tell she was enjoying this immensely. She continued.
Then again, you guys did do the right thing in the end, so maybe I'll let it go. I guess all's well that ends well.
I squeezed her arm a little harder than was necessary, trying to shut her up before she did some real damage. "Hey, guess what?" I said. "The folks you want to beat up took care of our little problem in Charleston. We don't have to worry about that anymore." I thought she was going to rip into the rest of the group, just for the enjoyment, and prayed she wouldn't. She grinned at me and said,
"Okay then, how about a nice hotel room?"
The room broke into relieved laughter. The president said, "I think I can manage that." He grew serious again. "Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your time, but I have a press conference in an hour. I can't thank you enough for your service." The meeting broke up with people shaking hands and saying goodbye. Shortly, we found ourselves outside, me hobbling along on my broken ankle, with Jennifer trying unsuccessfully to help. Eventually, everyone was gone, and it was just us. She looked around, noticing we were alone.
Where are we going? Better yet, how are we getting there?
I said, "I guess we go hail a cab."
Wow,
she said.
that thank you didn't last very long.
Jennifer began walking toward the gate with me hobbling along beside her, when someone shouted behind us, "Jennifer! Pike!" "Yes?" "The president asked me to give you guys a ride to the Hay Adams Hotel here in D.C. You have the presidential suite, compliments of the White House."
"Oh, right," she said. "That's more like it."
30 minutes later, Jennifer was admiring the view from the living room of our suite, the White House majestic in the last glimmers of twilight. Now that we were alone, she brought out the questions she knew nobody but me would answer.
"Hey, what happened to all the bullshit threats about the Taskforce bringing down the administration? Everyone kept saying we had to do all the work because using it was too risky. Why isn't there the big disaster everyone talked about?"
I knew what she was asking was highly classified, but it never crossed my mind to tell her a story. More than anyone else, she had earned the truth. It turns out that Dr. Evil is a guy in the National Security Council. He hired all of the trained killers. Their attempts in Bosnia gave the task force a way out. We blamed the whole thing on them, saying that a Lone Ranger hired a bunch of mercenaries to stop a terrorist. He's going to be indicted as a reluctant hero.
That's the guy I saw on the news? Standish something or other?
Yeah. With all the press talk of the U.S. outsourcing combat power to independent contractors, it's plausible. The task force is good to go. She bristled.
Good to go? Are you kidding? What's going to happen to him? He tortured and killed a whole family. He tried to kill us. He should be strung up from the nearest tree. Now he's going down in history as helping America? How's that justice?
I didn't want to go there. I wanted to leave all of this behind for others to sort out. I tried to soothe her. He'll get what's coming to him. Jennifer squinted at me, her expression alone telling me she didn't think that was good enough. After what she had said to me on the hillside in Bosnia, I wasn't going to elaborate on what that meant. She wanted justice for the man's actions, but probably couldn't stomach the task force version. Luckily, she let it go.
Okay. I guess in Washington getting indicted and suffering humiliation is what constitutes the worst that can happen.
I crawled onto the bed, trying to find a comfortable position that didn't rub my burns. "Why don't you get cleaned up? Maybe we can go get a bite to eat at a real restaurant for a change." For the first time, Jennifer seemed to realize she was wearing the same peasant clothes she had worn for days. She ran a hand through her greasy, black-dyed hair.
"Yeah, that sounds good. Great, actually. What am I going to do about clothes?"
"We can go shopping first. Maybe put it on the president's tab."
Even better. He owes me more than a hotel room. Give me 30 minutes.
She went inside the bathroom, and I heard the sink start to run. Jennifer hadn't asked the obvious question of why on earth Standish had wanted a bomb to go off in the first place. I had seen his initial FBI interrogation, and it had made me sick to my stomach. Made me want to jump through the two-way mirror and slice him open with the broken shards. Of course, the Taskforce would have frowned on that. Not because I had killed him, but because I had done it in front of everyone. Bad form. I'd have to be satisfied with someone else delivering justice. Standish had been completely unrepentant, shouting at the interrogators that his actions were necessary to protect American lives. He seemed to firmly believe that his efforts were not only legitimate, but good for the nation. The thought disgusted me. He sounded just like all of the terrorists I had ever chased. The only thing missing was him shouting, "It's God's will!" like every other psychopath who justified his actions as nothing more than destiny. I knew there was no such thing. Destiny was a tool used by the vicious or weak to explain a tragedy. Nothing more. If God controlled our destiny, then wouldn't the good guy always win? Where was God when Hitler killed the Jews? Where was he when the planes hit WTC 1 and 2? In the genocide in Bosnia or Rwanda? Was mass rape a destiny, or just fucking evil? Where was the destiny in my family being murdered? Jennifer had asked about the chances of us colliding, thinking that it was meant to be because the odds were astronomically against it. But I knew better. I had seen the truth. God or fate or destiny, whatever the hell you wanted to call it, had never crossed my path. You make your own luck, just like I did in Machete's compound. The thought sounded like a cracked bell as soon as it came into my head. No way should I have survived that. The more I reflected on the last couple of weeks, the more it seemed there was some invisible hand looking out for Jennifer and me. Every time we were on the verge of failing, something happened that spurred us forward. It made me wonder. Maybe there is a purpose. Maybe Jennifer's right. I didn't like the thread I was working, didn't want to stare too hard into the looking glass, because believing in one meant I had to believe in the other, that the loss of my family was for a reason, which was something I could never embrace. I heard the shower stop, blessedly bringing me back to the present, or more precisely, my future. Kurt had offered me a job back at the Taskforce, a recall to active duty. The offer was compelling and conflicting at the same time. I could go back to being a rough man protecting our way of life, but the choice would mean losing Jennifer. After all we had both been through together, I had become as close to her as any other teammate I had known. A part of me, I knew, wanted more than that. Another part, much more powerful, was repulsed by the notion. It would be a very, very long time before I could ever let go of Heather. Maybe never. Even so, I wanted to continue working with her. She was as switched on as anyone I had operated with before, and we clicked as a team. I had toyed with an idea the whole flight home, and now had the beginnings of a plan on how to make that happen. Jennifer held the key. She'd be graduating soon and looking for employment. But I knew she'd no longer be happy doing something boring. She tasted what it was like to work for something greater than personal gratification, and while she'd probably get the same satisfaction doing her anthropological work, she'd miss the thrill. The question was whether she'd admit that to herself. I couldn't tell her what I had planned, because it was classified. Not to mention she'd think it was nuts. But that was okay. I'd see if she was willing soon enough, and could get her the clearance if she was agreeable. Later, after the groundwork was laid. All I needed was some startup funds, and I had a good idea how to get those. Minutes later, Jennifer came out in a plush robe, smelling freshly scrubbed,
but looking puzzled. She said, "Okay, I got it on Standish. What about the other guy? The one in the trunk? He did the actual killing. What's the task force doing about him? Just let him go free?" Truthfully, in the aftermath of the explosion and the exfiltration, I'd forgotten about Lucas. He's in the same boat. He'll get what's coming to him. So they found him? What? They found him after the bomb went off. She could see the puzzlement on my face. You didn't know? Know what? What the hell are you talking about? Pike, Lucas wasn't in the trunk when I switched cars. He got away.
Chapter 104. 30 miles away, in the swank Chevy Chase section of Washington, D.C., a nondescript sedan pulled into the circular drive of the Honorable Harold Standish. 3 men exited. They had already done their reconnaissance earlier, and knew Standish was home alone. One manipulated the alarm system, while the other 2 worked the lock on the door. All 3 entered. They moved directly to Standish's study, finding him face down on his desk, a spreading pool of blood beginning to leak onto the floor. The team leader called directly to the Taskforce Ops Center on his secure cell phone. "Someone beat us to him. He's already dead." "How?" "Gunshot wound. This guy must have made quite a few enemies. Can you still make it look like a suicide?" The team leader studied the dead man for a few seconds. "Possibly. He's been shot in the temple at close range, and there's no exit wound, so it was a small caliber weapon. That works." He pulled out the .22 rim-fire handgun they'd taken from Standish's bedroom earlier in the day. "The problem is that a ballistics check will show the bullet inside his head didn't come from the gun I'm going to leave in his hand. We can work with that issue. Just make sure there aren't any other anomalies that give them a reason to look." "Okay. I'll have to build a bullet trap, then squeeze off a round in his hand to get gunshot residue on him. But that's not an issue. He'll just be missing a phone book." "Get it done." 8 minutes later, the sedan pulled away. The alarm reset. No evidence at all of a break-in. Only a dead man and a suicide note.
I was awakened by Jennifer insistently poking me in the thigh. "Pike, wake up! Look at the TV!" I cracked my eyes open, seeing a breaking news story about someone committing suicide. "It's that national security guy. He killed himself." Big surprise. Couldn't see that coming. Wow, I guess he couldn't live with the shame. Jennifer looked at me suspiciously. I thought she was going to say something, but she must have thought better of it. She turned off the TV. "Well, what now? Are we headed home?" "That depends on you." "Kurt asked me to come back to the task force," I said. I saw her face fall and felt the tension leave my body. This might actually work. "That's great," she said without a lot of conviction. "I know it means a lot to you. Are you going to do it?" "I think I have a better idea. Go to my jeans and check the front right pocket." She did as I asked, pulling out a thumb drive. "Is this the window jumper's drive?" "Yeah." The task force guys looked at it. Turns out, it's a physical key for a steganography program. "You still have your uncle's email?" She nodded. "You want to go find a lost temple?"
The End. You've been listening to One Rough Man by Brad Taylor. Narrated by J.D. Jackson, and Neil Kaplan is the voice of Pike Logan. This book is copyrighted 2011 by Brad Taylor. This recording is copyrighted 2011 by Recorded Books. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
This audio program is presented by Audible.com. Audible, audio that speaks to you wherever you are.